know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the ridgeway.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Would you drum up?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Don't worry about it, little Margot.
Gentlemen.
How rude.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What now?
Jesus, I say that.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Right now.
I see that you know your judo.
Precision of language. Please.
Welcome to the resistance. The winter is coming.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks. I did everything right and they indicted me. Immediately, if not sooner.
It's science.
China? China. I have to have my China. China!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Read of the Second Amendment?
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Are you not entertained?
I feel like I'm taking a crazy pill! Aren't I a good guy?
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
Don't even play.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Full of Pepe.
Well, here we are again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. been quite a week. Now it's time for a little Sunday Funday. As always, safety first, space fams. Don't forget to buckle up before we take this little journey through that deep, dark abyss. But it is, of course, Sunday Funday. It's Easter, it's 420. So many things to celebrate. That abyss isn't looking so dark today. Good to see you all. Sorry for the late start. I apparently needed my sleep. Slept for some ungodly amount of time. Don't think I can even say the number, because it doesn't make sense. I think I've switched to timelines. Maybe everything's better in this timeline. I better give out some awards, some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist first, Mozart second, and Merit Chance third. Who's fourth? Icebreaker, a close fourth. Moano up here too. Reference Frame, also here. Geodragon. Simric, Soul Life. Disco Wolf. Sue Fairy Dust B. Arvin Trevino, Scouts. Look Bovine, Schmegly. PP. Wow, a lot of people in the chat already. Sammy. Did I miss anyone? Mish. I see Mish. So many of you here. You enjoyed this here Sunday Funday. Hopefully I can bring the valuetainment. Fingers crossed. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about here somehow. On this here Sunday Funday. Not as many videos as yesterday, so I'm sure we'll get through it all right. Let's start off with a little Easter talk. Donald Trump has been celebrating Easter in a way. This was him a few days ago in the White House on Holy Thursday, reading his favorite Bible passage.
Nearly 2,000 years ago, during the sacred week, the living Son of God entered Jerusalem in triumph.
Very sacred.
Soon after, the Savior of mankind, who
he was there. I've read this many times before.
Brought truth and light into the world, was betrayed, arrested, and tried, beaten, and nailed to a cross and crucified. For our sake, he gave up his life, and as the very great
I've thought about that happening to me, and I'm like, hey,
Billy
that's
Graham
a little too much,
once
Jesus.
said,
What's up with that?
God proved his love
Why are you such a
on the
martyr?
cross when Christ hung
That Jesus always being the martyr.
and bled and died.
Gotta make it about him.
It was God saying,
Does he have a
to the
hotel?
world,
I don't
love
think
you.
so.
The death and resurrection of Jesus are the essence of the Christian faith. Whether rich or poor, healthy or sick, young or old, or in times of peace or war, Christians everywhere find solace and hope in the knowledge that Christ died for them.
He's like, what about me? I took a lot. I took a bullet. Okay? Did Jesus take a bullet? I don't think so. I don't think so, Jesus. I got that on you, buddy. Trump reading his favorite passage, talking about someone else. This is where he really shines. But after that stressful speech he had to give there talking about that Jesus guy, Donald Trump went out onto the links to let off some steam this Easter weekend. This was him heading to... I don't have any footage of him actually golfing. I don't understand why he won't let the press watch him golf. What's he so scared of? Let us see the golfing. Why can't we see it? You can see him try and walk down the stairs. Whoops, what just happened? Oop. I made it all the way, thank you. Great door holding guy. Really good. That's why we pay you the big bucks. Thank you. Really good door hold. I got all the way in the car. Great job. Great job protecting the door. The door is very protected. Now here's some footage from out on the golf course. Though, I'm not sure if Donald Trump was involved in this one. We can't say for sure. Can't say for sure.
Now to some wild video of a brawl that's teed up a police investigation in the Okanagan.
You wanna around? Hey, you wanna around? You wanna go? You wanna go? Oh yeah, I'm doing.
The video posted to social media shows about 2.5 minutes of the fight between a couple of groups of golfers at the Two Eagles golf course in West Kelowna. Police say it happened last night. What started it is unclear, but one comment suggests one of the groups was playing too slow. Police are calling their behavior nothing short of unacceptable.
Oh no. Oh no, you guys missed. We do have to play that again. The volume was low. Son of a bitch.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
God. Before we try and retake that blunderous clip just now, it would have been way better with full volume. I'm so sad right now.
On this Easter morning,
That just ruined it for me. That's not how I wanted to start off the Sunday Fun Day. Redoing a clip because of my terrible, wicked ways.
Led in prayer.
Not doing my job correctly. I will turn the volume up. But also I want to say thank you to Orb Rumor for becoming a galactic individual, making the space dive to GNN membership. I appreciate you and your decision. Let's try that again.
Now to some wild video of a brawl that's teed up a
Excuse me. What are we doing?
police investigation in the Okanagan.
You wanna around? Hey, you wanna around? You wanna go? You wanna go? Oh yeah, I'm doing.
The video posted to social media shows about 2.5 minutes of the fight between a couple of groups of golfers at the Two Eagles golf course in West Kelowna. Police say it happened last night. What started it is unclear, but one comment suggests one of the groups was playing too slowly. Police are calling their behavior nothing short of unacceptable.
Illegal.
Now, like I was saying, I'm not sure Donald Trump was down there. Couldn't quite tell. It was in Canada, so it's unlikely that he was playing golf in Canada. Okay.
On Easter morning,
led in
Let's go to Colorado.
and song.
People celebrated Easter
people
here.
covered the Red Rocks Amphitheater from top to bottom.
It's
Sunday
lagging?
morning.
It's
Some
lagging?
arriving before
Why is it
5
lagging?
a.m. to get a seat and worship.
Jesus, of course. Thank him for the resurrection. Just
What's
really
the
just to
deal?
celebrate him, to be
No, no, we're being suppressed again. What? Why?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is incredibly rude. What? We got through yesterday perfectly fine. Now we're doing this. Now we're doing this, huh? Okay. Okay. I get it. Alright. Well. Okay. Well, I don't know why it's lagging. We'll just try and power through this. Did we even get to see the first one, or was that one messed up again? Was it 2 times? Fool me once. Fool me twice. Fool me chicken soup with rice. It's really not. It's not an important clip.
Now to some wild video of brawl.
Doing it 3
that's
times feels
teed up
wrong.
A police investigation in the Okanagan.
It feels wrong.
The video posted to social media shows about 2.5 minutes of the fight between a couple of groups of golfers at the Two Eagles golf course in West Kelowna. Police say it happened last night. What started it is unclear, but one comment suggests one of the groups was playing too slowly. Police are calling their behavior nothing short of unacceptable.
Illegal.
Damn Canada. Alright, it seems like it's working now. Let's just go straight to Denver, where people were celebrating in the sun.
Easter morning,
led in prayer and song. A blanket of people covered the Red Rocks Amphitheater from top to bottom Sunday morning. Some arriving before 5 a.m. to get a seat and worship.
Jesus, of course. Thank him for the resurrection. Just to celebrate him, to be honest. Just celebrate.
Just celebrate it.
Everything.
Just celebrate it, though.
And what we cherish.
Just celebrate you.
The sun rising at 6:14 a.m., just minutes after the service gets underway.
Celebrate.
With our Christian faith
Celebrate
and
Jesusing, and celebrating the celebrations of Jesus and stuff like that. Great. Thanks. Awesome. Good. I'm glad. That's good for you. But who cares about that part of Easter? Come on. Much better plans out there, I'm sure. Even in Colorado. Here's CBS Colorado with proof from 4 hours ago. Red Rocks is not in Denver. Okay, settle down.
Or Easter bunnies today, you could have gone to Elitch Gardens. The park is
you're
now
not
officially
helping.
open for its
I meant Denver. It was
season.
Denver 7.
Your reporter,
Okay, it was
Michael
Denver
Avena,
7
joining
news.
us live from the park now. And Michael, you and I are both from Colorado, so I'm sure you also remember going to Elitch's as a kid.
That's right, Kelly. You know, today was actually the first time I've been back since I was a high school back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And I got to say, it brought back a lot of memories to me, and people here were excited for the opening day.
It's the day Elitch Gardens diehards have been waiting a year plus 1 day for.
We're just proud to
Come on.
continue our tradition.
This isn't more fun than Jesus. Something wrong with you.
Gardens has been entertaining Coloradans. They opened their gates to season pass holders earlier this week, but day pass holders had to wait until Saturday, or so they thought.
It's a tough call, but you got to make it.
With snowy and cold weather Friday and Saturday, Elitch Gardens decided to postpone their opening day to Easter Sunday.
Most of the Easters we ski, but it's too
Look at these 3 kids.
Austin, Cooper, and Davis were some of the first into the park with their parents. They say they've been here before and they know what they want to ride.
Oh, we're doing the boomerang first.
Gotta do it, sure.
I want to do either the brain train or the wineries.
Makes sense,
They are
makes
glad
sense.
they came Sunday and not
You
Saturday
don't need stuff in your
because of
brain.
that weather.
Just right.
Yeah.
I think.
I hope the parents got a picture of that. At least, it's on YouTube forever, so. Bring that one out. For all those important future moments. Okay. I just realized my drink is out. God damn it. Now let's go all the way to the East Coast, where some people are getting free Easter baskets from the Salvation Army. Here's CBS New York. Wow. Accusations in chat of what these kids have been up to over there at the park. Be right back.
Families in Harlem will celebrate Easter with the help of the Salvation Army. The organization handed out food baskets today at the Harlem Temple on Lenox Avenue. More than 200 families were given ham, fresh produce, and canned goods to cook a great Easter meal. This is the first time for the Salvation Army's Easter event, but the organization understands that more people need help right now.
Every time we get a chance as a Salvation Army to serve the community, and we do that with a smile in our face, we do that with joy, we do that with happiness.
And we're thankful. Because there, Shieldy, the Army mascot, joined a very happy Easter bunny
took one for the team.
to help spread a little joy today.
Oh my God, he does a great Easter bunny. Really good job. Really good job, buddy. Let's go to some more Easter situations. Let's talk about the making of candy. You know, it's a big deal, the candy.
All right, now on the Consumer Watch, as you shop for the Easter holiday, we probably don't have to tell you that candy is more expensive this year, especially if you looked at the prices for chocolate.
I know. I don't know how the
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Goddamn chocolate
but
prices.
sweet treats still make up the bulk of Easter gift giving. CBS News Miami's Winnie Gillette has a look at how new products are created for the largest candy producer in the U.S.
These are our Dove chocolate eggs.
At Mars Wrigley headquarters in Newark, New Jersey, planning for this year's Easter candy started about 2 years ago.
What do you smell?
Chocolate.
Sweet?
Yeah. Joyce Steet does a lot of smelling and tasting in her role as Senior Director of Product Development.
What a
responsible
job.
for 26 brands, including Snickers, Skittles, and M&M's.
I have the best job ever. I eat candy every day.
There's a procedure when taste testing ingredients or potential products.
Go ahead and take a piece of the cracker.
Including salt-free crackers and water to cleanse the palate, and sometimes not swallowing.
You just can't. You can't eat every product that you're tasting. So just like wine, we do sometimes have to use a spit cup.
Good to know. Not today, though.
Come
Not
on.
Today. There's plenty on the line here with cocoa prices hitting record highs after bad storms, plant disease, and demand for chocolate spiked costs. Inflation has also driven up prices for other candies. Still, the National Retail Federation says that's not...
Damn it, the tariffs are coming for Easter. Trump canceled Easter.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Now let's talk about one of the most horrifying of holiday snacks and how it is made. You're right. That's right. I'm talking about the Peep. It's my opinion. It's an opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Well, as we've been talking about, today is Easter, and of course, Easter baskets will be full of candies like Peeps. Yesterday, we showed you a little bit of the production process, but it takes a lot more work to make a Peep than what you may think. Let's take you inside the Peeps factory in Bethlehem for a closer look.
Here at Just Born Quality Confections, we make Peeps marshmallow candy, Mike and Ike fruit flavored candy, and Hot Tamale cinnamon candy. And today you're going to see the iconic yellow chicks and bunnies being made. We make 5.5 million Peeps every single day, which is approximately 2 billion Peeps per year, enough to circle the earth not just one time, but 2 times.
That's too many Peeps. Ah!
Peeps are made with 4 main ingredients. We have sugar, corn syrup, gelatin, and air. They are cooked and mixed and whipped together. And this marshmallow is pumped over to the belt, where it is deposited onto a fine layer of sugar. It's made into the shape. So today we saw chicks and bunnies being made, where it was deposited onto yellow sugar.
It's just sugar on top of more sugar. Ugh, I hate these things. I'm sorry if anybody has some sort of a strong opinion about that, but, you know, that's just not something I'm big into. Always found Peeps to be just a horrifying, no matter what kind of it. I know they make them for like Christmas and for Halloween. The shape and color of it changes nothing for me. And enough Peeps created to go twice around the world every year? That's too many Peeps. That's just too many Peeps. But with egg prices as high as they have been, some people are turning to an alternative. Let's go to Hawaii. Kayhan 2 News from 4 days ago. Move over, eggs. These 4 tiny toys are taking over Hawaii's Easter baskets. Easter's around the corner, and you probably still have a lot planned for, so there's the family Easter meal. But with eggs being incredibly expensive and hard to find, you're going to need some alternatives. 3 toys that can fill the void are hugely popular with both children and adults and are becoming collectible items, like Labubu. That's right. Labubu's a fun, furry creature from a storybook called The Monsters by artist Kaising Lung. She's not a bunny, even though she has pointy ears. She's an elf-like monster with a big smile that show 9 sharp teeth. You can find a Labubu in different colors, sizes, and styles. And some even come in surprise blind boxes. Wow, Labubus. Alright, we're not going to go through all these. It's basically like a paid advertisement. Except I'm not getting paid. Alright, have fun with that, Keihan. Labubu, that's as far as we're going. One of the things, it's replacing eggs in the midst of this horrifying egg crisis. Now there's another celebration that's been going on. Let's see what's been happening here in Denver.
Right now, the annual Mile High 420 Festival is underway at Civic Center Park. This event celebrates the legalization of marijuana in our state, featuring music, food trucks, and much more.
Elevated.
This year, for the first time, guests did have to buy tickets. And the festival will continue until 9 o'clock tonight.
Tickets! It's an outdoor event. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
See what was happening in New York City, Washington Square Park. What's happening? Oh my God. Oh boy. I think I see what's about to happen here. Oh my God. Holy Jesus. Oh my God.
The equal parts. Oh my
gosh. Some of these I haven't seen ahead of time. Holy fuck. Seems like people are taking things pretty seriously here in Washington Square. What is everybody looking up at right now? Oh, they're throwing merch. They're throwing merch into the crowd. I just realized what's going on. Okay, that's what's up. Alright, people. Celebrating 420. What is 420? And where does it come from? Here's some random YouTube channel who thinks that they know. Cannabis Guy posted this yesterday. Yesterdoodle. The 420 origin story. Okay, what's happening here? There we go. What's happening here? Hello.
Hello and welcome back to our channel. Every year on April 20th, millions of people across the globe come together to celebrate a number, 420. It's a symbol that's appeared on t-shirts, posters, dispensary windows, and in popular culture. But ask a dozen people what it actually means, and you'll probably get a dozen different answers. In this video, we're digging into the origins of 420, what it means today, and how it's become a global celebration of cannabis and community. But before we begin, Please don't forget to click the like and subscribe buttons and hit the bell icon so you never miss out on our latest videos.
Those are all good points.
Also, please remember that this is an educational video, and therefore all information provided is for educational purposes.
We're going to learn
only.
things.
Now,
really.
Let's get started.
Is that the plan?
Chapter 1. The origin story.
Chapters.
In preparation for getting into the heart of today's story, it's worth taking a moment to clear...
Holy cow, this is the worst. Can we get
To fully appreciate its significance, we need to separate fact from fiction.
Okay.
Let's start off with one of the most enduring misconceptions.
Okay.
420 is a police radio code for marijuana-related offenses. For those of you who have thought this to be correct, I am sorry to say there's no evidence to support this, as no police department in the United States or anywhere else in the world use 420 in that context. What? Another commonly held belief is that it refers to a section of California's legal code pertaining to cannabis. That, too, is false. In reality, California Penal Code 420 deals with trespassing on public land, not cannabis in any form. There have also been claims...
Does this feel AI generated to you? I think it is.
420 refers to the number of chemical...
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch this one. I was like, this seems so low stakes. So low stakes. The lowest of stakes possible.
Compounds found in the cannabis plant. While that number might have once seemed plausible, it's no longer accurate. In fact, the American Chemical Society published...
You know what? I don't think it matters what it means. Okay, and you're taking too long to explain it.
Their plan was to meet after school at 4:20 p.m., which for them was late enough to wrap up extracurriculars, and yet early enough to avoid drawing attention at home from their parents. Their meeting point was a statue of Louis Pasteur on campus, and
this is the worst. All right, we're leaving this video. I'm sorry. Some of these I didn't watch. I was like, dude, this is so low stakes. There's no way that me not watching it ahead of time is gonna go wrong. There's no way for that to happen. There's no way. Even now, I feel like I feel actually okay with it. We deserve 3 emotional support characters. Do we? Okay. Hold on. Look at that. I fixed the TV.
Most expensive is stirring the pot. I'm your host, 2 Chainz. Let's get into it. How you doing, Chef? What's up, man? 2 Chainz.
Is he gonna say his name every time? The next video I also haven't seen yet, and I'm already loving it. Okay, I wonder how many times we should start taking bets on how many times he's going to say 2 Chainz in the next video. All right, 3 emotional support characters. Look at me, I fixed the frickin' TV portal. I'm so good at my job. Okay, there we go. 2 Chainz. This is, by the way, this is Vice TV from back in the day. I love how the first like 2 minutes is just like 2 Chainz basically trying to hire this guy before having ever tasted the food or done any of the cooking. He's like, so hypothetically, if someone wanted you and your services for the future, how many people and what's it gonna cost? Is that the point of this video? Oh my god. Apparently, 2 Chainz, not the most adventurous foodie out there. 3 new subs since yesterday. Where are we at now? All right, let's keep it going. Now, if you like a little bit of entertainment, a little value-tainment for your dollar, maybe if you're in San Francisco, you go to the new entertainment zone. That's right. I've got an entire entertainment zone now in this one San Francisco neighborhood.
Well, the Castro is getting a boost and is becoming San Francisco's newest entertainment zone. Ground Floor's Leslie Gooden tells us what this could mean for the historic neighborhood.
The Castro Entertainment Zone actually is really large, trying to capture a lot of the nightlife establishments. So we go from Castro Street all the way down to 14th Street so that we can include some of the bars at the edge of 14th, Malay, and Last Rites.
Board of Supervisors gave the green light Tuesday for San Francisco's newest entertainment zone, this time in the Castro. And local businesses are calling this a much-needed win. The Castro Community Benefit District says it will boost foot traffic and keep money in the neighborhood.
Market or the Castro Street Fair, there won't be an outside vendor that's hired that sells beer like at a booth, and that means because that vendor takes the money outside of the neighborhood. What the entertainment zone allows is for the bars and restaurants to really benefit from the special event that we're having.
These entertainment zones let bars, restaurants, wineries, and breweries sell to-go drinks during set hours. And in the Castro, owners are hoping it helps offset lost revenue.
I'm from Italy, so I come from Europe. In Europe,
that was making me hungry. Those like filled croissants, those are looking good.
Owners are hoping it helps offset lost revenue.
Oh yeah, you get me with a savory pastry over here pretty fast. Is that mozzarella? Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, they are trying to keep this neighborhood alive. And rather than going to outside capitalist forces, they're going inside to the community, small businesses. All right, now let's go to a different place where you could get some food and some valuetainment in Hawaii, as Hawaii is going to be getting a Dave & Buster's. I feel like this one's also like a paid promotion.
That's right, Kainoa. We're here live at Dave & Buster's grand opening. They're opening right here today. And to give you some perspective, we have Foodland Farms over there. We're right across the street for that. And
I don't know what that
I want
is.
to give you guys a special VIP parking secret. So if you enter through Pi'ikoi, there is like free parking up there. Of course, it's all free, but it's going to be empty, which is most important. But let's come in.
Well, it's not going to be empty now.
It's already so packed. 45,000 square feet.
You said it on the news.
Wall action, fun, food, action, and they have some exclusive gameplay here at Dave & Buster's Ala Moana. But right now, we're gonna give a little chat with Andrew Shimabuku, our general manager at this space. Thank you.
There you go, Hawaii. Enjoy the Dave & Buster's action. You're gonna get all the cool stuff, the drinks, the food. But the games, of course, are really the reason why you come here. Let's see what's up with that.
Cool. So we're just seeing some of these exclusive rooms called the Arena. So talk us about these two rooms. They seem like, are this kind of like a virtual reality?
So these are exclusive to Dave & Buster's.
Now I hear that Dave & Buster's has its own economy? Something like that? What is that? What's up with that?
I want you to do me a favor. Break down for me what I'm holding in my hand right now. That is a Dave & Buster's power card. Yes. Now, does your Dave & Buster's card work at any other similar establishments, like, say, TGI Fridays? Mine does not. No, it doesn't. Believe me, I've tried it. Several locations. Okay, well, yeah, because if you recall, I've actually been with you on many of those occasions where you've tried. Right. I don't think I've tried it enough. I think you have, because clearly, at this point, you should have realized that it doesn't work anywhere else. There's one out in Franklin Mills I haven't tried. I feel like it's not going to work there either. Okay, let's move past it. I'm trying to make a point.
Probably not, yeah.
When you come to Dave & Buster's, you spend your real money, but you leave with Dave & Buster's money. Okay, that gives you incentive to come back to Dave & Buster's because it's the only place where your money works. I think that's brilliant. Now maybe we should take a page out of D&B's book. and try the card at the Fridays out in the Northeast. No, card at Fridays.
son of a bitch.
We're way past that at this point. I don't understand why you can't grasp that point. It doesn't work anywhere else. It's only going to work here. All right, I'm getting all worked up, okay? Well, I'm proposing that we print our own currency, okay? Make our own money? Yes! And we call it Patty's dollars. Now, we distribute that out to people for free initially, and then they become customers, and then they bring in new customers. And then once they have to use real dollars to buy Patty's dollars. That's exactly right, and that stimulates our own internal economy. Yeah, dude, that's a great plan. And then afterwards, we'll go out to Fox Chase and use the power card at that Fridays. Yeah, no, we won't. You can.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it. When I saw Dave & Buster's video in the news, I was like, all right, we gotta talk about economics. We gotta talk about the economics of Dave & Buster's. I think the last time I was at Dave & Buster's, I was like 13 years old. But hey, maybe Dave & Buster's isn't your thing. You know, maybe you'd prefer a slightly classier experience than Dave & Buster's. I hope no one's offended by that. Maybe you would like to have some white wine and listen to a lecture. Well, then maybe this is the happy hour for you. CBS New York.
It's a new way to enjoy happy hour that combines learning with your favorite drink. And the people behind it are professors, storytellers, and experts in their field. Jared Hill introduces us to Lectures on Tap here in the city.
Even at a glance, it's not hard to see there's something different about this happy hour.
Hello everyone. How are we feeling tonight?
The drinks aren't the draw.
We constantly try to find things that are like a little bit more unique.
What's really on tap is a lecture.
We bring professors and experts into bars to give interesting lectures for people to listen to over drinks.
Felicia and Tyrone Freely, a husband and wife duo, started the series Lectures on Tap, traveling to different bars around New York City after witnessing something like it in Washington, D.C.
We're bringing like knowledge, high knowledge, if you will, down to earth into these places where people already are.
Lectures on Tap has only been around for about a year, and they say they've gone from doing 4 of these a month to about 20. So what brings people out to something like this?
That in-person connection, I think, is really big.
This is the second lecture for Kathleen Sheehan. She says the topic, personality disorders, though interesting, is still not the real reason she and her friend are here.
We can all open up our phones anywhere and watch something about personality or psychology, but actually going out in person and meeting people who have that same interest is really satisfying.
And based on the Freelys' more than 100,000 followers across social media, many are yearning for easy in-person learning without the stress of tests or taking notes.
Well, there you go. You learn on and you drink on at the same time. One of these lectures on tap here in the city. Okay. Now, while you're in New York, you might also be interested in going to, I don't know, say a museum. This museum's got a certain other thing on tap. Tap dance. And other dances. See what I did there? It was like a... No, it's bad. It was bad.
A new exhibition showcases 200 years of dance moves in New York City, and that's a lot of moves. It's a museum show to look at, listen to, and yes, participate. Dave Carlin covers arts and entertainment and shows us legendary moves and significant cultural movements.
Sarah Sabatini and Leandre Bonvin love to dance.
It's very fun. Having a fun moment together, I think it's a connecting experience.
Together here, not in a club, instead at the Museum of the City of New York.
The name of the exhibition is Urban Stomp, Dreams, and Defiance on the Dance Floor. What you're able to see is about 20 plus different social dance styles on these different dance tutorials.
Why don't you join us? Walk, 2, 3, 4.
The basics of all of these different partner dances is the walk. So the Castle Walk, I think it's fitting as one of the beginnings of this exhibition. We're looking at the Lindy Hop in Charleston. the Charleston, one of the most famous and popular jazz dances of the 1920s. Salsa means so much in New York City.
We're going to show you a little bit of the basic movement that we do in salsa.
We have 4 different styles of salsa on the screen because we want to be inclusive of all the different varieties. Merengue has been in New York City since the 1950s, but in the 1980s, with increased immigration from Dominican Republic, it was an explosion of people reimagining the merengue. This is a dress worn at Studio 54. We're looking at a poster from the movie Saturday Night Fever. Really.
There you go. A little dance for you on this Sunday fun day. Now, another exhibit has recently opened in New York that's very much current, I guess you might say, relating to the current times, that is. Let's go to the Handmaid's Tale exhibit. It's recently opened here in New York. As the show is ending, the museum opens.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The Paley Museum is so thrilled to partner with Hulu and MGM Television to present this exciting Handmaid's Tale exhibit, which really brings to life in Gilead. Visitors can follow the evolution of June Osborne, the show's main character, played by Elizabeth Moss, and they'll find show artifacts and props and some iconic costumes, including June's handmaid's cloak. We've got Serena Joy's teal dress, the wedding dress that she'll be wearing in the upcoming season, which is the final season. Straight from New York Fashion Week, we have a reimagined handmaid's cloak designed by Christian Siriano.
And it was immediately shut down. Just kidding. But yeah, this interesting exhibit here. Showing all things Handmaid's Tale. I'm sure Donald Trump won't shut it down. But maybe museums aren't your thing. Maybe you're more into sports. And this year, in 2025, FIFA World Cup is going to be coming perhaps to a town near you. And there's going to be a way for you to get involved. Here's News Channel 5, Tennessee, from 3 days ago.
Soccer fans, listen up. Nashville gearing up for the FIFA 2025 Club World Cup in a few months, and there's a great way to get involved in all the action. Our Amelia Young, live from Geodes Park for us this morning. So what kinds of hands-on opportunity is available for fans, Amelia?
Well, Ben, we're talking about volunteering. So if you love soccer, you love the game, you love these teams, or just giving back to your community in general, this, of course, is going to be the perfect match for you. So FIFA just announced it's recruiting volunteers for the Club World Cup with matches. They're going to be happening right here at Geodes Park in Nashville. The tournament brings together 32 of the top teams from around the globe, and those matches, they're going to kick off right here in Music City on June 20th. In total, 63 matches are going to be played in a dozen cities across the U.S. Nashville is lucky to be one of those. Take a
Now, you know why the tournament, what do you call this thing? Trophy looks like this is because they're launching their own cryptocurrency, FIFA coin. What better way to market for that scam? And with an entire trophy. But hey, if you're a big fan of soccer, could get involved, volunteer, could be there for free. But who knows if anybody but Americans are going to be at this thing, considering maybe sports aren't your thing at all. So, yeah, maybe you're into different things. Maybe you're just into learning. Well, guess what? Learning is under threat, and so is journalism, as Donald Trump slashes public media like NPR and PBS. Here's PBS on their own story from 4 days ago.
As we've been reporting, the Trump administration wants to cut the federal funds that support public media in the U.S., which would impact NPR and PBS and the roughly 1,500 local
What just happened?
public media stations across the country. It would, of course, also affect national programs like the NewsHour. The Trump administration has now drafted a memo that could make those cuts happen soon. William Brangham has been following all of this and joins me now. So, William, the administration is asking Congress to cut funds to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That's a congressionally created entity through which NPR and PBS get federal funding. What are they asking Congress to do here?
They're asking Congress to use a process known as rescission, which allows Congress to claw back money that has already been appropriated. And just to back up for a second, CPB is funded on this a 2-year cycle, and that's by design. Originally, that was to insulate CPB from any political interference. So CPB gets about a little more than $500 million a year. That costs about $1.50 per year per American. And the administration wants that 2-year chunk, which is about $1 billion, immediately cut. So that's the money that would have been appropriated for the next 2 fiscal years, starting in this fall.
So what is the process here? How could this unfold?
This is part of a series of rescissions, so that the White House is asking for this money to be cut, as well as money cut from USAID and the U.S. Institute for Peace. Procedurally, this request will go to Congress when they get back from recess at the end of the month. That starts a 45-day period where the House and the Senate can look at this request, they can change it, approve it, deny it. One thing to note, in the Senate, the normal filibuster rules would not apply. So to pass it, they would only need 51 votes. The GOP has 53 votes in the Senate. So if they approve those cuts, those would happen starting in October.
So if the cuts are approved and if they move forward, what have we been hearing from public media leaders about what kind of impact those cuts could have?
They have been saying across the board that this would be a major, major blow, especially to the large number of small rural stations that are spread all across this country. The head of Alaska Public Media, who testified before Congress earlier this year, said that if these cuts go through, that likely most of the 26 stations spread across Alaska and all the reporters who work for them would have to close. NPR's CEO, Catherine Maher, was on NPR today and was asked about some of this. Here's what she had to say.
We get so much value as public media by being part of a 50-state network that covers 99.7% of the American population. If federal funding goes away, that network is absolutely at risk. The quality of service, the ability to cover everyone, people who live in what would otherwise be news deserts, and as a result, there's no question that NPR would not be able to pull from that richness of our national coverage.
PBS's chief, Paula Kerger, she said in a statement she put out yesterday that PBS produces a lot of hugely important educational programming for children, a wide array of cultural and artistic programs. She also said this, quote, rescinding these funds would devastate PBS member stations and the essential role they play in communities, particularly smaller and rural stations who rely on federal funding for a large portion of their budget.
Yep. Yeah, the Republicans decide to cut all that. People will no longer have access to what is a very important resource for communities. Also, they can pass tax cuts for the ultra-rich like Jeffy Bezos. don't know if you saw this week, but a number of crosswalks got hacked to play stuff like this. Go Wobegon.
Now to the bizarre message people crossing the street in Seattle heard recently, an apparent hack using AI to replicate the voice of a billionaire.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos. This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime.
The prank messages played at intersections in Seattle for hours.
Please don't tax the rich, otherwise all the other billionaires will move to Florida too.
The recordings purporting to be from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, apparently referencing a state proposal to tax the super rich, while also bringing up accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione and the affordable housing crisis.
Well, wouldn't it be terrible if all the rich people left Seattle or got Luigi'd and
that would be so sad.
And then normal people could afford to live here again?
Jeff Bezos recently sold his Seattle mansion for $63 million after moving to this $237 million compound in Miami. The investigation now underway into how the crosswalk recordings were hacked. Transportation officials...
All right. We have 41 likes now. Okay. All right, let's move on from one particular billionaire to billionaires in general and the influence that they wield in Congress. With a woman you might be familiar with by the name of AOC.
When I first got to Congress, I was genuinely shocked by how the place worked, even having run against dark money in the first place. The everyday influence of corruption and dark money was astonishing. We have somehow conditioned ourselves in Congress to believe that it's normal for elected representatives who swear an oath to the American people to day trade individual stock and make millions with the sensitive information that we are entrusted with for the purpose of governing. Come on! How can anyone possibly make an objective vote on health care, energy, or war when their personal money is tied up in pharmaceutical companies, oil and gas companies, or defense company stocks? You can't. And we saw this play out this week with Trump's corrupt and disastrous tariff scheme. We can see now that his tariff shuffle didn't have anything to do with manufacturing like they claimed. I hope we recognize now that it was all about manipulating the markets so that he could quietly enrich his friends who bought the dip before reversing it all in the morning. What I'm about to say is a matter of fact. Donald Trump is a criminal. He was found guilty of 34 felony counts of fraud, liable for sexual abuse. Of course he is lying and manipulating the stock market too. And if Donald Trump wants to find the rapists and criminals in this country, he needs to look in a mirror today. And to be clear, I don't care what party you are, Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter how powerful one is or what position they hold. Members of Congress holding and trading individual stock is wrong. It is corrosive, it is destructive, and it needs to be banned.
Illegal.
You know, just this year, earlier this year, I was named to the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House of Representatives. And this is one of the most powerful committees in all of Congress. It oversees 2/3 of the American economy: healthcare, manufacturing, trade, energy, communications, you name it. And for years, lobbyists fought to keep me off of this committee because they don't like what they don't control. And an interesting thing happened on the day that it was announced that I would be assigned to the committee. Our phones rang off the hook and my office's inboxes were flooded by every corporate lobbyist under the sun. All of a sudden, they wanted to be best friends. But you know what, Folsom? Because of your support, because of gatherings like here today, because you allow me to not take a dime in corporate money, you free me to say no. You free me to...
That's right. And the fact is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the last few months has raised an incredible amount of money. Almost $10 million in that time. In what is definitely not an election year. But that sort of grassroots support, sort of movement that's happening right now and among the people seems to be catching fire all over the place, even where these rallies aren't happening. Lawmakers are hearing about it.
Lawmakers in Washington have faced a series of tough, contentious issues in the early months of the second Trump administration. Well, now back in their home states, many voters are making sure their voices are heard. CBS's Mark Strassman reports on the rising tensions at town halls.
North of Atlanta, Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's town hall had flashes of WrestleMania.
Or fascism, however you want to see it, I guess.
Scuffling with security and a ringmaster, Georgia's firebrand congresswoman.
This is a town hall. This is not a political rally. This is not a protest.
I love the way CBS Evening News is talking about this. Like people signed up for WWE or something. It's gross. It's gross. I really do not like CBS. But it gets worse, honestly.
3 hecklers were arrested.
Oh, they're hecklers.
2 of them.
3 hecklers. Oh, hecklers.
These town
Thank
halls
you.
have become so raucous. Green is one of the few Republicans to hold one during this congressional recess.
So brave.
Their national party has suggested members hold virtual town halls instead.
Already in 3 months, we got more emails than all of last year.
What does that tell you? For an hour in Iowa, a room full of Senator Charles Grassley's constituents ganged up on the 91-year-old Republican.
They ganged up on the poor 91-year-old Republican. Oh.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh gosh, poor Senator Grassley. A man who literally rules over all these people. They are his constituents. He's supposed to represent them. Listen to the way CBS is framing all of this. All of these raucous WrestleManiacs attacking. Oh God. Oh, ganging up, bullying poor Senator Grassley. He's just a senator. He's just a poor 91-year-old man. Well, if he's so weak and frail, maybe he should get the fuck out of government. Do something else, like retire. Gross, CBS. Really bad job. One thing people are upset about, among a litany of things that they are upset about, is Donald Trump's attack on federal workers and his gutting of federal agencies, firing people, pressuring them to resign.
Welcome to the NewsHour. President Trump today advanced his plans to make it easier to fire tens of thousands of federal workers. On social media, he said he would move forward with a rule previously known as Schedule F, which the administration said, quote, will allow agencies to quickly remove employees from critical positions who engage in misconduct, perform poorly, or undermine the democratic process by intentionally subverting presidential directives. Our White House correspondent Laura Barón-López joins us now with the latest. Laura, President Trump promised that he would do this. So what does this do, and how many workers would this affect?
So Schedule F changes the job classification of nonpartisan federal workers, designating them as political appointees. And so bottom line, it makes it easier for the president to fire anyone that he considers disloyal and replace them with complete loyalists to his cause and to his agenda. Now, Schedule F was a part of the Project 2025 blueprint from the Heritage Foundation, and OMB Director Russ Vought was key in drafting this during the first administration, but they were not able to implement it during the first administration. And Russ Vought said throughout the campaign that they wanted to traumatize federal workers. And the White House estimates that this will impact some 50,000 federal workers that could be laid off, but government experts say that that's probably a minimum.
So what happens next? And has there been, I imagine, pushback to this?
There has been pushback. But so first, what happens is a White House official said that agencies have until April 20th to hand them the lists of who they think should be reclassified in their agency.
Insane. They're not supposed to be able to do this, no matter how much Russ Vought keeps saying they can, okay? It's fucking insane. The way PBS is like bending over backwards to like, you're like, does he? They have. This is normal, right? No, it's not. It's not normal. It's never really happened before, in my understanding. Let's talk a little bit about immigration. This story is ridiculous and concerning. American doctor receives email telling her to leave the United States from DHS. That's right, an American doctor.
It is time for you to leave the United States. That's the first sentence Lisa Anderson saw in an email she got from the Department of Homeland Security Friday.
The language seems pretty threatening to whoever it might actually apply to.
She thought it was spam at first, but the email was very real after Anderson had it vetted. What created confusion is that Anderson, who's a physician and lives in Cromwell, was born in Pennsylvania and is a U.S. citizen.
I really have no idea how my email ended up on that list unless someone else was using that as a false email.
She now carries her passport on the advice of attorneys and is looking for representation from an actual immigration attorney worried about legal repercussions, something she never thought she would ever need.
I don't have anything to do with immigration, and I never thought that I would be needed the services of an immigration attorney either, and that's where I find myself.
This comes just days after 2 Boston immigration attorneys got the same email from DHS despite being U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I think this should be very concerning for everyone, because if this can happen to an American doctor, right, someone with resources to fight back against this, to prepare themselves, whatever it might be, to try and avoid actually being deported. If you're getting, who knows what, if anybody here, have we all been getting DHS emails and just not noticing, or what? Well, what happens if DHS comes for you and you don't have your documents on you? I mean, I don't even have an answer to that. There's been suggestions that they have quotas to fill. They've already been proven to be making mistakes all over the place. Meanwhile, in Florida, in the town that has Donald Trump's golf course in it, Doral is voting to comply with ICE's
for me to stand up here and say that I do the work of the men and women behind me. I know.
I'm going to cut you, please, because then I have to go over and we have many other things. It's just going to be quick.
Let me clarify something, Councilwoman. Your time is not counted when he's responding. Well, things get testy in Doral tonight as its police chief weighs in on his cops helping enforce the federal immigration crackdown. Good evening, I'm Jim Barry. In the end, Doral decides its police force will comply with the state mandate to help with immigration enforcement. But what will that?
Yeah, look at that. Entire townships are deciding to go along with everything Donald Trump wants, even if they're not supposed to. Illegally, you're not supposed to. They're not supposed to be working, having, state and local law enforcement working with ICE. And if they do, and someone gets deported wrongly, or has anything bad happen to them, they can be held civilly liable. They can be sued.
Mean in a city that has so many Venezuelan immigrants. CBS News Miami's Nikaya Carrera is live in Doral with more on the decision. Nikaya.
Well, Jim, things got heated this evening here at City Hall as one of the council members questioned the police chief about what this agreement with ICE would look like. The Doral mayor even stepping in on behalf of the chief, going against that councilwoman.
Sorry to interrupt you. It's just because I have a few more questions.
Well, maybe what I'm saying is answering some of it.
No. So that's why I just wanted to go over them.
Maybe what I'm saying is answering questions I haven't heard.
Sure, but I want to so then I can go over the concerns.
Sure. A heated debate over the partnership with the City of Doral Police Department and ICE. Doral Councilwoman Digna Cabral brought a list of questions to the Doral City Council meeting regarding a motion to create a partnership between the city's police department and ICE. That's when the Doral mayor, Christy Fraga, stepped in.
So when the chief...
I like how that police officer was just standing there, just interrupting this woman over and over and over again. Kind of shows you what kind of people are in this police department.
He's responding. He's not just responding to you. He's responding to all. I understand, but I'm the one making the questions, not you. But I'm chairing the meeting, and that's okay. But I already request that I want to ask some questions. It's been granted to me, so this is my time.
The chief answered several of the councilwoman's questions, such as, will there be an increase in personnel? Have they met with ICE? And will there be training?
My responses are not only to your questions, but to the questions that we get every single day, the men and women behind me that are behind the scenes doing the work every day. So even though
I'm not stopping you to be able to do your comments, but to do it after.
The motion was passed unanimously. Mayor Christy Fraga, along with Councilman Rafael Pinero, said after the meeting this is the law, despite a majority of the city's population being immigrants.
I hope Doral gets sued up and down. They're not supposed to be doing this, regardless of them trying to play these games. Let's talk more about ICE. Little Zateo action on this Sunday Funday. We had on Cynthia Nixon.
They would like to destroy higher education because they feel that universities are bastions of progressive left-wing thought.
The Harvard president and the Harvard University actually reached out proactively to the DOGE anti-Semitism task force to say, hey, what do you want us to do? Should we shut down the Middle East Studies Department? Should we fire X or Y professor?
Chuck Schumer going along with Trump's budget, and it's just unfathomable.
Even I didn't think they would go to kind of this level of fascism so quickly. We're not even 100 days in, and they're literally disappearing people off the streets. Green card holders.
Talk about McCarthyism, which we were in a moment ago. I mean, that was Hollywood.
Because he's literally now presiding over the ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the West Bank.
There are just so many things about Andrew Cuomo. I mean, the nursing home deaths.
Yes.
The cover-up of the nursing home deaths during COVID.
This is a big blue city, liberal city, the city that Republicans hate. And yet you keep electing these kind of right-wing blowhards.
Well, we haven't elected him yet.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Cynthia Nixon.
And we're not kidding. It's a Zateo podcast where funny people talk about serious things, but I hope also funny things. How are you, Cynthia?
I'm pretty well.
Such
How are you?
Such a pleasure to have you on the podcast.
It's a pleasure, too. I mean, I feel like every time nowadays someone says, how are you? You don't know how to answer, right?
That's true. That's
so
true.
I've just taken to saying, personally, I'm pretty well.
Personally, you're pretty well.
Personally, I'm pretty
Just
well.
Not outside of your person.
Yes, exactly.
Not in the country at large.
Exactly.
It's great to have you here. The last episode of this show we did, the co-host was Bassem Youssef, who is a very funny comedian, and he made fun of me, saying that I'm not a funny person, that I'm a very serious person, which I am, especially in these times. But now I'm lucky to be joined by a cast member of one of the most famous comedy dramas of all time.
Oh, dear.
Look
this
at
is
that.
a lot to live up to.
Yeah,
funny, me all the time.
And we're here in New York.
Say
And
something
we're here in
funny.
New York, which is always fun to be in New York. I love visiting this city. You are very New York. Right, just to remind myself, I went back and I Wikipedia'd you, even though I know all about you. And you've been a Satire contributor for the last year. We love you for that. But I went back and I was like, Cynthia's very New York. Born and raised in New York.
Yes.
Went to school, Barnard in New York.
Yes.
Theater in New York.
Never went anywhere else.
Did one of the most famous TV shows about New York.
About New York.
Sex and the City.
Exactly.
And then ran for governor of New York.
Yes.
So what is left for you?
It's all the New York things. It's a good
Be
point.
the literal Statue of Liberty. Like, what New York height do you need to reach next to really show your affinity for this great city?
You know, I'm, as you said, I'm just a New Yorker through and through, and I've literally never lived anywhere else. And when
never
I
want to live anywhere else?
Never really wanted to live anywhere else. And when, I was a child actor. So when I started, I was like 11, 12, started acting, and people were always trying to get me to go to Los Angeles, and I wouldn't be budged.
Yeah, New York's better than LA. But when I'm in LA, I'll say LA is better than New York. That's a key rule. To praise the city you're in. And you ran for governor. Do you want to talk about, we're going to talk about Mr. Cuomo later in the show.
Oh, yes.
You ran against him in 2018. There's a long history of actors, celebrities running for elected office. Ronald Reagan ran for governor.
Yes, of course. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnie was governor. Jesse Ventura, Jesse the Body Ventura.
Well, yes.
Entertainer, not quite an actor, although he was very good in Predator.
There are all those rumors about The Rock, right?
Yeah, The Rock
we were
wanting to run
hearing
straight
for a
for
while.
president.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying, I just want to fact check this, are you the only cast member of Sex and the City who's run for elected office?
I think so, yes.
Do you think any of the others consider it?
No.
You can't see SJP or Kim as education secretary like Linda McMahon.
We did, sad to say, we did have Trump on an early episode, but
One
as
of
a
the many
very brief,
appearances.
I wouldn't even say guest star, as a cameo. So
I often describe him as the President of the United States and former star of Home Alone 2. That's how I often remember Donald Trump. In the ridiculous era we live in. Something else New York has become identified with in recent months, especially since October 7th, and especially since Donald Trump's return to power, is protest, student protest, campus protest. At the heart of a lot of this debate has been Columbia University, Barnard College, that you are an alum of, which is affiliated with Columbia, NYU, which recently cancelled a talk by the former head of Doctors Without Borders because they said her Gaza slides were anti-Semitic or could be considered anti-Semitic.
I know.
And her slides about DOGE could be considered anti-governmental, as if that's a thing in the United States of America. When you see what's happening at Barnard, at Columbia, like this is world historic stuff. The entire world is watching. What do you make of that as someone who went to that college?
Personally, it's devastating. It's obviously even more devastating for the students who are there now, for the faculty who are there now. But I think it's foolish. I think it's a terrible mistake. Never mind free speech, but even just for the institution itself. I mean, I think, Timothy Snyder's wonderful book on tyranny, this is the first thing he says, do not obey in advance.
He's just moved to Canada.
Well, who can blame him, really?
No, I can't blame him. I'm not saying it in a critical way, but
if you look at Columbia, Barnard, I've been involved in protests recently against NYU Langone for stopping medical care to trans youth because they anticipate that this is what Donald would please Donald Trump. And I was at a protest on Monday, and somebody was saying, they're going to start with trans youth, and then it's going to be trans people in general, and then it's going to be we're not allowed to serve undocumented people, and then abortion is going to choke off the table.
Slope. Same thing with the protests with the students. To start with the student visas, green cards. Next, it's naturalized citizens. Hello, and so on.
The most disheartening thing, never mind standing up for what's right, but it's not going to get you anywhere. It's like, you know, it's not like, well, they just want to deport these few people. Or they.
Yeah, it is. It's a slippery slope. And if they come from Eddie, that's be a very fucked up day. I'm not sure exactly what we'll have to do to stop that. But who knows? Who knows who's safe in this moment?
The single worst thing I think that has happened domestically, and there's a long list to pick from. We're meeting the day after tariffs, crashing the economy perhaps. But for me still, the most egregious thing in my view since he came back to office is the disappearing Pinochet style of people off the streets. Mahmoud Khalil, Columbia grad student, green card holder, married to an American citizen. Ramesa, the Turkish student at Tufts. Horrific video.
The footage of
the
her
footage.
being
I've watched
taken,
it several times, and every time
I know,
it's horrifying.
You can't believe
They
it.
come up in masks, man. They don't provide any ID. They just
She
grab
says,
her
I'm
by-
calling the police. They're like, we are the police.
It's weird because Republicans believe in stand your ground, right? They've passed stand your ground state. How did they know she wouldn't have pulled out a gun and shot them as I felt threatened? Like, I know it's Massachusetts, not Florida, but it's insane that a masked man can come and grab you by the wrist with no ID and you're supposed to go along with them in America,
right?
Of all places.
And
don't tread on me.
And deporting people who are supposed to be gang members to countries they're not even originally from.
With no shred of evidence that they're gang members.
No.
In fact, the guy they picked up in Maryland that the Atlantic broke the story of, who's the husband of American citizen, Mr. Garcia, has a 5-year-old child with disabilities, hearing condition, autism. He was wearing Chicago Bulls merch in a Home Depot parking lot in 2019, and a detective from Maryland who was later suspended said he's a gang member. And that's it. That's all they have. He's never been charged or convicted with a crime, and they've disappeared him. And even me, someone who was warning about the dangers of Trump all of 2024, even I didn't think they would go to kind of this level of fascism so quickly. We're not even 100 days in, and they're literally disappearing people off the streets. Green card holders.
It's unbelievable, and the amount of just firing of whole, you know, like, let's get rid of the Department of Education. But I do think it's really important. You know, one thing that makes my wife crazy is when the media, I won't name specific, you know, but when the media says, today, Trump abolished the, you know, Department of Education. It's like, well, he didn't.
He doesn't have the power.
He doesn't have the power. And so in the same way, we should not be preemptively subservient. We should not give him these victories that he is claiming. It's like today he attempted to abolish the Department of Education by
They did the same thing
with
with birthright citizenship. Oh, his executive order to end birthright citizenship. Well, you can't end it via executive order. That's the whole point. It's in the 14th Amendment, right? A Reagan judge said it was blatantly unconstitutional. You're right. We kind of give him power that he doesn't have.
Yeah, we gotta stop doing that. Gotta stop doing that, but then you have Republicans coming out and repeating everything that these executive orders have in them, pretending like they're law, when most of them, you would think, understand that there's the ones who's supposed to pass laws. Let's go here to Congress.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our colleagues who are here today. I'm Mike Thompson from California's 4th Congressional District. I served
I meant to
in the
put these in a
United States
different
Army
order.
173rd Airborne Brigade and did a tour of duty in Vietnam. And I spent 8 years on the House Intel Committee. And I'm here today with my colleagues because we're dealing with a gang that can't shoot straight. This is an incredibly serious, unforced error that they made. And their error put American service members' lives in danger, and that is not something that we're going to tolerate. We learned very early, every one of us in our careers, that loose lips sink ships. And this is a textbook perfect example of that. The idea that you would go on an unsecured platform to talk about a military invasion is just absolutely mind-boggling. Nobody in their adult, good, sober judgment would do that. And this is a huge problem. One of the people on that venue was in Moscow when this information was being talked about. In Moscow. And to suggest that this isn't dangerous is absolutely beyond me. It was dangerous, it was reckless, it was an unforced error, and we need to come together to figure out what happened, why it happened, what else is going on. This isn't the only time that this has happened. I'm pretty sure of that. We need to make sure what else is going on, and we need our Republican colleagues to stand with us to bring about a transparent and a clear and thorough investigation.
Yeah, and actually some things are coming out about this Signal group chat leak. Quite a lot of stuff, actually. Stuff in the last few hours. But we're going to get to that at the end. Let's first go here. Talk about more war crimes. Like Donald Trump discussing war crimes ahead of time. Incredibly transparent. No one has ever seen this level of transparency.
Every day, y'all, is a new nightmare. We wake up, we live in hell. I scroll Twitter with just absolute terror, because as you go through it, you're like, oh no. You just have a list of like, this is horrible, this is horrible, this is even more horrible, and it just keeps going. So Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump in a meeting, this is from the other day, from April 10th. Look at what they casually said, and then, look, this is bad enough, but then I feel like the bigger soul-sucking part of it is I didn't see anybody talk about it. I'm going to play this clip for you, and then I saw nobody discuss it. Nobody. Watch this. Ready?
You said we're taking back the canal. China said too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. as he's a great ally, and I think they want the communist Chinese out. And with our troops there partnering with their forces, China, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now. And I think it's in very good control, right?
Yes, sir.
We moved a lot of troops to Panama. And Hegseth says, we're taking back the canal. I still remember when the right was pretending like Trump is anti-war. I still remember that. And now this gets said, nobody says anything about it. Nobody says anything about it, bro. I'm losing my fucking mind here. I am losing my fucking mind day after day. How many new wars does he have to threaten? How many times he casually, we're moving to, so we've moved a lot of troops there. Past tense, not we're moving. We moved a lot of troops to Panama. So they're already there. We're taking back the canal. Now, by the way, just so everybody's clear, it's a phantom menace they're fighting against. The phantom is that, China's taking control of the Panama Canal.
Now, I would point this out, because we talked about it when it was going on. But supposedly, at least at that meeting, one of the meetings or press conferences that happened between Panama and U.S. representatives, I think it was during the Pete Hegseth meeting, they talked about how the U.S. troops were in Panama on a temporary basis. So I think Panama's aware of those troops being in their country. What is going to happen with those troops is up for debate. But, you know, whether or not, I mean, I don't know if this means he's going to commit war crimes like Kyle is suggesting. I mean, it's possible. It all depends on what he does with those troops, I suppose. You know, it depends on whether or not they actually do try to take the canal. But Pete has been very busy in general, you know. Very busy boy. You know, like having more signal chats detailing military plans. This time, his family was on them. That makes sense. Yes, get your family in there, Pete. Look, son.
Multiple sources tell CNN Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth
Daddy's gonna
revealed
bomb
attack
Yemen
plans for airstrikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen in another signal chat. This one included his wife, brother, and personal attorney. Now, this second signal chat is in addition to the one Hegseth used to communicate about military plans with cabinet officials last month that is now under investigation by the Defense Department's acting inspector general. I want to go straight to CNN's Kevin Liptak, who is at the White House for more on this. Kevin, what are we learning about this?
Yeah, and if this all sounds sort of reminiscent of that scandal that engulfed the administration about a month ago, it should, because the Secretary of Defense, we are now learning, shared very similar details about the U.S. attack plans on the Houthi rebels in Yemen on a second signal group. And we understand that this included things like takeoff times for some of those fighter jets as they were preparing to strike those targets in Yemen. The big difference here is who comprised each of these signal groups, because remember that first time around, that group was created by the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. It was intended to coordinate this attack with members of the cabinet officials who were in top national security positions in the administration, and he inadvertently included the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg. This new signal group that we are just learning about this evening included some members of Pete Hegseth's inner circle who are, it's not clear what reason they would have to have this information about the strikes that the U.S. was planning to carry out. It included his brother and his personal attorney. They both worked.
Wow. Look, check it out, bro. Tell your attorney. It's really sweet. But, look, I used to work at Fox, and now I'm ordering strikes on Yemen.
The Pentagon, it's not clear whether they have
Don't make
security
me
clearances.
don't make me give you a noogie, bro.
It also included his wife, Jennifer,
Don't make
who
me
has
give you a
accompanied
noogie.
him previously in meetings with other foreign officials, which has raised some eyebrows among certain officials at the Pentagon. Now, as you mentioned, that original signal sort of
Thinking about leaving me,
snafu
honey?
is now being
Well, guess what? I could order a drone strike on you tomorrow.
investigated by the Inspector General at the Pentagon. It's not clear whether this latest revelation will be included in the review. The Pentagon officially has not commented on these latest revelations, which I should note were first reported by the New York Times. But this does punctuate a period of chaos inside the Pentagon and inside the inner circle of Pete Hegseth.
Yeah. I mean, there seems to be a lot of problems here in this national security state of ours right now. Oh, boy. More than one signal group chat. This time, getting his wife, his brother, his lawyer in there. Are you sure you want me to pay for those legal fees for my divorce? Are you sure? I could order, could order a strike on your business. How about you do it pro bono before I do it pro missilo? Let's see some other things the federal government's been up to. Here's a fun one. National Archives releasing more than 10,000 records on RFK assassination. The dead one, not the current HHS director.
And this just in, roughly 10,000 pages of records related to the 1968 assassination of Robert F. Kennedy are now public. Many include handwritten notes by the gunman, Surratt, who said the Democratic presidential candidate, quote, must be deposed of. He acknowledged having an obsession with killing Kennedy, filling notebook pages and envelopes with writings like RFK must be deposed of, like his brother was, and RFK must die. Many of the files were already released, but not digitized.
Oh, now we got digital copies. Now we'll know everything we need to know about the RFK assassination. That's not the. I thought we wanted the JFK files and the Epstein stuff. What happened? They're still going through those, trying to figure out which things they can tell people about. Great. Speaking of RFK, let's go to RFK Jr. This is one of the insane things he said this week. Pretty much everything he says here is non-factual.
This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children.
It's destroying the children.
Suffering like this.
Oh.
These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem.
They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. Oh, wow. I love how our HHS secretary doesn't seem to know what autism is. I love it. He's great. He's a real smart guy. By the way, RFK not a medical professional, and basically everything he said was false just now. Just false. Just wrong. That's fascinating that he could be so wrong so many times in one short minute-long statement. And actually only got through 39 seconds of it. We could have gotten 13 more seconds of more wrongness. Let's talk about the tariffs. Let's talk about the trade war. It's been going on here a little bit. How are we doing on time? Doing okay. Well, California has sued the Trump administration to block those tariffs. Here's France 24 English earlier this week.
California is taking President Trump to court again. The state launched its 14th
What are we doing?
lawsuit in less than 14 weeks against the president, this time over tariffs. It makes California the first state to challenge Trump's sweeping levies after they sent markets spinning. Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom has always been a staunch critic of Donald Trump and argues the tariffs disproportionately affect his state, which is the 5th largest economy in the world.
We're also the largest manufacturing state in the United States of America, $412 billion output. No state is poised to lose more than the state of California. So that's our state of mind. And that's why we're asserting ourselves on behalf of 40 million Americans.
The lawsuit argues the act which President
Wow. 7 seconds of Gavin Newsom is too many. Guy needs to go away.
impose the tariffs is only for freezing and blocking transactions in response to foreign threats. It's not to set tariffs. According to America's Constitution, that is Congress's responsibility.
Trump is attempting to override Congress and steamroll the separation of powers. Bottom line, Trump doesn't have the singular power to radically upend the country's economic landscape. That's not how our democracy works.
A White House spokesperson.
Yep, we'll see if that does anything. Should be fascinating to see what the Supreme Court has to say about this lawsuit. Speaking of those tariffs, let's see how those tariffs are affecting different industries in the United States. Stuff like baby gear, whatever you call it. Stuff for babies. Baby gear. Where did I come up with that shit?
I'll get blue and tan. For me and many, many, many other small businesses, this is not temporary pain. This is sudden death. This is instant death in the full size. So you can see it's got suction cups on the back. Stick it down. Now you can take these tethers. So I'm a mom that solved the problem all new parents have of babies dropping and throwing everything. So I created a line of products that allow you to keep things within reach and off the ground. And it started with the Busy Baby mat. It's just a suction cup placemat that has tethers to attach toys. Or takes 40% of every order. So we love getting the traffic on our website, and this is what we do. You don't know the story? So in Denmark, there's essentially like 4 states. I mean, the last 6 months has been huge for us. We launched in Walmarts in November. We launched in Targets last month. And 2 weeks ago, the Small Business Administration gave me an amazing award, calling me the Small Business Person of the Year for Minnesota. So we feel like after a tough year previously, we were on the up and up and hitting some new milestones and finally seeing some great growth in our business until last week. Just throwing them here.
All businesses under attack. Holidays, Easter, Christmas, babies even. Under threat from Donald Trump's trade war. Terrible. Terrible. Hope someone lobs some baby food at your head, sir. Prepare for creamed corn. Even the film industry in trouble. NBCLA from 4 days ago. Why is my throat so fucked up today?
Threat of tariffs could put a hit on an industry already in pain. Our Ted Chen is here right now with one of those concerns and why at least one actor is optimistic at this point that things will bounce back. Ted.
Michael and Colleen, Film LA continues to report production numbers going down. Last year was one of the worst ever, and now studio executives are worried also about the impact of these new tariffs. But California lawmakers are on overdrive to reverse the trend, and some actors are counting on a California comeback.
And it was kind of like shocking here.
At a recent stunt performers workshop, actor and stunt performer Kim Manning says they were told this about their future job prospects.
Literally the very first thing that they said when the meeting got started was, well, everyone needs to consider getting a day job.
Those bleak assessments have been compounding in recent weeks. Film LA reporting a 22% decline in local shoots in the first quarter of the year after one of the worst years ever for film and TV production in California. The new tariffs from the Trump administration are also worrying Hollywood executives. According to The Hollywood Reporter, Warner Discovery CEO David Zaslav told staffers to reduce discretionary spending because of, quote, market volatility and reduced consumer confidence.
California does not have a competitive tax incentive in place to bring new projects back.
Lawmakers trying to stop runaway production have proposed to increase California's film and TV tax credit by more than 50%, aligning with Governor Newsom's plan to double the program's funding to $750 million. Manning believes California still has an ace up its sleeve.
The fact that it's sunny pretty much every day, you can predict.
I thought they were talking about the tariffs, but now they're complaining about not getting enough tax breaks. Why can't, if it's the tariffs that are the reasoning for getting tax breaks, maybe all Americans should get tax breaks. We'll just pay tariffs now. That'll be it. I mean, what? Come on. Come on! Come on, Hollywood. Be serious with me. Let's see if Fareed can be more serious about these tariffs.
here's my take. When Donald Trump was inaugurated, by most measures, the United States was the strongest major economy in the world. Growth was robust, unemployment was at historic lows, inflation had fallen to a manageable level, and productivity, the elixir of economics, had picked up. Trump took this booming economy and upended it with massive tariff hikes. Has anything like this ever been done before? Well, nothing quite as self-defeating, but the Smoot-Hawley tariffs were also imposed after a decade of heady growth. That story is worth recalling because there are a startling set of parallels to today's situation. We remember the 1920s as the Roaring Twenties. And in economic terms, it's apt. The annual growth rate for the decade was over 4%. Unemployment stayed low for most of it. Revolutionary innovations defined the period, allowing the mass production of cars, airplanes, telephones, radio, and movies. Television was birthed then, as were Band-Aids, which many saw as the greatest thing since sliced bread, which was also invented then. Henry Ford perfected the mass production techniques that would define modern manufacturing for decades. Just as the 1990s and 2000s were celebrated for creating a new economy, that was the feeling about the 1920s. But there was another story about the 20s. About the hollowing out of a core American industry, of jobs being shipped abroad, and the loss of the soul of the country. You see, agriculture had been at the heart of the American economy, comprising most of the workforce until the late 19th century. Even by 1900, 40% of the American workforce labored in the agricultural sector. The country was defined by its yeoman farmers. Every one of the first American presidents, Washington, Adams, Jefferson, had owned and run farms. But the rise of manufacturing had resulted in the erosion of that landscape. By the 1920s, more than half of the country had moved into cities, and only 25% of Americans worked in agriculture. The American way of life was in peril. America's first great populist movement was birthed in the late 19th century in response to the decline of agriculture. It briefly captured the Democratic Party with the fiery populist orator William Jennings Bryan, becoming the nominee of the Democratic Party 3 times. By the 1920s, the movement had weakened and moved into parts of both the Democratic and Republican parties. It gained ground as farming got hit hard during that decade. You see, after the boom years of World War I, when America had fed a Europe at war, there was a sharp drop in demand once Europe's farms returned to production. The Republican establishment was opposed to subsidies to benefit agriculture. Calvin Coolidge vetoed measures helping farmers when he was president in the 1920s. But by 1930, in the wake of the 1929 stock market crash and economic slowdown, congressional Republicans from farm states were adamant farmers needed support. They allied with legislators who wanted to protect American industry and produced what they might have described as one big, beautiful bill that raised tariffs substantially on a variety of products, industrial and agricultural. Over 1,000 economists wrote an open letter to President Herbert Hoover urging him not to sign the bill because it would raise prices, lower standards of living, and hurt American exports. But in those days, Congress was the leading branch of government on trade and mostly everything, and Hoover reluctantly signed the bill into law. Hat tip to Douglas Irwin for a superb book on all of this. The global reaction then was similar to now. Countries were outraged, many retaliated, and those with the closest economic ties to the U.S. responded the most forcefully. The tariffs upended relations with America's neighbor, Canada. The outbreak of protectionism infuriated Canadians who retaliated strongly with tariffs of their own. Canadian nationalism surged, and in the elections of that year, an eerie parallel to this year, the party that was seen as most authentically anti-American won. Scholars disagree on the effects of the Smoot-Hawley tariffs. Few now argue, as they once did, that these tariffs caused the Great Depression, but many believe they exacerbated it. What no one disputes is that they failed to preserve American farm jobs. Today, agriculture employs around 1% of the American workforce. In the 20th century, we looked back fondly on farming as special. It was important to grow things, and so we taxed the entire country to protect farmers. In the 21st century, we have similar views about manufacturing. It's important to make things. So we are taxing the entire country, more than 80% of which works in services, to subsidize the 8% of the workforce that works in manufacturing.
I feel like he's trying to play both sides a little bit here, Fareed, but those numbers do not lie. Taxing everyone to bring back manufacturing that may never come back. Probably won't. And it's going to take years for any of that to even come to fruition, if it is to do so. Meanwhile, your video games are getting more expensive. That's right, Nintendo Switch 2 is coming out. But it's been made overseas. Might cause some problems. But they have announced pre-orders date.
Nintendo says it will open pre-orders for its new Switch 2 console next week on April 24th. The company had postponed its U.S. pre-orders initially set for April 9th as it assessed the impact of the Trump administration's tariffs. Nintendo says the price of Switch accessories will go up. The gaming system itself will cost $450.
$450 before or after tariffs? That's the question, and I guess we'll see, depending on where we land on tariffs here at the end. But even gamers getting hit by these tariffs. It's a me, Trumpo. Enjoy the tariffs, gamers. But there's been some other economic stories this week. Oh, but before we do any of that, I've got to take a break. You're at 2 hours. We almost got through all the America stuff in the first 2 hours. Not bad. By the way, we are coming close to the end of the month, and due to me having to pay unexpectedly, I guess I wasn't really thinking about it, but since I have to file as basically as a 1099, it's like an independent contractor / sole proprietor, I had to pay like $250 to file my taxes last week. So as May approaches, the bills are looking more and more concerning at this time, so if you got a minute, do listen to these galactic messages and consider contributing to this spacecast. Well, here we are. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it too, also consider showing your support by contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to do just that. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships, all of which we count in our goals. And we've already been going for over an hour on this goal. And yet, we haven't even started it. So consider helping us get there so we get all the content tonight. We also have Twitch, of course, with the bits and the subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than Blue Origin space flights for Jeffy Bezos. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a patron. Only $3 a month gets you access to a bunch of super sweet space benefits. rest of the Milky Way galaxy is not privy to. It's up like getting an avatar on the stream, hanging out at the pool or the bar. Shoutouts, secret Discord channel. Just go online and find out what it all entails. Anyway, chat, it's enough space messages from me. We'll be right back with the contact after this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right, chat, I am back. And you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the content.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We still got a goal up. For 5 sweet super chats or stickers. Or 10 galactic memberships. I think that's how that works out. Basically. It's hard to do the math on that one. Since they're different prices. No, I wouldn't do that though. I wouldn't raise the price. Because I like them being attainable. Memberships are great. Yet, the feeling of galacticness and emojis for $3 a month? I mean, come on. Come on! It's practically free. Anyway. Back to the space station. Yeah, there we go. Let's talk economics, specifically fiscal policy. As Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell earlier this week decided to leave interest rates where they are at this time. Lovely Pariah with a super sticker. Ooh, that pair is getting a sweat. Quite a workout there for that pair. Good thing he's got that little headband. That's got to be helpful. Thank you, lovely Pariah. Getting us started on this goal of ours. Now we're 1 of 5. Okay, what next? Yes, fiscal policy. Jerome Powell and what Donald Trump had to say after the Federal Reserve released their decision on interest rates.
We do have breaking news this morning. I gotta say, it's breaking news that made the market sit up straight. President Trump, just a short time ago, declared on social media that the termination of Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, quote, cannot come fast enough. So these are the strongest words the president has said out loud or written out loud, floating the idea of dismissing the Fed chair, a move that's legally questionable. Not clear he could fire him if he wanted to. The timing also crucial. It comes just after Powell very publicly warned that the Fed would be in a tough spot as the president's tariffs raise prices and weaken the economy. He says prices likely will go up. It will likely slow down economic growth, and consumers bear the costs of these tariffs. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for this much more public front and assault on.
I love how Donald Trump gets upset about people just saying the truth. He's like, how dare you, Jerome, saying what things are going to happen when they're going to happen. It's not right. I have a thing I'm doing, and I don't need you telling people that it's bad. Okay? It's incredibly rude. How rude. I don't appreciate it.
Illegal. Jerome Powell, Elena.
That's right. This is really, I think, a breaking point of their relationship, or really hitting a fever pitch, I should say, with what the president is saying this morning. Just to read a little bit of what he wrote. He wrote, quote, Jerome Powell of the Fed, who is always too late and wrong, he said in all caps, yesterday issued a report which was another and typical complete mess.
Cannot come fast enough.
Phrasing. I cannot believe how people come for you already.
Scouts coming in with another pair, this time having a little party, a little workout, a little party. Yeah, I do both of those things. Gotta do both for a complete Sunday fun day. I don't know if you know this, but it's a great time to get a quick workout in, considering how many of them we do is during the breaks. Do a few push-ups, a few crunches, maybe a pull-up or two if you got the access or something like that. It doesn't take that long, and if you do it, 4 or 5 times every day that we stream, it's like getting an extra half hour of working out that you weren't getting. And that's an opportunity lost. Or you could party, you could dance. In a way, that's a workout, dancing. Okay, yeah, Donald Trump coming after the Federal Reserve, something that the president's really not supposed to do. It's really up to the Federal Reserve what the Federal Reserve does. It's not supposed to be political, considering how much power they have. But when does that ever stop Donald Trump? President, come on.
Come on!
Say that Powell's termination could not come fast enough. Now, as you mentioned, John, this comes just a day after Jerome Powell spoke in Chicago yesterday and gave his starkest warning yet of the potential economic fallout of President Donald Trump's tariff policies. He said essentially that he believed tariffs would create a, quote, challenging scenario for the central bank and really putting some of their two main goals, which is, of course, having stable inflation and also a healthy labor market at odds. Now, just to give you a step back and give you a little more insight into the relationship between the president and Jerome Powell.
Before she does that, I want to make something clear, because I've noticed this happening in the past. But the 8-ball command is just an 8-ball, right? One of those mystery, the future-telling 8-ball, right? You know, it's an old-school piece of technology, but you know, you just shake it around, and a little dice inside of the ball rolls around and it gives you an answer, predetermined. If you want the ChatGPT connected functionality, you have to use command Nightbot. That gives you actual, well, not actual, but AI responses. I've set that one up. But yeah, they do two very different things. Although sometimes it's fun to think that 8-ball is doing that. Myself, I try to pretend that it's giving us real answers. But they're very different.
One that has always been tense and fraught going back years now. And the president has repeatedly, and not just in this term, but also in his first term, urged the Fed to cut rates. But we're seeing that even more so now, of course, because of the economic concerns regarding some of the president's trade policies and tariff policies. Now, one thing that is clear is that the Fed is supposed to operate independently of politics, something Powell reiterated yesterday. But we also know that
one of their
the
big
president
things, actually.
has tried to issue an executive order to take more control over
It's
the
why
central
the term
bank. And,
of Federal Reserve Board chair people is longer than a like a term, right? Like a presidential term. That's the whole point. Yeah. Donald Trump's very angry that Jerome would say the truth about what tariffs are going to do to the economy.
How rude.
Very rude.
I don't want reality.
That's right. Donald Trump doesn't want reality. Yeah, I just want to say something to you, Duck. Last Sunday FUNDAY stream, you missed a whole entire section of duck and avian related discussions, and I don't think I have any. I might have some bird news. Not a lot of bird news today, though. I had so much bird news last week. You missed it all. All of the sweet, sweet bird news.
President Trump just lashed out at the Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell, saying that his termination can't come fast enough after we heard from Powell yesterday issuing a warning about the president's sweeping tariffs and also declining to get the central bank involved for now. The president just now in the Oval Office hinting that he could potentially dismiss him and calling on him to lower interest rates.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But I don't think he's doing the job. He's
not doing
too
it.
Late.
Very nasty job.
A little slow, and I'm not happy with him.
Now,
Very
whether or
angry.
not a Federal Reserve Chair can be
Very, very angry right now that he would say things that make sense to everyone else but me. Very, very rude. Now, there's another thing that affects the economy, that being healthcare. Now, of course, Healthcare companies are part of the economy, and probably the worst part of the economy, if you ask me. $140 billion piece of waste is lurking in the medical sector, that being Medicare Advantage. More Perfect Union did a video on this earlier this week. This felt like a Sunday fun day one to me. I mean, it's not fun, but it's
The Medicare Advantage program is just one of the biggest scams that I think we've seen in this country.
The Medicare Advantage program is actually not a good deal.
A huge giveaway to the insurance industry.
$100 billion a year in waste.
They can really boost their profits.
Overbilling, fake diagnoses, exaggerated patient conditions, Medicare Advantage is rife with fraud.
If you're looking for a way to save $1 trillion over 10 years, this is where you can find it, DOGE.
Yeah, it seems like a prime target for someone
trying to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse.
But the Trump administration seems ready to double down instead.
I will save Medicare Advantage.
So, how does a program that wastes billions of dollars a year,
ripping off taxpayers,
and is plagued with issues in providing actual care,
it ain't an advantage. You're getting screwed.
Continue to expand?
This is something that is so important to them. A majority of their profits are coming from this program.
We're tracking down where the push to privatize one of America's most beloved programs comes from.
President Trump. Secure and protect Medicare Advantage.
How key Trump appointments could help make that possible.
The fact is, everyone around you is signing up.
And what exactly it might cost us.
Medicare Advantage locks people out of life-saving care. It will kill people. It does kill people every year.
Illegal.
I'm going to tell you about Medicare Advantage.
You may be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan.
I'm talking about Medicare Advantage.
Medicare Advantage is a Medicare replacement that has enticed a lot of private insurance companies to get involved in the Medicare business.
Wendell Potter is a former health insurance executive. Now, he documents and fights back against the greed of insurance companies.
You can tell right away that they have gamed the system to grab more money, and they're really profiteering.
Just a handful of companies dominate this market and have seen a lot of growth by luring people away from traditional Medicare with certain benefits.
Like dental, vision, or hearing.
Did you say dental?
So I find that very appealing. What they don't tell you is that you might not be able to get the basic medical care that you need.
These private insurers are given a set rate per person they cover under Medicare Advantage plans per year, paid through the Medicare Trust Fund. But there's a way for these private insurers to suck even more money out of that fund.
Private insurance companies have found it to be a huge cash cow.
Private insurers get more money for a patient with more serious health risks.
There's a great incentive to overdiagnose, to claim that people are sicker, because the government will pay these companies more.
This has led to a scheme called upcoding, where the private insurers exaggerate their patients' conditions or fabricate diagnoses or codes entirely. There's reports of programmers being told to scan charts for big money codes, fleets of nurses tasked with racking up these codes on home visits, and champagne and bonuses for doctors who pack charts full.
Much of the time, that's just bogus, claiming that these people have these conditions, but never approving treatment for those conditions. So they're just banking this money.
These practices have led to questionable diagnoses of HIV, obstructed arteries, bipolar disorder, and anatomically impossible diabetic cataracts.
Illegal.
Upcoding and other factors mean Medicare Advantage actually costs the U.S. government more than traditional Medicare. Estimates say anywhere from $83 to $140 billion a year more.
Even if you kind of meet in the middle somewhere and say that these companies are overpaid $100 billion a year, over 10 years, that's $1 trillion.
It would seem an obvious target for someone searching for
waste, fraud, and abuse.
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
It just
You're
might
gonna
not
get
be
it
a
all.
priority.
With Medicare Advantage, you can get a plan with $0 monthly premium.
You might recognize Dr. Oz from his long-running daytime medical advice show.
The viral sensation known as Salt Bae.
Jesus Christ.
But now, he's the head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Oz has a long history with the program he is now in charge of overseeing.
I'd be signing up, so why are not more folks signed up?
Oz used to hawk Medicare Advantage on his show.
I mean, it's somehow I missed this part of Dr. Oz's charlatanry, his flimflammery. This guy is now in charge of administering Medicare and Medicaid. This guy, oh God, this is genuinely fucking horrifying.
Oz has a long history with the program he is now in charge of overseeing.
I'd be signing up, so why are not more folks signed up?
Oz used to hawk Medicare Advantage on his show.
Medicare beneficiaries have another option.
And was even a licensed insurance broker in more than 20 states. His ethics disclosure forms show a number of investments in for-profit health companies,
Jesus Christ,
including up
dude.
to $600,000 in stock in United Health Group,
And
the leading
AbbVie.
Medicare Advantage plan provider
AbbVie
in the
is,
country.
and AbbVie is, this is a biopharmaceutical manufacturing company, if I'm not
Dollars in
mistaken.
stock in United Health Group, the leading Medicare Advantage plan provider in the country. Despite all of that, this is how his confirmation hearing began.
Is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you've been nominated?
Illegal.
I think the Trump administration thinks healthcare is like any other business.
Dr. Diljit Singh is a practicing physician and the president of Physicians for a National Health Program. The group has been vocally opposed to Oz's nomination to serve as the head of CMS.
I don't think that they understand what us regular people mean when we say conflicts of interest.
Even outside of the Dr. Oz show,
So how many of these plans are there out there? They sound good.
Oz has plugged
my
Medicare
God.
Advantage as some sort of miracle solution to public health challenges in America.
Medicare Advantage. Why not expand that?
His 2022 Senate campaign was marked by an insistence on moving more public dollars to private insurers.
Medicare Advantage for all, not Medicare. Medicare Advantage for all could provide universal coverage. We should do this now.
When he is somebody who's getting paid by these companies, it makes perfect sense to me that he would recommend it.
But the push for privatization is not just coming from Oz.
I will save Medicare Advantage.
In his first term, Trump signed an executive order bolstering Medicare Advantage.
Yep. But Medicare Advantage is not good. Doesn't do what it purports to do. And it's just a great way for insurance companies to make money. Does not give good care to people. Do not do it. It is a scam. It is worse than regular Medicare. The advantage is for the healthcare companies and the insurers. It's not an advantage for you, unfortunately. While we're talking money and it being 420, let's talk about what the future of cannabis laws may or may not be. ABC News from earlier on Sunday. What is the future? Tell me. I must know.
April 20th, informally known as Weed Day, formerly in some spots of the country. The unofficial holiday derives from a group of California high school students in the 70s who traditionally consumed cannabis at 4:20 in the afternoon. I didn't know that's where it came from. California is one of the many states that has fully legalized marijuana, while other states have given the drug mixed legal status or just kept it fully illegal. President Trump has expressed favor for legalization in the past, posting on Truth Social in August he would support Florida's marijuana legislation amendment, a legalization amendment, but the issue has not seen much movement in the administration's first 100 days. Obviously, the president has been busy with other priorities.
Very busy.
Here to discuss the policy.
Very busy with the golf and the NASCAR and the Gulf of America. Do you know how long it took to get the Gulf of America changed? So much work. So much work doing all these meetings in the White House. I have to walk from the office to the office and say, hey, Benjamin Netanyahu, I gotta go out there, I gotta meet him in the car. Why can't he just come in? Get somebody walk him back in. I'll just sit here. But they're like, no, sir. You have to be seen greeting the president of the other country you're meeting with. It's like, fine. Shut up. Let me do it. I'll do it.
Of Weed is founder and CEO of Precious Canna Company. Precious Osage Arise? Did I say it right? All right, I'm good. so good to see you.
Good to see
it's
you
good
too.
to
How many
have
times
you
has
again.
Donald
I
Trump
think
played
now
golf?
that it's twice, we can
This.
say friend of the show.
I gotta look it
so
up.
much.
There's
Happy to
gotta be a
be here.
counter
Let's
somewhere.
discuss the politics of this.
Yes.
Because as we were talking about during the break, and as we just mentioned in the introduction to you, it is legal in some states, it is not legal in other states, but federally,
Yeah, there's a Trump
still this
tracker.
confusion.
Yeah, federally, there's been no movement to truly support the cannabis industry. And on a day like
I just love how during this story, ABC is like, well, Trump's been really busy. This is the Trump golf tracker. 91 days in office. 23 days spent golfing, dude. It's 25%. It's over 25% of the time. I knew we weren't covering this enough. We've been trying, but it's been tough. It's been tough to get it in there every time. I know we haven't covered it 23 times yet. We've covered it like maybe 10 times. 23? That's insane. That is insane. That is bonkers.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This guy. Really busy. Too busy to look at cannabis laws or anything else.
420, where we're going to see massive sales. Just last year alone, this day saw $83.6 million of cannabis
Just
sales
in one day.
In one day. So we've been really waiting for the federal government to give more support to sustain this industry, especially economically, for those businesses.
Yeah, I love how the most important thing is for the money and not for not criminalizing something that doesn't make sense to criminalize. And you know who the laws are used most on. We all know. And it's just ridiculous. It is ridiculous that we've continued on this long. Pretending like criminalizing marijuana is good for anything. That should be the most important part. To stop criminalizing something like that, putting people in jail. For being from the wrong neighborhood. Let's go on to talking about Mexican coffee. Wait for it. Actually, I take it back. I missed this one.
Illegal.
Hey man, how far you going?
Sorry, I don't know how that got in there. Go to Mexico. CNN from 3 days ago. Some Mexican coffee shops are renaming the Americano. Why would they do such a thing? Mexico. To Mexico. Been very, very good to Mexico. They've been very nasty to us. Why would they change the name of the great Americano?
The Café Americano is getting a rebrand in Mexico, swapping the name to Café Mexicano in a simple act of rebellion against U.S. policies.
Illegal.
If my staff wants to rename the Americano Mexicano, then we can do that. The fact that people are wanting to change it to Mexicano, I think is awesome because words really carry power.
The trend is part of a long tradition of renaming products to protest unpopular government policies. And now, in Mexico, many of those supporting the name change are frustrated with the United States crackdown on immigration and also the
this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Why did it play the sound shot from my board is acting weird. There we go though. Ah, gosh. Mexico changing the name of the Americano to the Mexicano.
Students living in the U.S. are eyeing schools on...
How dare you, Mexico? Very rude.
How rude.
And by rude, I mean expected and kind of based and also a little hilarious. It's the sort of thing that's going to make Trump upset. You know, like, you change the great name of the Americano. Next is going to be like laws. In response to this, we're going to start changing the names of everything. Instead of taco, we're going to call them freedom folds. Go back to freedom fries. If you say French fries, you'll be deported. What other sorts of nasty things do we have that have different, actually a lot of it. We're going to have to change most of the names of food. freedom strings. Spaghetti will be freedom strings. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work remembering the names, honestly. For some of us, you won't have to do that. You could just leave the United States. And some young people are considering making the swap.
Students living in the U.S. are eyeing schools on this side of the border for their post-secondary studies. The universities of Waterloo and Guelph say they've seen a rise in interest and applicants from the U.S. amid ongoing political tensions. CTV's Alexandra Hollick joins us now to explain. Alexandra, why the sudden uptick?
Leanne, while UW and Guelph didn't specifically say why they've seen a rise in U.S. interest, other schools have attributed it to the Trump administration's policies and cuts to college funding.
Ontario universities are gaining attention from American students.
We do have a big American population on campus.
A population that could soon grow as students living in the U.S. look to Canada to pursue their post-secondary studies. In a statement to CTV News, a spokesperson for the University of Guelph says the school has seen a 31.5% increase in U.S. applicants for fall 2025 compared to the previous year.
That's a lot.
It's a 22.6% uptick in undergraduate applicants and a 100% rise for graduate studies.
Sheesh.
At the University of Waterloo, while they haven't seen an...
Look at all these Canadian avian invaders. Oh wait, that's where they're from. Never mind. At ease. Geese at ease. What is it gonna do? Oh right. That's right. Alright, so let's go on to some more Canadian things. Some people are considering just changing states to Canadian provinces. Perhaps we'll have the new province of New York any day now. Let's go here to this fun story from Global News 4 days ago.
Hey America, Canada here. There's a lot of talk about us joining you as a 51st state. But what if your state joined us as a province?
That's from Join Canada, eh? A satire website and social media campaign that has Americans voting on which U.S. state they want to become Canada's 11th province.
So this is an opportunity for Americans to vent and to laugh and to relate to Canadians.
So far, it's garnered more than 1 million votes, with Michigan in the lead. Atlantic Canada's closest state, Maine,
really regretting
is in
that
8th
vote.
place. But satire...
Wow. How long did it take? 3 months, eh, Michigan? Well, I guess November, so like it's like 5 months. It took like 5 months to regret that vote, huh? Not long. Michigan topping the charts on this fake poll online for moving to Canada. The fact is Michigan's right all up in Canada, you know. In fact, some weird border stuff going on over there. Very weird border stuff. Yeah. But America, we could do it. We can leave, I think. I don't know what it's going to take, legally speaking. Secession? What does it take for secession? Now, if you're going to move to Canada, you might want to get familiar with a particular sport. It's called hockey, eh?
Now back to that big hockey game tonight, the last game of the regular season. The Habs are playing the Hurricanes, and Matt, a lot of anxious fans because of course a lot is riding on this.
Is it? Is there?
Yeah, that's right, Maya. Anxious but excited Habs fans outside of the Bell Centre here. And I can tell you the atmosphere has really picked up here in the last half hour. Lots of more Canadians' jerseys walking outside the Bell Centre. The music also blaring here outside of the Bell Centre. And people are getting ready for the game, right? Puck drop in a couple of hours from now. What an important game for the Montreal Canadiens. The final game of the season, and this is their opportunity to clinch a coveted spot in the NHL playoffs. So, how does all of this work? If the Canadiens come away with a win tonight, that is 2 points. That is good enough to qualify them for the playoffs. If the Canadiens lose in overtime or in a shootout, well, that would get them a single point after tonight, and that too is also...
I'm struggling to follow. I do not pay attention to hockey. Sorry, everyone. This Sunday Funday is going to include not a whole lot of hockey coverage. So sorry. But hey, maybe you're looking for a good time, you know, a little vacation. It's been a rough year. You go to the Hard Rock Hotel.
Thank you for everybody being here. The red ribbon is cut and the doors are open to Canada's first Hard Rock Hotel at 100 Kellogg Lane. After years of planning and construction, the worldwide brand is set to provide guests with the rock star experience.
The product itself speaks for what it is. It's about music, it's about entertainment, it's about hospitality, and just walking in here, you feel the vibe already. And listen, for us to put a flag in Canada, and another one coming in Ottawa in a few months.
A flag?
Illegal.
Can't do that. Can't do that. It'll be a Canadian flag. Otherwise, elbows are going to come up. You might have yourself a problem. But there you go. If you want to do some internal vacationing in Canada rather than going to the United States, you can go to the Hard Rock Hotel in, was it London, Ontario? Where's London? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not knowledgeable enough to be able to say that right. I don't know. Yeah. It's a place. Not that big of a deal. But yeah. You know, you could do a little music and vacation at the Hard Rock Hotel or get into some hockey. But you know, America, we got more things in common. Like colonialism. Let's talk some Canadian history. Here's CTV News from earlier this week. Snapshots of Canada.
People who live along the Gaspé Peninsula don't need to show off. The scenery does it for them. Part of a deep connected history for Francophones, Anglophones, and the Mi'kmaq showcased in Gaspé at the site known as the birthplace of Canada.
Jacques Cartier came here in 1534. Planted a cross, took possession of the land in the name
It is ours now.
It's not the original one from Jacques.
As site coordinator Roxanne Dufresne shares the past, she looks to her future. At 26, the lifelong resident is learning it's difficult to find a house she can afford.
Houses are expensive, and here the issue is that they're very old. So you're going to pay a lot of money for a house, and it's going to be heated by wood.
Finding an apartment to rent can also prove difficult. In 2024, Gaspé's vacancy rate was 0.3%. James Cassidy recently moved back from Quebec City.
Lucky enough to know people and have contacts to find myself a way around, but for people who don't know or are not from here, it's probably harder.
The mayor says
There we go. They got sports, they got entertainment, they got the colonialism. America, it's almost the same. Except some places speak a lot more French than they do in the United States. And it's a little colder. Definitely a little colder. But hey, you know, when you're facing fascism, somebody can make some sacrifices, okay? It's up to you. I mean, I say we stay here and we fight back against the fascism, but, you know, some people have already started thinking about it, already making life decisions. They even got fast food. That's right. Got McDonald's all over the goddamn place. You'll think you're right at home. This Vancouver man took it a little too far, in my opinion. But here's another Sunday Funday story for you. Let's go to Vancouver.
One Vancouver man ran more than 50 kilometers across the city, making more than 20 stops along the way in his own personal McMarathon. Lawrence Wynn ran a total of 55 kilometers over 8 hours. His stops along the way were 21 different McDonald's locations across the city. Wynn says not only did he confirm each location had a working ice cream machine, but he also learned that McDonald's French fries were effective mid-run snacks.
Surprisingly, I learned that small fries at McDonald's, it digests super well during a run.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. 55-kilometer run with including 21 McDonald's visits. My God, there's too many French fries, my man. There's way too many. Yeah, settle it on down. Okay. Where are we right now? Let's do some more Canadian history. Or perhaps the restoration of a very old piece of Canadian history. Here's another CTV News piece from, it was like last week.
A piece of prairie history has been restored by a couple in Ceiba Beach. CTV's Miriam Valdez-Carlette shows us a vehicle that traveled this area before many roads existed.
You could hear it before you saw it.
Like, I remember being frightened of how loud it was and crying and basically wanting to get out of the back of it.
This is a fudge snowplane. It doesn't deliver sweet treats or fly in the air. It was bought by Liesl Gunderman's grandfather, Dr. Galloway, in 1947. He used it to get to his patients for 10 years before proper winter transportation was established in southeast Saskatchewan.
He painted a stork carrying a baby bundle on it, and he called it the delivery wagon.
After her grandfather died, the piece of family and prairie history went missing.
I said to Liesl, I says, you know what, we're going to find that thing. I'm going to fix that thing, and I'm going to take you for a ride with it.
Gunderman and her husband, Daryl Hunter, eventually found something familiar at the Antique Automobile Museum in Manitoba several years ago.
I saw the parts, rusted pile of parts sitting in a heap. I could see the legs of the stork that I recognized from when I was a kid.
The couple brought over the hunk of metal to their garage in Ceiba Beach, where they've been restoring it for the past 2 years. It has 4 skis.
It's a crazy amount of effort to go through. And the fact that she recognized this pile of rusty parts is sort of almost miraculous, I gotta say. She must have a fantastic memory. Let's go to another place in Canada. It's our last piece of Canada-specific news today, I think. Well, we might get some more in the environmental half. How are we doing on time, by the way? We're doing good. So some other people building stuff in Canada. This time it's bots. That's right. We're going to start talking a few technological things here. Back to back. And these battle bot builders in Stratford are looking to go places with their bot building.
Two, one. Although they may someday rule us all, for now, robots remain a fun passion for this after-school club.
But really just what interested me is, I had this idea in my mind, robots are cool. And so I come here, kind of validate that idea.
After many attempt and close calls, SDSS Robotics Club advanced to the World Championship.
I was really excited. I know a lot of people on the team were really excited. It's the first time that our organization has made Worlds in the 10-something years it's been running.
A major feat for a public school.
We're a public high school. A lot of the teams, though, are private organizations, private clubs.
Follow the rich way.
So comprised of high school students, but run by engineers, whatever.
For the team, building their bot has been a labor of love.
But we've developed 3 robots since the start of September, so we've been building and constantly adding and making everything better since the start of the season.
A love for design and building. So a love.
There we go. Well, there you go. Some regular ass kids competing against mostly rich kids, it sounds like. According to their teacher, all the other schools that have made it this far, all private schools. Nice to see some public school kids making things happen, regardless. They're not mommy and daddy can fund it all. Okay. Speaking of bots, let's talk about flying cars. Here's Bloomberg from 3 days ago. Talking about the billion-dollar bet being made on flying cars of the future.
This is a flying car, or at least the modern approximation of one. And so is this, and this, and this.
The dream of the flying car is really something that unites the biggest, most influential inventions of the 21st century. The big movies have featured these flying cars. Blade Runner with Harrison Ford in the 1980s, and even Back to the Future with Michael J. Fox.
We don't need roads.
The idea of flying cars has been around since, well, cars were invented, basically. Early versions, like the Curtiss autoplane, looked like a Ford Model T with wings attached to it. Unsurprisingly, these early attempts never really got off the ground. But public fascination hasn't waned. Today, a global gaggle of engineers and investors haven't given up on the flying car dream. But as they'll insist, just don't call it a flying car.
Oh.
It's pretty terrible. It's eVTOL is the way that you say it. Yeah, not the most user-friendly acronym.
That's worse than flying car.
eVTOL. It sounds a bit enigmatic. It means electrical.
Like, if you asked me, which one would you rather call it, an eVTOL or a flying car? I would rather call it a flying car. And so that's what I'm going to do, because that's a stupid name.
Vertical takeoff and landing. The name is not maybe very sexy.
Sexy name or not, eVTOLs are a billion-dollar industry with some pretty big-name backers who are trying to cash in on this new mode of transportation. The question is, can this new generation of aircraft make it in the world? And do we even want them?
Yeah, good question.
See different types of partners.
I'm not sure we do.
Emerge. So on the one hand,
I'm fairly certain we don't. You know, I think there's a lot of bad things that could happen with these things, especially if they're piloted, you know, improperly, and they're just going in and out of neighborhoods. You know, are we going to prioritize human safety or the richest people with enough money to buy something like this? I mean, how much money you gotta have to buy this? I mean, a lot of these are very expensive. You know, like in the 6 figures. And yeah, I just don't know. I feel like we see plenty of problems right now with air safety, with the FAA right now being underfunded. Not sure we need to throw a bunch of rich idiots up there. But hey, some people think it's a great idea.
we have traditional aerospace, but then we also have seen the automotive industry engage.
The eVTOL industry is certainly an emerging industry. It has momentum. It has huge global ambitions. But at the same time, it's an entirely unproven market.
I've been always passionate about flight from a very young age, always looking up to the sky.
Tamaj Patan is the founder and CTO of Jetson, a company that's building a flying car. Sorry, eVTOL.
This is where we keep some of the fleet that is no longer in operation. This one has been testing parachutes for us up until the point that one of the tests went sideways and the whole...
Yeah, nice. Here's a good example of what can go wrong. And that's the thing about these things. They're meant to be incredibly lightweight. They're not super, like, aerodynamic, like a plane. They're not, like... The rotors are what create lift. Like, it's not... The wings don't... It's not gonna... Like, these things are... In many cases, they're just gonna plummet straight to the ground if something goes wrong. Mid-air. Not... Oh, yeah.
Passenger space is almost intact, so it's a good result of the test, and we have lots of data from it as we had redundant sensors on the vehicle that day. So for 11 years I've been doing drones with camera gimbals. These drones were getting bigger and bigger, and at some point I asked myself a question: what if we scale it so I could sit in there and pilot myself? You switch in. Probably everyone who first saw Jetson 1 noticed it's not like the rest of the eVTOL. It needs to be exciting. It has to be like a sports car.
Like a luxury sports car or ATV, Jetson's eVTOL is designed for personal use and can't be flown.
Don't get me wrong, it looks fun. You know? It looks fun. I just don't know if we need flying cars right now. I mean, right now we can't seem to just do regular crap.
But we'll get to that later.
It's a fun fact, but our battery alone weighs more than the rest of the vehicle.
Remember, weight. One of the 4 forces that govern flight, it's crucial when it comes to getting anything airborne. And here's the thing, batteries are heavy, which is not great when you're already fighting gravity. It's because batteries have a lower energy density than fuel, which basically means that for their weight, batteries can't store as much energy. For example, you'd need roughly 50 kilograms of lithium-ion batteries to hold as much energy as just 1 kilogram of jet fuel.
Batteries are really critical to this whole equation. To a certain degree, they govern the capability and the performance of these aircraft. The batteries...
Yeah, batteries certainly are the way of the future right now, but they are expensive. I wonder if it'll be easier or harder to get a hold of batteries in the middle of the trade war. All right, I've had enough of the flying cars. It's enough. I know one guy who's probably big into flying cars, technocrat of the day, Elon Musk.
Public backlash against CEO Elon Musk's political positions.
Sales are down 50% year over year. China's sales were down 50%.
In the last couple months, though, the stock's just been obliterated.
Less than 6 months ago, Tesla's story was dramatically different. Shares of the company rose 30% in a single week. The once fledgling and often struggling EV maker was worth more than $1 trillion and more than all the world's other major automakers combined. But in 2025, the stock has plummeted, losing more than 35% of its value since the beginning of the year. In most markets, including the US, China, Europe, and Australia, sales are falling too. While 90% of company revenue comes from selling EVs, Tesla has changed its mission. CEO Elon Musk has sunk billions into projects like self-driving cars and humanoid robots.
The future we're headed for is one where you can literally just have anything you want. What's key to that is robotics and AI.
But feelings about the change in direction, or what some call abandoning the company's original mission, are...
That is an incredible statement of entitlement from Elon. You can just have whatever you want. Yeah, really? We can all just have whatever we want, huh? Is that right? Or do you mean, when you talk about you, I think he means himself. I can have whatever I want. I could make a car company one day, and next day I'll take my billions of dollars and make a robot company or do whatever I want, you know, because I'm a rich, entitled prick. Much money.
Tesla's mission is to advance sustainable transportation and energy. It was never to create robo-taxis and humanoid robots. And that's Elon just changing Tesla's mission. And now I think that Tesla needs a new CEO.
You can say Tesla's a tech company all you want. It's not. It's a car company. And when you don't sell cars, those losses start to stack up.
I truly believe years from now, autonomous will define Tesla.
Half of Tesla vehicles are built in China. He looks at left and right, north, south. He's surrounded by Chinese competition that are driving costs down. There's price wars, and he's saying, no, there's no way Tesla can win this war in China and probably not globally. So let's take things in a different direction.
So why do some say the company has lost its way? And can it get back on course? CNBC dove in to find out.
Yeah, Elon's not super focused on the Teslas right now. He's too busy destroying our government. That's got to be at least one of the reasons why the company is not super focused on the things investors want them to be focused in. Yeah, and you know, it's unfortunate for Tesla owners, honestly. People who bought before they realized Elon was a full-on Nazi. Very unfortunate. And it's really not even his company. I mean, he bought it. Most of it, became CEO of it. You know, got involved in that way. But you know, 2 other guys actually started the company and did all the work leading up to Elon getting involved. Now let's talk about saving money and energy. Amidst the tariffs, might have to switch your light bulbs out. My God, Kayhan. Oh, this is Hawaii news. Hawaii news now. This is news. This counts as news, right, Hawaii?
Aloha everyone, we're here at City Mill in Mililani, and joining me now we have Iris of City Mill, and we've also got Corey of Hawaii Energy, and today is all about talking about how we can conserve energy and also preserve Hawaii's resources. So to kick us off, Corey, tell us a little bit about these labels on some of the products that you can find here at City Mill.
Right, so what you want to look for is these Energy Star labels, and they can produce...
Sweet. That's all I have haven't hit me for. I just thought it was kind of hilarious. I feel like so many of these local news stations do like random promotions for businesses. But I mean, yeah, there's definitely ways to lower your energy bill. You can just look on the box or the internet, find out some energy saving solutions like changing to LED bulbs or whatever else. You know, there's a lot of options technically out there if you have the money. And you might save yourself some money and energy. And amidst the tariff war and Canada cutting us off from energy and things like that, might just continue to get more expensive. It's an idea. While we're in Hawaii, we should probably talk about this horrifying story. Kayhan 2 News from 2 days ago. Donald Trump opens up Pacific marine sanctuaries to commercial fishing. Yes, of course.
Today, President Trump signed an executive order to boost America's fishing industry by allowing commercial fishing in certain protected areas. While it's intended to improve access in the U.S. and enhance economic profitability, many fear the long-term impacts far outweigh the short-term gains.
This undermines more than a decade of bipartisan conservation efforts.
concern and disbelief. That was the reaction from the Center for Biological Diversity after President Donald Trump signed an executive order Thursday lifting long-standing protections for the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument in the Central Pacific Ocean, opening it up for commercial fishing by U.S. fleets. According to the White House, 90% of the seafood in the U.S. is imported, resulting in a $20 billion trade deficit. The White House says the order is going to restore America's seafood competitiveness by reducing regulatory burdens, combating foreign trade practices, and enhancing domestic seafood production and exports.
These marine protected areas
make dolphin fishing great again. Bring back whale oil. It's too expensive to have a light bulb. We need whale oil immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Designed so that we can conserve our fragile marine ecosystems. And so it's hard to say what the purpose will be other than to make some people a lot richer at the expense of our environment.
In a statement, U.S. Senator Brian Schatz says we should be protecting the Pacific's unmatched ecology and biodiversity for future generations. This order does the opposite.
It certainly does. Jeff, whatever your name is.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Certainly does. It's fine. We don't need to protect our oceans. It's not like they're already at a incredibly threatened. Oh, they are. They are already. Oh, I see. So you're telling me that we shouldn't do this and it's bad. Huh. Weird. Okay, never mind. I was going to say that was totally fine. Not a big deal. And then someone said, actually, big deal. Should protect the oceans and perhaps do everything we can to fix what we've broken already. We keep breaking it. We're gonna have no coral by like I mean, I don't know. I can't say a specific year, but you know, they could just be gone in the next decade. Who knows? Depends on how fast you know, these things move. But we keep losing more and more coral, which is basically the bottom of the food chain, or helps create the bottom of the food chain of the oceans. You get rid of that, and you know, the other dominoes will fall. You know, sharks can only live off of eating other sharks for so long, and whales, forget about it. No more whales. We don't need whales. It's fine. We need fish. For a short period of time. No regulations, it'll make it a lot better. I'm telling you. So good, so great. America will love it. MAHA! Alright, let's go to Alaska. Things are getting a little explodey. NBC News from 2 days ago. Mount Spur eruption possible as scientists detect elevated activity.
From a bird's eye view, this Alaskan megavolcano looks peaceful.
It's definitely steaming.
That heavy steam could mean something explosive is coming.
This is potentially a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
Alaska Helicopter Tours pilot Christian Brown taking riders up to Mount Spur to see it for themselves.
Oh, wow.
As officials warn, it is possible the volcano could erupt in a matter of weeks or months.
It is a snow-capped mountain, but looking inside, seeing the steam coming out, there's a green lake in the middle of it. From a distance, you can tell that it's a large mountain, but as you approach it and you start to really look up at it more and more, the true scale of it becomes pretty apparent.
This entire region is just shaking with earthquakes right now.
Mike Williams can see the steam himself from miles away.
Of course, we got to keep a constant eye on the volcano.
The owner of Eagle Song Peony Farm lives in the remote Alaskan bush, 40 miles from the nearest road, yet close enough to spot Mount Spur.
That's where Mount Spur is. But we haven't seen Spur in over a week now because there is so much steam.
Williams is making long trips to get extra fuel.
Let's speed up.
Preparing in case he needs to hunker down.
So it's been in our minds, it's been in our contingency plans to get all the fuel in that we need. We've been here for 31 years, so
Yeah, this mountain, or the Mount Spur, sorry, this volcano could erupt and cover the surrounding area in a great deal of ash. Then, of course, the whatever it's called, that Alaskan airport. I can't remember the name of it right now. It's one of the most used airports in the world. I don't think of it when you think of Alaska. That would also cause a lot of problems over there too. Speaking of mountainous things, dramatic scene unfolded on the side of a cliff down in Los Angeles earlier this week. This one kind of felt like a Sunday Funday type story. Not the highest stakes, aside from for this one person.
A dramatic cliff rescue of a woman hanging on to the side of a mountain for dear life after slipping while on a hike. Rescue teams from Riverside County carried out the delicate aerial operation to bring her to safety and was all caught on camera.
Tonight we're hearing from two members of the crew who saved her. KTLA Sandra Mitchell live in Hollywood with more on the life and death rescue. Sandra.
Micah, it really was. This woman was screaming. She was hanging on the side of the cliff. Luckily, she had a GPS device to signal for help, and one of those rescuers had his body cam rolling.
Trail's 9 o'clock low, zigzagging up.
Clutching her cell phone in one hand, the edge of the cliff with her other hand.
Right down there. Yep, got a blue. She's on a... laying down on the angle. You got it? Yep, I see her.
A terrified hiker, more than 3,000 feet up, stranded on the edge of a jagged shelf.
We kind of figured she didn't have much time. We thought she was fatigued, so we came up with a quick game plan.
That's Riverside County Deputy Jason Beeman on the skids, hanging off the side of a Sheriff's Department helicopter, ready to attempt a precise rescue.
Fairly steep. We'll do the game plan. I'm going to drop you in below her.
Now, I can't quite tell how steep that cliff was from different angles. I feel like maybe it was possible to climb out, but she was just having a panic attack. Hard to say.
Let's do a high 200-foot hoist.
It's quite an end to a hike.
As he got closer, the deputy could see the hiker's legs quivering with fatigue.
I was telling her, obviously, not to move until I was able to get into a position to where if she did slip, I'd be able to pin her into that wall.
And as he was hoisted down, he knew they were running out of time.
You want to go left or right?
I don't care. Just get us away from the wall. You're dragging us right into the wall.
That tense rescue happened Sunday morning along the Pacific Crest Trail just north of the 10 freeway in San Bernardino County. The 60-year-old woman on a ledge only about 4 inches wide.
Talk to me.
Beeman put the woman in a bear hug and hung on.
You kind of hear her exhaust her breath when I pulled her in tight, and that's when I said, go ahead and pick us. So it was definitely a wild rescue that we've had.
Pick us. The signal.
Apparently she was planning on hiking the entire, what's it called? It's like the Pacific Crest Trail, which goes for, I think, like, just an incredible, like, almost like the entire, like, much of the state. But had only gotten a handful of kilometers when this happened and decided to call it there. An unfortunate end to a hiking situation. Thankfully, she managed to get out of there safe and sound, if not a little bit traumatized from her mishap. Now, let's go to the islands off the coast of California. Talk about what's been going on with relation to conservation efforts there.
We end tonight with a look ahead to Earth Day and the fragile nature of the planet's underwater ecosystem. In tonight's Weekend Journal, CBS's Itai Hod reports on the push and pull between wildlife advocates and the commercial fishing industry near California's Channel Islands.
Catalina Island, just 22 miles off the coast of Los Angeles, is about an hour's journey by boat. Here, rolling hills meet pristine beaches, and Avalon, its only incorporated city, hums with the quiet charm of a bygone era. But to truly understand Catalina's beauty and its greatest challenge, you have to dive deeper.
You know, we call it the Galapagos of North America because it is teeming with life.
Christina Ochoa, an actor and marine biologist,
how's that feel?
Is working with a group called Oceana to film Catalina's underwater beauty before it's lost, using her platform to sound the alarm.
I think the ocean is nature's masterpiece.
Jeff Chester is Oceana's senior scientist. He says one of the greatest threats comes from gill nets, nearly invisible walls of mesh used by commercial fishermen that trap not only fish, but whales, sharks, and other species critical to the ecosystem.
Illegal.
According to federal fishery observers, 64% of animals caught with set gill nets are discarded. Although California voted to ban them decades ago, a loophole allows them to be used around the Channel Islands.
Why? These nets are basically just walls of death.
Why
Chris
do we need
Voss,
loopholes?
president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara,
just keep ruining everything, don't we? By the way, we're still 3 super chats away, or super stickers away from getting the goal done. And already been going for, I think that goal's already been going for about 2 hours. Get in there. Get in there, make sure that we get all the content, otherwise we are in danger of having this stream end abruptly. That would be bad. That would be bad. I think that would make everyone sad. Sunday fun day of all days, too. Alright, let's go here to Montana. For some more wildlife-related stuff. It is spring, and one group of creatures is showing up after a long winter of hibernating. Perhaps looking for a picnic basket of some sorts. That's right, bears. This bear was caught on camera. Mission Valley, Montana. Oh, that's my face. Yep. Hey, buddy. That's too much. Here we go, that bear getting very intimate with that camera. Telling us all that hibernation is over. It's time for salmon. Time for some fish.
I'm Denver 7's Club Bortle, and up in northern Colorado, in the town of Severance, and you might not expect it, but in this little landlocked state, there's one man who really has a fascination with coral.
In Severance, Colorado, you might think Rocky Mountain oysters are the closest you'll come to the ocean.
I was born and raised here in Fort Collins, Colorado.
Landlocked state.
Yes.
But inside Vince Malara's home,
Just go over it, you can see all the polyps kind of closing up.
coral is thriving in colorful Colorado.
When I was 16, that's really when I realized there might be more to this than just a hobby.
Now he owns GHI Corals, doing saltwater aquarium maintenance and setup while shipping coral all around the country.
Growing something from, you know, the size of a penny to something, you know, a foot in diameter is super, super cool.
His goal is to make his business as sustainable as possible, using mostly aquaculture coral.
And that's where you grow a coral in-house, cut it up, and keep it all within your store. It's never touched the ocean. It's always been tank grown.
New frag
He knows
plug.
there are practices in this industry that can hurt our oceans.
But they basically will go out and they'll huck large colonies out.
And he knows just how fragile those ecosystems already are.
Temperature is probably the biggest killer of them.
He believes there's a way for this industry to actually support coral reefs through research.
Oh, chat, we're talking about an incredibly important issue, that being saving coral without destroying it. And you're making Rocky Mountain oyster jokes very mature.
Come on!
Let's focus.
There's a lot of bills out there currently that are trying to stop this trade completely.
One of those bills Millar is talking about is called the Saving Nemo Act of 2025, which was reintroduced into Congress this year by a representative out of Hawaii. It would restrict international imports of reef fish and coral species through destructive practices.
What was your first thought when you were like, wait, someone in Colorado wants to cover this?
I'm like, huh? We talked with Joni Peters, the executive director of Conservation Council for Hawaii.
We do have problems here in Hawaii with our coral, either from
That's right. I mean, even, those of us who don't have contact with oceans on a regular basis where coral resides, we still care. Maybe even those of us who are in space, we still think about the coral fondly and with concern when we hear about horrifying bleaching episodes, which I'm just bracing myself for this year. I'm almost sure that we're going to have one, if not multiple, this year. It's as hot as it was last year, or even hotter, as some have predicted. We gotta protect the coral at all costs. We can do our own small part in our fish tanks, if we got them. If you got a fish tank, maybe get into coral. Could be good. Although the care for coral is pretty intensive. They need specific, very specific temperature, salinity levels and things, if I'm not mistaken. As well as some of them requiring, what's it called? Like current in the tank. I don't know, why am I'm getting too deep into coral right now. Coral are great, okay? But some people in the middle of the country were getting hit by water in a different way. That's right, Oklahoma flooded over this weekend. Multiple people died in that flooding.
Millions of Americans tonight are cleaning up and drying out after powerful storms unleashed tornadoes, baseball-sized hail, and rising floodwaters that killed 3 people. We can show you the scene in Sterling City in West Texas, a massive funnel cloud barreling across the area, many neighborhoods torn to shreds there. And the torrential rain in Texas and in Oklahoma caused massive flooding and deadly road conditions in some places. CBS's Chanel Call joins us now with the very latest. Chanel?
And David, the threat of flooding is still very active tonight in some parts of the country, and officials warn runoff in those flood-prone areas may catch some communities off guard.
Rescue workers in Moore, Oklahoma, rushed to try to save 3 people trapped inside this Jeep by fast-moving floodwaters. Suspended by harness, they managed to get 1 person out, but couldn't save a mother and her 12-year-old boy, who were found dead today. 2 victims of the deadly storms tearing across the South and Midwest this weekend. In nearby Ada, Oklahoma, a tornado shredded this clothing store and shopping center. Twisters, heavy rain, and hail. More than 100 reports of severe weather from Texas to New York. A treacherous string of thunderstorms expected throughout Easter Sunday.
And Ada, Oklahoma, by the way, is still recovering.
Yeah. Oklahoma has been getting hit by all sorts of stuff in recent past. And Oklahoma wasn't the only state getting hit over the weekend. Let's go here to NBC from 6 hours ago, talk about those storms a little bit more. I wonder if cutting FEMA aid was a good idea.
Weather whiplash, slamming America's heartland. funnel clouds spotted in Missouri amid an Easter weekend marked by unrelenting weather.
Oh, look at it. Oh, there we go.
The National Weather Service estimates 16 tornadoes tore through Texas and Oklahoma, bringing severe rains, violent winds, and historic flash flooding.
Serious call going on with multiple drowning victims.
In Moore, Oklahoma, this video showing a car caught in rushing floodwaters. Authorities there say a woman and a 12-year-old child were killed after their vehicle was swept away. Further east, homes and businesses ripped apart by an EF1 tornado.
Here in Ada, Oklahoma, we have city officials condemning buildings like this one behind me as we speak.
Christopher Rogers was in this hotel room at the Quality Inn when he first heard the sirens and ran for cover.
Where were you?
I was in the tub.
The mattress, a sign of his desperation to shield himself.
You're either thinking about life or you're thinking about death, whichever one's going to come first, you know.
Residents desperate for relief after an already record-breaking storm season. It's devastating. Karen Ames has worked as a housekeeper here since 1983. It was her first job. Now she and all her co-workers will need to find a new one.
I'm sure you were not planning on spending your Easter Sunday with us.
No. Sure wasn't. The storm tonight now setting its sights east and putting 10 million people in the impact zone. But survivors who have weathered the storms already, balancing heartbreak with gratitude.
It's kind of one of those things that I'm grateful that everybody is still alive.
Marissa Parra is joining.
There we go. It was NBC on these storms. Similar storms were seen across the east throughout the week as well in West Virginia and Pennsylvania, bringing massive hailstones, whatever they call them. This is some of that footage. The National Weather Service warned the storm would contain golf ball-sized hail and winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. These things are huge. You probably don't want to get hit by those. Or have your stuff get hit by those. Ah, God. Alright. Let's quickly talk about green energy, which is under threat from the Trump administration on multiple ends, whether it's canceling government grants and programs or the tariff war. All of this is about to be more difficult to do in the United States. Stuff like installing solar panels.
So because of the tariffs in Asia, in China and other countries in Southeast Asia, we're concerned that the cost of solar PV installations will go up. And the question really is whether they'll go up so significantly that it will impede the deployment of solar and of cleaner and greener energy in this country. Different components, the racking systems that the solar panels go in, the solar panels themselves, the inverters or the batteries associated with those solar systems. Many of those components are manufactured in China. And so in 2018, actually, we saw some tariffs applied to some of these components in the solar industry. There were some price upticks as a result and some slowdown in terms of installation. And so we have what happened in 2018 as a bit of a marker as to what could happen now in 2025 and beyond.
Yeah, it's probably just going to get worse and worse. It's not just the panels themselves, it's all the different little things that you need. All those things also have things in them like steel and aluminum, and so everywhere you turn, something is going to get more expensive. Let's go back to talking about floods. This happened over a week ago. Somehow missed this, but this is some crazy footage. This is crazy. Where was this? Tennessee? I can't remember. Might have been Kentucky.
You can see the water right now where we are standing is
it's
about
Kentucky.
3 feet deep.
This restaurant owner intentionally filled their building with fresh water to keep out the dirty, silty floodwater from the Ohio River.
Could you drum up?
Andrew Masterson, co-owner of Captain's Quarters Riverside Grill near Louisville, said they used faucets, sinks, and a well pump to raise the water level inside to about 6 feet.
Taking to the front door here, you can see the stark difference between the inside water and the outside water, and you might even be able to see my foot down here.
They disconnected kitchen equipment and electrical panels in advance, hoping outside floodwaters don't climb higher than the water.
Though that's pretty crazy, not gonna lie. It's pretty cool. Not everybody can necessarily flood out their place to protect it. Seems like more something a business person would do, but I found it kind of hilarious. Because I never would have thought about doing that. I never would have, but but hey, you know, I mean, technically it makes sense. Those floodwaters are super dirty, and it's way harder to clean. And if you got the money, you do that, I guess. It's an insane plan. Never would have thought of that one. Science.
It's science.
It's certainly out of the box thinking. All right, let's go to this crazy story that happened in Pennsylvania. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia from earlier this week. I've been waiting for this one for days now. Waiting days to play this hilarious story. One group of animals decided to take over a town.
It could have been utter chaos if this wild scene played out during a busier time. More than 24 cows were on the move this morning when they escaped from a Bucks County farm. Residents were able to steer clear.
Come on.
Right there near Doylestown.
Really?
But one cow was even caught on a doorbell camera. This at the overlook at Carriage Hill off Ferry Road. The farmer thinks the cows got spooked by the wind last night and were confused because the pasture fences had just been moved. Luckily, all of the cows are safe and are back home tonight.
There were too many cow puns. There were too many cow puns in that story. I'm not gonna lie.
For sure.
Hold on, we got another one on this cow mystery here.
Well, check this out. This is a story that you have to see to believe. Dozens of cows were running around near Doylestown, Bucks County after they escaped from a nearby farm. Doorbell cameras captured the wild sight as the cows ran through neighborhoods yesterday morning. Action News reporter Brianna Gallagher is live in Plumstead Township with details on this bovine breakout. Brianna.
The bovine breakout. Jesus Christ.
Hey, Christy, that's right. We are here at Curly Hill Farm with the infamous escapees. They really seized the movement. All 25 of them are back home, safe and sound, but it was quite the journey to actually get here.
Something spooked them good. They ran through 2 separate fences, and they had actually pulled a fence post out of the ground that they hit it so hard, so they must have been pretty scared.
25 cows were on the move throughout Plumsteadville and Doylestown yesterday after they escaped from Curly Hill Farm.
Got a phone call that they were seen down at a local park about 8 minutes away, and went down there, and no calves are down there.
Annette Worthington said they broke off into groups, venturing roughly 3 miles from home. Calls were coming in left and right with cow sightings.
I said, cows are loose in the area. Let's check our ring camera. Went in the ring camera, and there was a cow right on my front lawn.
Ring video from a development over 2.5 miles away captured one of her cows just outside the Perini's front door. Not something you see every day.
I look out the door, I saw like a bunch of cows running down the street.
More video captured what looked.
Well, there you go, folks. Cows taking over this small Pennsylvania town. Shocking the young and old alike. Eventually, they got the cows back home safe. Not a single one uttered a complaint. Haha. Alright, no more cow puns. That's it. That's illegal. We're making cow puns illegal now.
Illegal.
No more cow puns. Alright. Let's see. Let's go to do some stuff that we could do to enjoy the spring and summer months now that things are getting warmer out there. Maybe you want to go for a jog. A hike, if you will. Let's go to Central Park. In New York. As if there's another Central Park that I was
Everyone's got this spring fever going on today, right? We're getting a nice preview, actually, of summer today. It's mild and breezy with temperatures set to hit 80 degrees later on.
Oof. John Diaz is live in Central Park, where he's been hearing from people who are very excited to be out and about again, especially after all the rain we had last weekend.
Yeah, guys, you know, all of our friends are over at the auto show. That sounds like such a fun time, but also a great time here at Central Park, right? This park, let me tell you, it is alive. Take a live look right here behind us. You can see so many people out here just happy that this warm weather is finally upon us. So many bikers, runners, walkers. We're seeing people in flip-flops, shorts. It really is a sight to see. And yes, it is spring, but today you've been hearing John Elliott say it all day. It's going to feel more like summer, and let's really get out there and enjoy it. It's coming really in just in time for a busy weekend for so many people with Easter just tomorrow. No doubt plenty of egg hunts will be going on and people just be celebrating all weekend long this beautiful, beautiful weather. Families just taking advantage of it, and we've been speaking with New Yorkers who are taking advantage of the day here in the park. Take a listen.
Really long winter.
There we go. That's right. Everybody went through a really long winter. Now you can get, now the sun's out, you can get those guns out. Go for a hike, jog, bike ride, whatever you enjoy, you know, just a walk. Just take it all in. A little vitamin D in there for you folks. And spending too much time inside. Maybe you like something a little more competitive. Like pickleball, a sport that's taking the nation by storm. I don't know if you know this, but April is actually pickleball month, and you only got like 10 more days to take advantage of that situation.
Nice. Good. Good. Move the feet. Good.
Chris, did you know that April is National Pickleball Month?
Well, why do you think I'm here? I've been playing this beautiful sport for over 40 years, and yes, I do know pickleball. It is the month right now.
Woo, okay. Oh, got my workout in.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about the history of the sport and especially why it's so important in our state.
Well, it's got a great history, and you mentioned it. In the state of Washington, it goes back a few decades. The sport was invented back in 1965 on Bainbridge Island by Joel Pritchard, Bill Bell, and Bernie McCullen. They wanted to create a family-friendly game. They used a badminton court, table tennis paddles, and a wiffle ball. Now, back in 2022, we spoke to Pritchard's son, who wasn't just there when the game was invented, he's partially responsible.
When we were kids, we used to make games up, and I said, oh, really? Why don't you go make a game up?
They went out
and... Scouts coming in with sweet super chat, a blank super chat of epic proportions. My God, thank you, Scouts. It's incredibly generous. Not interested in saying anything, but that you support the stream and would like it to continue. That goal is, oh my god, only a minute and a half left, and we're one super chat or super sticker or 2 memberships away. My god. Maybe I'll give you a little extra time. Maybe I'll give you a little, you know, I feel generous. I'll give you a little extra time to get through there. We're so darn close. 4 out of 5, 80% of the way there. I believe in you. We're going to get there. But yeah, you could get your pickleball on out there, people. It's pretty fun, actually.
Lowered the...
I played it once. It was a good time.
Badminton net down and got some ping pong paddles and a wiffle ball, and pretty soon they had pickleball.
Well, in fact, you can still play on the Founders Courts. Take a look at the facility on Bainbridge Island where the original court was located. Now, looking a little more into the history, the first official rulebook for pickleball was published in the 80s. Also during the 80s, the game started to grow a little bit in the state of Washington. Here's a look at the Egan backyard in Edgewood. My dad had a pickleball court built in the backyard, early 80s. We even had a very popular pickleball tournament called the Egan Invitational. Look at the crowd there. The biggest difference back then, we mainly played singles, not much doubles. Now doubles is a much more popular sport.
Jesus.
A lot of people are going to say that I was going into the kitchen.
These guys are playing their pickleball. They're taking it incredibly serious. Who knew? Who knew pickleball could be so serious? MIDI doctors coming in with the super sticker, completing the goal. Nice. Perfect timing. Right as the goal ends. Good job. Here's some confetti for you. Blam. Confetti. Ooh, you know, I could change the confetti. I could change the confetti to more Easter-y colors. I'm pretty sure I could do that. Let's see. That's kind of Easter-y. Can we make it more lighter? Do that? Yeah, that's way more Easter-y right there. Look at that. Great job, everyone. Look at you. Oh my god. Nadia, Yvette Chambers also coming in with a super chat. Over here, Easter eggs aren't so popular, and there was a Karfreitags Good Friday. Dan's Verbot. Dan's ban. They get Friday and Monday off, and it's 9:30 Monday. So that means that you get the day off. I don't know what context, but Kirkenstein's Monster coming out with a super sticker. My gosh, people coming out in a storm of super chats and super stickers here. The end of the goal, the very end here. I thought we were going to struggle to get through it, and then blam, all of you coming in with your support here. What? Oh no, Mudang is getting too big. Just broke the chair. Wah, wah. It's okay, Mudang. You're still cute. Still cute, even if you're breaking chairs. You are a hippo. You are a hippo. Anyway, there's some Easter confetti for all of you for having completed the goal. Thank you to each and every one of you who helped contribute, ensuring that we get all of that sweet, sweet galactic content. Everyone coming in the clutch here. The final moments of the goal. I see you, chat. I see you biding your time, watching that clock. Or maybe it was just completely unrelated and you were just feeling extra supportive at the time. I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? What do I know? All right. Let's talk trees. Let's talk trees. And why we can't just plant trees enough. We can't plant enough trees to save the earth. PBS, Nova PBS official from 4 days ago.
exists in a forest.
There are places on the planet where biodiversity continues to thrive, and those places are by and large in indigenous homelands. Biodiversity is the sum total of all of the organisms that are here. And you think, well, why does it matter in a forest which is self-generating? You get all the different forms of trees and the understory and the mosses and the fungi and the birds all in relationship. It's this beautiful web that doesn't really exist in a monocultural plantation.
When Tom's paper was published, many quite literally couldn't see the forest for the trees. By planting rows of single tree species to capture carbon instead of reducing carbon emissions.
This greenwashing is one of the most insidious threats to climate change and biodiversity. And through this paper, in some people's minds, I had become synonymous with greenwashing. I still regret how I handled that paper. It's the hardest thing to be hated by people that you agree with.
It is rough. But, yeah. Sometimes these things have unintended consequences. Don't worry, I don't blame you, buddy. People are just stupid. And monoculture forest plantations are actually bad. I don't think that that's what this guy actually wanted people to do. But that's how it was interpreted, especially by businesses who heard, ooh, can we make money off of this idea? And they said, yes, we can actually. Sort of selling carbon credits for these sorts of things, but they're not doing the same thing a forest is doing. Because they're not, you know, we're certainly not, if anything, doing them right. Planting the same fucking tree, you know, doesn't actually solve it. Over and over and over again. It's not gonna work like that. Let's talk about the forest a little bit more. Another Nova PBS piece. All of these things brought to you by US tax dollars. This is a little documentary called The Secrets of the Forest. Intriguing.
As an American-based supplier to the construction industry, Carlisle is...
Jesus Christ. And this is why we need PBS to get fully funded. So they don't have to do freaking construction industry plugs during the middle of discussion of biodiversity. Jesus Christ.
Within every forest is a story with many threads. The overstory. The understory. A story of such intricacy, it challenges the greatest minds with its complexity. As scientists learn more about the extraordinary chemistry of these ecosystems, they're asking a provocative question. Could forests offer a natural way to help cool our planet by removing carbon from the atmosphere?
I love the forest. I don't know about you. You know, something about it. It's magical almost in its diversity, and so many, you know, Still so much for us to understand about it. I think that's part of the draw, in my opinion. Still, I feel it holds mysteries for humanity.
Capture carbon from the atmosphere, and they store it for different periods of time.
Here we go. Discussion of both biodiversity and the importance of the forests in CO2 levels on the planet that has existed for billions of years. Something that allows us to exist on this planet. Very important, very needed. Gotta have those trees. Alright, we are about to come up on a second break, so I figured, I think we'll take it now. We'll come back to trees after the break. Some more tree talk for you. But, gotta do some space messages first. We will be right back with the show after these galactic messages, space fams. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. You can be here enjoying it live with the rest of chat and the space fams. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. That's right, without people like you contributing and supporting, the Spacecast would cease to exist. It's very sad. But you can help. In fact, it's as if all of our subscribers only contributed a few dollars a month, we would be able to keep this Spacecast going into the future. Forever. So, do your part if you enjoy the show. Send us a couple bucks if you can. I know times are tough. Don't expect everyone to be able to do it, but those are the numbers. Banded together, we are stronger than we are individually. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, and memberships. We just got an 18th emote for our space fams, for our members on YouTube, so enjoy. We continue growing galactically over here. We got Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. More emotes over there, since we can't have animated emotes, but we got a few over there on Twitch. I need to update the emotes over there. Just thought of that. I should do that. I'll get on that later. We also got Cash App and PayPal, of course, if you'd rather your money go immediately and directly to us so we can keep this Spacecast going, rather than going to the pockets of Jeff Bezos, who takes a big hefty cut of our Twitch earnings. Same thing for YouTube. Take at least 30% or more of your money for having facilitated the stream, providing a platform. And of course, the best way for you to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. So chat, you make your choice. Perhaps on this break. That's right, people. You know what that sound means. Time for us to get back to the stream. So get in your seats, otherwise you can miss the latest galactic content. Just gonna get started off really, really soon. Alright, back to the space station. We got, we left off talking about trees. I figured we should finish talking about trees. Or get started, get finished. We're not finishing. That's silly. I said something silly just now. Figured we should get started off in the third half, talking about more trees. Trees may not necessarily be forest related. More 420 related trees. A little Sunday Funday action here for you people. An old school Vice TV exclusive. Look, we celebrate practically every single holiday around here, okay? Do what I can. Although I didn't make any Easter or 420. I like how Hannibal Buress went in for the handshake and it was like, never mind. I was just going, yeah, yo, I'm here right now. I'm Hannibal. I don't think I can watch them eat it. It's gonna make me too hungry. Oh god. I'm sorry, I didn't even watch this one. I just figured I'd throw this in here. Seeing as it's Sunday Funday and 420 at the same time and Easter, I am trying to turn up the entertainment to a 10. Okay? Holy shit. I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to make you as hungry as hopefully not as hungry as I am now. The mac and cheese and the wings infused with some tree treats. That's too much.
That's too much, man.
That's too much. Maybe this will cool us down. Another Trump decision that's endangering all of us, including our animal brothers, avian and aquatic alike. Earlier we talked about how Donald Trump is opening up all the protected parts of the ocean to commercial fishing for the... It just feels like for the spite of it, really. Just sort of the... It feels like a hateful act to do. But don't worry, it's not just the fish that are in trouble, or the seals, the dolphins, or the whales. It's also endangered species on the land. He's undoing all those regulations too, to make it easier for builders. Tell the skeleton guitarist I said hi. I'll let you know. I'll let the
President Trump
the
is trying to
skeleton
make it easier to
know.
build in locations where endangered species live across the U.S. He's planning to do this by overhauling the
We still have to name the guitarist Skeleton, and I gotta create a channel on Discord to do it. I think is gonna be the best way. And then we'll have another vote. We'll have 2 rounds of voting. We'll have 1 round of voting in the Discord, and then we'll do 1 round of voting on the stream at the Galactic UN. We don't use this one too often, but we have the Galactic UN. We could always go here. You know, we can get serious with it, create like polls in the YouTube chat. It's been a while since we've had a vote in here, since we did the emotional support character vote, the GSESC, whatever it was. This is where we come to get very serious about things. democratically. By the way, I noticed that we have 60 plus likes over the break, which means that you're all two. Yes, Jerry is reminding me right now. We have 2 more emotional support characters. We should have. We don't have. Okay. All right. Back to talking about making it legal to cause endangered species to be more endangered.
President Trump is trying to make it easier to build in locations where endangered species live across the U.S. He's planning to do this by overhauling the Endangered Species Act. It was established in 1973 to protect fish, wildlife, and plants that are listed as threatened or endangered. Under the act, any business or activity that harms a protected species would be a violation. Well, Tracy Wolf joins us now. She's the senior coordinating producer for the CBS News Climate Unit, becoming quite a regular here on the Daily Report, and we are grateful to you for that. So how exactly could the president make it so that you could build in areas where endangered species live?
So anytime industry or business wants to develop a building, wants to drill, wants to log, anytime they want to do some major economic activity, there's a host of environmental regulations that industry needs to abide by. What President Trump is trying to do here with the Endangered Species Act and with a lot of other environmental regulations is cut that red tape. So when the Endangered Species Act was established in 1973, the main framework of that act was to protect critical habitat for threatened and endangered species. And so what it did was it established the definition of harm, meaning you can no longer harm an animal if it could lead to that species extinction. Well, harm in this sense means building or destroying its habitat. When you look at why species go extinct, more often than not, it's not because we are hunting that species to extinction, it's because we're damaging critical habitat where the
Yeah, exactly. In this modern age right now, it's not due to hunting, generally speaking, in the United States that we're causing problems for the animals. It's that we're just building on top of their native habitat and they have nowhere else to live because they eat certain shit and they make their homes, nests, whatever you want, you know, in a certain way. And when they don't have that anymore, they can't propagate the species. You know, bald eagles can't live on top of our roofs for the rest of their lives. You know, it's not going to work out for them. So super good. Not going to work out. And have a bad time.
species lives that eventually renders the species extinct. So the whole purpose behind the Endangered Species Act was to conserve critical habitat. And what Trump is trying to do here is say, hey, I'm not saying that we're no longer allowed to kill these animals. I'm saying it's okay for us to go in and build in these.
It's kind of like it's like you know, the way that we do healthcare. It's kind of like that, right? But like in a different way. You know, it's like, okay, it's okay if somebody dies because you didn't give them the healthcare, right? And it's okay, as long as you didn't shoot them, as long as you didn't go to their house and give them tuberculosis, as long as you didn't go to the forest and shoot a bald eagle, and instead you just cut the forest down and built a fucking Walmart there, that's fine. That's fine. You know, I love that distinction. So much fun. It's a fun distinction. Alright, let's go to some wildlife vids that might make us happier. These little guys are bringing happiness to people on the streets of Florida. Capybaras. They are cute, not gonna lie.
Flipping around in here doing. Now usually, I don't know if she wants to do it. Usually she'll stick her head out, pretty much.
So you are at America's only Capybara Cafe here in St. Augustine, Florida. And our purpose began through our nonprofit.
You know, after that story, it just makes me sadder. I don't know why. I love the capybaras. They should be free. Be free, capybara, be free. after that last story. After talking about how, you know, we can't have talking about the destruction of native habitats for different animals. Watching these capybaras in
It's really hard to get
in
donations,
containment is
so
making
we
me
had to come up
sad.
with a fun, new, educating concept in order to make money to run our sanctuary. All right, so
They are so cute, though. I don't know what it is about a capybara that makes it so cute. Its giant eyes.
Me in a pouch, I want to be hugged.
They are stupid cute, though.
we've got a capybara encounter where people get to come. They hang out with our capybaras. We give them education about the capybaras. They get to feed them. You give them lots of scratches and loves. A lot of times they'll climb on your lap because they're very used to people. And if you're really good at giving scratches, they'll actually fall over. So that's always our goal, to get them so comfortable that they fall over. Then we
That's actually kind of hilarious. Capybaras literally roll on the floor laughing. Rafflebara. Okay. Okay, you won me over. Those goddamn capybaras are so cute. I want to sing the capybara song. No, not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Let's talk about something important that's also in danger. Our national satellite grid that monitors weather. Of course, Donald Trump has been getting rid of this. But for now, we still have nice things. Let's talk about the new weather satellite that's going to hopefully make our forecasts more accurate.
A brand new weather satellite could be a big deal for more accurate forecasts. As a meteorologist, I'm genuinely excited about this. It includes cutting-edge new tools that will capture even more information, making it easier to see storms coming. But let me back this up.
Immediately, it's not sooner.
We've had continuous satellite observations of Earth, a crucial part of modern weather forecasting. They help us track clouds, sea surface temperature, ice coverage, wind speed, and more. Honestly, I couldn't do my job without them. And now, the newest in the fleet, GOES 19, is officially operational for the Western Hemisphere after months of testing and tweaking. For the next decade or so, this new satellite will track Atlantic hurricanes, monitor severe weather, atmospheric rivers, wildfires, even volcanic eruptions, all from a very specific height above Earth. It's in a special orbit that always matches Earth's rotation, so it always has the same view. But want to know what my favorite feature is?
What? Tell me. I have to know.
A super cool lightning detector that tracks lightning continuously
Oh.
and everywhere. So that means
Lightning.
when storms like hurricanes move out of radar range, we can still monitor them and send out warnings. We actually tested this latest version during Hurricane Helene in September 2024. Frequent lightning completely enveloped the eye wall of the storm as it intensified on its final approach to the Florida coastline.
Pretty sweet. Lightning detector. Now, I looked it up. We watched this video during the week. And I looked it up. People. It's not a Canadian satellite, even though this is CBC News. This is an American. This is an NOAA satellite. GOES 19. Funded. Federal tax dollars. One of the things Donald Trump is gutting is NOAA and the National Weather Service. The people who predict the weather and tell us all these great important things from space. Now people are getting fired, told to leave the agency, getting their funding cut. This is why we can't have nice things. Okay. I'm sure that'll get cut once, I don't know, it fails to tell Donald Trump about Jewish space lasers for Marjorie Taylor Greene or something. Now they're up there. I don't know. Whatever. I'm sure he'll come up with a reason to defund it. they probably won't even, you know, they'll probably just let it turn to space junk, and then it'll run into the galactic space station at some time. That'll be fun. That'll be fun for everyone. All right, let's go up the coast, the Atlantic coast, to Halifax for an event that's upcoming.
More teams, larger crowds, and a louder energy expected as Sail Grand Prix returns to Canadian waters in Halifax, June 2026.
12 F-50 catamarans screaming around the harbor that you see behind me. Speeds sort of north of even 100 kilometers an hour at times, so it's a great show.
A previous record-breaking year was a help in bringing it back.
We had the fastest ticket sellout in their history, selling out in 12 minutes. We had 50,000 people down in the water.
12 minutes? My God. 12 minutes. People really like their sailing, apparently. There you go. There's going to be boat racing for you people in Nova Scotia. I don't know if we have anybody from Nova Scotia in here. I feel like most of our viewers who are Canadian are on the West Coast. At least those are the provinces I've seen. Or like in the middle ones. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Alright, almost done with the environmental stories. It doesn't even really feel like an environmental story. But hey, it's in the ocean, it's kind of environmentally. Let's go to this art piece that happened in the DRC earlier this week. Intended to bring awareness to climate change. France 24 English from 3 days ago.
The race begins in the DRC. A group of cardboard animals are embarking on a journey from Kinshasa to the Arctic Circle to raise awareness about the harrowing effects of climate change in the country. The group, known as the Herds, have organized this extended performance following the tragic flood, which blocked access to the city and killed dozens, drowning the Kinshasa Botanical Gardens in the process.
Nature is very important to us, but humans have a tendency to neglect nature. So the main goal is to raise awareness among humans to be in a relationship, first with themselves. We must be in cohesion among each other, and to live in cohesion also with nature. Because it's very important. We want to raise awareness among people about everything that's happening. You've seen the floods all over the world, global warming, deforestation.
Home to the second largest rainforest on the planet, the Congo Basin has been a hub of biodiversity for millions of years. The group is formed from members of the Walk, who drew attention to the refugee crisis in 2021 by traveling to 15 different countries, including Turkey, the UK, Mexico, and the United States.
I think one of the big impacts of this project is the fact that this project is happening in 20 different cities. It will travel through different cultures, different places, and it accumulates. And it will tell the story of the Congo also in Norway, because we have partners everywhere. So whatever happens in the Congo is also seen by a lot of other people all around the world.
As they move north, more artists from different...
There we go. Fascinating. And interesting. A little art piece here for Sunday FUNDAY. Also perhaps inspirational. We do have to keep thinking, though, about climate change. This is why we talk about it every single stream. Because it's going to continue. The worse that it gets, it's also going to continue to make its way into politics, into our lives, regardless of whether or not we want it to. And that's why we should just get get the band-aid off, if you will, and just so that we can really get into the discussions about this kind of stuff. Because we have to be thinking how we get the majority of us moving in the right direction. And It's through governments, it's through politics. It's, you know, it's not, it can't just be on an individual basis, because one person, unless you're a billionaire, you know, can make big enough changes for it to have a large effect. Sure, cumulatively, but you know, still, as long as big business continues to operate in the ways that it does, as long as we continue to burn fossil fuels for big business, that's gonna be generally enough. Until, you know, because how else do we get stuff done right now? It's all through capitalist measures or government measures, and so we gotta be changing. All right, that's enough of the environmental stuff. We are gonna switch over to space news now. Soul Life is awake. Good to see you, Soul Life. Our chat was going unmodded. It was chaos in here.
Illegal.
All right, space news. And got a bunch of space news to talk right now. First, let's talk with, let's go to some old stuff I figured I'd just throw in here for Sunday Funday. A little extra space news on a Sunday Funday. This was from, actually from last week. This latest space launch, Russian space launch, the Soyuz, what number was this? Soyuz something. Soyuz 8? Soyuz MS-27.
1 hour and 38 seconds from now to send Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei.
There was one American and 2 Russians aboard. A shocking collaboration in space between us.
The expedition's 72 crew and station systems on the International Space Station. The crew has just
the volume seems really, really low.
Highlight of which will be the greeting of the
so I'm just gonna go to the launch. Happened over here, I think.
About 20 seconds away from the first umbilical retracting from the side of the booster.
Vehicle.
There's the retraction of the first umbilical. Standing by for the second umbilical to retract and initiate engine sequence start. Auto sequence initiated, standing by for engine start. We have main engine start.
Issued for ignition.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of Soyuz MS-27. Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zubritsky begin a sprint for a marathon mission on the International Space Station.
Well, there you go. America and Russia working together. Working together to go to space. Now let's go and talk about that very much in the conversation space flight that happened on Monday. The latest Blue Origin all-woman space flight lasted 11 minutes. A lot of stuff was said about this.
Up next, it's Truth or Fake. Catalina Marchand-Abreu is here in studio. Catalina, in tonight's edition, it's been making headlines this week. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket. Questions remain, though, about the flight's environmental cost. Tell us more.
That's right, Sharon. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket successfully launched its first all-female space flight on Monday. a mission that marks a milestone, the first all-female spaceflight since 1963. The 6 women on board included pop star Katy Perry, Bezos' fiancée Lauren Sanchez, journalist Gayle King, Aisha Bowe, Karen Flynn, and NASA scientist Amanda Nguyen. They took off on the Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket, their fully reusable suborbital launch vehicle developed especially for space tourism. Following the nearly 11-minute trip to the boundary of space, Katy Perry said that the mission was all for the benefit of the Earth. Jeff Bezos also claims that his New Shepard rocket is supposedly green and has no carbon emissions. If we go to their website, the Blue Origin website says the New Shepard's engine is fueled by highly efficient liquid oxygen and hydrogen, and that during the flight, the only byproduct of New Shepard's engine combustion is water vapor. However, no carbon emissions during the flight. So while the mission is symbolically significant, questions do remain about the environmental cost of space tourism. Sharon.
So truth or fake then, Catalina, does the rocket actually have no carbon emission?
No, in fact, the whole flight doesn't quite have the green credentials that Bezos...
Damn, et tu, France 24. Oh, would have known a billionaire would lie.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. My God. Jeffy Bezos lied to us about the carbon emissions of his goddamn space flights. How dare you?
Illegal.
Well, there we go. That's enough Blue Origin. Let's go now to Mexico, where a fireball was seen over Mexico City earlier in the week, believed to be a asteroid entering Earth's atmosphere.
Estas ondas sonoras, la primera se debe a que el objeto ingresa a la atmósfera terrestre y va empezando
the sound waves happen when the objects enter the Earth's atmosphere and begin to generate showers as it begins to break and penetrate the atmospheric layers. There are 2 very well-known scenarios in the case of a meteoroid. First one is when the object begins to fragment or break, and it is noticeable in the videos as a slight flash is seen. The second is when the object tends to make a burst. It is rare for a body to generate rumble. That means that it was big enough for it to do so. Yeah, it does look big. Looks like a pretty big piece of space debris, if you ask me. Now let's go up to LA, where the city known for its stars is hosting a different kind of star party. Haha, jokes. NBC LA has jokes. Look at you.
Finally, there's good news about a star-studded LA party that has everyone looking up. Camila Bernal reports.
Home to the biggest stars in the world, this monthly get-together in Los Angeles.
Each one of those stars is forming its own little solar system like ours.
Proves the city's rich and famous have nothing on the universe.
Impressive. It's magnificent, frankly.
Oh, wow. It started with just a few telescopes.
Let me readjust it for you. How you doing?
And when Bobby Cabbage spotted the guys and gals from the LA Astronomical Society,
it's really beautiful.
He was hooked and started inviting lots of people.
What's it like to see strangers looking through your telescope and other telescopes?
Everyone has the same reaction. They're disarmed. It allows them to kind of slow down and change the perspective of the world around them and the universe around them as well.
Between the headlights and the street.
Well, there you go. You get stargazing in LA. Now, before this next space story, I figure some people might need a little bit of Ben and Jerry's. They're going to teach us how to roll ice cream on this 420. What does that all mean?
Let's roll some ice cream. The majority of Americans, 88% to be exact, believe that enjoying some rolled ice cream should be legal everywhere. But the blunt truth is that more than 200,000 people were arrested last year on charges related to rolling ice cream, even though recreational ice cream rolling is legal in 24 states. And black people are arrested 3.6 times more often than white people, even though they roll at similar rates. Meanwhile, the US rolled ice cream market is projected to hit $76.4 billion by 2030, and about 81% of rolled ice cream business owners are white. That doesn't sound right to us. Why should some rake in the dough while others pay? We don't think anybody should be incarcerated for rolling some ice cream. Do you? If you support rolling, take action at the link in our bio.
Those look delicious. All right, now let's talk about a story that's affecting the galaxy and the universe. This has been the big space news of the week. You may have not heard, but there are signs of life in a far-off place being detected by scientists. That's right. An alien world.
K2-18b. No, it's not a character from Star Wars. It's a planet 2.5 times the size of Earth and 700 trillion miles away, and it could be home to living organisms.
Here's what we know right now, Pamela. The James Webb Space Telescope is so powerful that it actually can analyze the chemical composition of atmospheres from far, far away. And the atmosphere analyzed from K2-18b shows molecules that can only be produced by living organisms. In other words, it's a step potentially closer to directing life on another planet. For more, we're joined now by astrophysicist and NASA advisor Paul Sutter. Paul, this is potentially an extremely exciting finding. How compelling is the evidence of life on another planet?
Oh, this is definitely very exciting and very interesting. But I have a personal mantra when I encounter results like this, which is if it's interesting, it's probably wrong.
No.
And that helps me temper my enthusiasm and my geekiness, excitedness with a healthy dose of scientific skepticism, which we need to approach these kinds of results. Now, the evidence here is certainly the strongest evidence we've ever had for life on another planet.
Okay,
but in an
good.
Absolute sense, the evidence isn't all that strong. It's a very weak signal here of these elements. And even if these elements are on the planet, it's not necessarily generated by life. We are at the very, very edge of what we can discover and detect with the James Webb. And it will take a lot more analysis, a lot more study, a lot more investigation to rule this in.
I'm invested in
this
this situation.
How science progresses.
We were looking for you to say, hey, this is proof that aliens exist.
I agree.
Clearly you're not going there.
I was going to ask you if we could actually call and speak to somebody a few hundred trillion miles away.
We can definitely make the call, but you're going to have to wait for that response.
You are
so what
the
does
worst.
it mean? You know, we talk about life on another planet. I mean, this could be a...
All right, Ruiner. All right, Space Ruiner. Terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Let's get somebody else out here. Come on.
About and think about.
Let's bring in Professor of Astrophysics and Exoplanetary Science at the University of Cambridge, Niku Madhusudan. Not only is he part of Cambridge's Institute of Astronomy, he's also the lead researcher of the evidence of life beyond Earth. Professor, we've been so looking forward to this conversation with you. This is rather exciting, and you call this a revolutionary moment, as it is the first time humanity has seen potential biosignatures on a habitable planet. And it all comes in the form of a molecule, as Zane had described, which shares, which is exactly a similar molecule that we have here on Earth. What is the significance of this molecule?
Yeah, hi, glad to be on here. The molecule DMS and potentially one other molecule dimethyl disulfide, we are seeing hints of at least one of the two molecules, maybe even both. And both of these molecules are known to be uniquely produced by life here on Earth, mostly by microorganisms and organic matter in general. And the amounts that we are seeing on this planet, it is currently, we don't know of an abiotic process, non-biological process that can cause these molecules in the atmosphere at the levels we are seeing. So that is sort of the hints for biological activity that we may be seeing, but we also want to be extremely careful at this stage. This is a very early stage, and we don't want to rule out non-biological processes, but I want to take a step back, and for us as a species to appreciate how far we have come. Even the act of being able to detect these molecules in a habitable zone planet 120 light years away is a huge technological achievement, and that in my mind is the real breakthrough for us as a species, how far we have come as an advanced civilization.
Damn it, everyone's being so skeptical. It's fine, it's fine. It's probably fair to have a little skepticism from just a little different colored dot on a telescope, I guess. It's less exciting, but hey, it's possible. It's in the realm of possibilities, so we can have some excitement about it still. We can still talk about it some more. Let's see what NBC News had to say. Maybe they're going to tell us actually we're all stupid and it's
in a distant
aliens.
Corner of our own galaxy, a planet that could have an atmosphere with molecules that on Earth only come from life. The planet is identified as K2-18b, 2.5 times the size of Earth, and molecules which on Earth are associated with phytoplankton, basic microscopic life.
It is very important, but we also have to be extremely cautious.
Cautious because planet K2-18b is 124 light years away, 729 trillion miles.
Yeah.
A modern NASA rocket would take 4.5 million years to get there.
It would take a while.
And new civilizations.
We humans have been captivated by the possibility of life beyond Earth.
These guys are ruining it for me right now. Oh, God. 129. Oh, 129 light years is it's a long way. We're talking universal travel here, not just galactic. This is intergalactic travel. Have to leave the Milky Way. So much more comfortable here in the Milky Way. Might have to wait for something else.
K2-18b could have an ocean teeming with life in a sort of Goldilocks environment.
We're looking for those special planets that are not too hot, not too cold, but just right for life. And that's what this planet might be.
MIT planetary science professor Sarah Seeger says the possibility of primitive life is very real.
I want you to think of more like the mold in your fridge or the smells coming off trees. It could just be very simple life eking out an existence that's more common out there.
Scientists have...
Yep, there's not even proof for the existence of sentient life forms, just potential proof for the existence of some sort of organic life. Still cool. Still cool. It's not? I think it is. Pretty sure. Isn't it? Oh, I was wrong. I thought it was 100 light years, but it's actually a lot long. It's a lot bigger than that. I'm sorry, chat. I lied. I made a mistake. A space mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's very sad. Still very far away. You know, Chad, sometimes I make mistakes, and I feel bad. But I will always admit when I'm wrong. Someone's like, hey, you might want to double check that. Double check it. I double check it when I'm wrong. I'm here to say I'm wrong. All right. Let's do some more Sunday Fun Day stuff. Start with some Earth news in Mexico. This time, not with galactic rocks coming to Mexico City. This time, free dance parties hitting the Mexico streets. Okay, I can do a little dancing. I'm into that. Dance it up. That's right.
La nueva red de bailadores es el nombre de un grupo, una comunidad que se armó, que nosotros decimos que es de filosofía y de acción, y que...
Hold on. There we go.
Somos un
Sorry.
regulador social las mujeres para la violencia. Entonces este rollo del acoso es una violencia que vivimos cotidianamente y puede llegar a un espacio donde se
A lot of
siente
people out here
la
for these dance
tranquilidad,
parties.
la felicidad y el respeto más que nada.
Conocí mucho el baile y mi cuerpo siempre.
People having fun out here. I think this next one has some subtitles. I just figured we'd watch both of them. Just immerse ourselves in the free dance parties of Mexico City. Right? Subtitles somewhere? Yeah. Nice. I was right. The new network of dancers is the name of the group, a community that was put together which we say is about philosophy and action and speaks of free dance. Free dance for us has specific principles: a dance without alcohol, a dance without costs, a dance without competitions.
Somos un regulador
So wholesome.
social las mujeres
We
para la
women are a
violencia.
social regulator for
Entonces, este rollo del
violence.
acoso es una
Harassment is a
violencia que
form of
vivimos
violence that we
cotidianamente.
experience
Puede
every
llegar a un
day.
espacio
And being
donde
able to
se
reach a
siente
space where
la
we feel tranquility,
tranquilidad, la
happiness, and
felicidad
respect above all
y el respeto
gives us a lot
más
of
que nada,
peace.
pues, te da mucha tranquilidad.
Okay, I see that. I feel that.
Conocí mucho el
I knew a lot about
baile y mi
dancing
cuerpo
and my body,
siempre entremezclado
always
con el
with alcohol.
Y aquí
And here I
encontré
rediscovered a
un
new
nuevo
place, a
lugar,
new
una
way to
nueva
explore
forma de
my
explorar
body.
mi
It's been a
cuerpo.
revelatory
Ha
experience
sido una
for me.
experiencia muy reveladora para mí descubrir que tengo todo esto
Discovering that I
adentro
have
de
all
mí,
this
que puedo
inside of me
soltar,
that I
que
can
puedo
let go,
expresar,
I can express
que
myself, that I
puedo
can completely
liberarme por
free
completo
myself
de
from what
qué
others
están
think.
pensando los demás.
Okay, alright, sweet. People expressing themselves through dance in Mexico, completely free. Now let's go to this situation. It's been going on for hundreds of years in Haiti. Something maybe we'll see some sort of restitution for in the near future. Here's France 24 English from 2 days ago.
It was 200 years ago today. France's King, Charles X, formally recognizing the independence of Haiti, independence from France that had been earned in a bloody war of independence 2 decades earlier. In exchange, though, Port-au-Prince's new authorities agreeing to crippling compensation. There are varying numbers, but it's an estimated 30 billion euros in today's money, say some economists. Well, the French president,
some say higher,
for this 200th anniversary, recognizing the injustice of that compensation and naming a joint commission of historians to evaluate the price of freedom. He stopped shy for now, Emmanuel Macron, of talking about reparations.
So close, France.
On April 17, 1825, France recognized Haitian independence in exchange for 150 million gold francs, a huge sum at the time, in what it called compensation for former colonists.
Very sorry, Haiti, but I cannot do it right now.
It immediately plunged the newly independent nation into suffocating debt. 200 years later, Haiti is one of the most dangerous countries in the world, where people regularly fall victim to looting and attacks in an ongoing gang war. Frustrated Haitians took to the street Wednesday in Port-au-Prince, a city 85% controlled by gangs.
Haitian people want to see development. We've been waiting for it for a long time. We see that gangs are everywhere. We're going to storm the...
Yeah, well, what I found frustrating about this France 24 piece was they seem to focus on the reason they seem to think Haiti needs the reparations most is to be able to have the puppet government wage a war, like, right? And if they want, Haiti to do better, France should focus on trying to facilitate actual democracy in this country, rather than trying to come up with sort of circuitous methods by which to fund further violence in Haiti. And I'm not saying the gangs should continue to do what they're doing, but the fact is Haiti has been repressed by France. And others like the United States, Canada even's got in there a couple of times. And it's about time that Haiti actually got some democracy. It's been decades since they did. Maybe they should spend some money on just genuinely trying to help with that situation, if anything, if they're going to focus on anything here in France. Maybe try and help with that. I don't know. I'm not saying they shouldn't give Haiti reparations. I just find it sort of fascinating to think about giving a puppet government, almost like a vassal state, reparations, quote unquote, while they try and enact things that you want. I don't know. It just seems brings it sort of hollow for me. Especially when that same government's been accused of corruption by its own people. And that corruption is one of the reasons why this all ever even started. While we are in the area, I figure we go to a different Caribbean nation. Or, well, I guess we're not gonna go. Here's a Sunday fun day for you people. You guys remember Firefest? Well, Firefest 2 was supposed to be happening, but has now been postponed. NBC News from 4 days ago. No.
Fire Festival 2, the redo of the first Firefest, guys, may not be happening. It was scheduled just about a month from now, late May, and then suddenly tonight, just in the last couple of hours, the website says, wait a second, no, it's been postponed. It's going to be rescheduled to a later date in the future.
Nobody could have foreseen this.
The tickets are, I'm quoting here, not available.
No, nobody could have ever foreseen this. The guy who couldn't put on show, who believed he could, who believed a second time after getting convicted and getting back out of jail. Fool me once. Oh my god, it's amazing. It's truly amazing. I love that people
Remember the last time
actually bought
Fyre Fest
tickets.
was supposed to happen?
Who do you figure bought tickets for this? Do you think it's like solely Trump supporters, people who are like primed to be scammed? Like, what is it? Like, who? I need to know. Was it just all journalists expecting to cover a goddamn catastrophe? I'm just trying to figure it out. What demographic? What demographic bought tickets to this thing?
2017, there was all that promo from big influencers online. There was supposed to be a bunch of music acts, some transformative weekends on a luxurious island. People paid thousands of dollars.
This is truly amazing. I love this. This is truly a Sunday Funday story made for a galactic audience.
To get canceled acts, boxed cheese sandwiches, accommodations in FEMA disaster tent
There's so many reasons not
The
to buy
festival's
these
promoter,
tickets.
Billy McFarland, who, by the way, spent time in prison for fraud for Fyre Fest 1, did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the postponement of Fyre Fest 2.
Oh, God. It's amazing.
Savannah Sellers is joining us now. What happened?
Okay, Hallie, it's actually kind of a lot to unpack, and we're just getting the information from them. So I'm going to be reading some of it to you from our phone. But essentially, what we have right now is Fyre Festival, the organizers, Billy McFarland, who you mentioned, who did spend that jail time because of fraud the last time around. He directly sent this to me. And what he's saying this is that this is information that is going out to ticket holders. Because remember, tickets had gone on sale. You can see on your screen right now the prices of some of them and what you can't see.
Thousands of dollars. Yes, they went on sale for thousands of dollars.
Actually, even one that was being sold for 1.1 million.
It's amazing. Oh my God. This is classic. This is, I mean, the Prometheus, the fire starter. I can't believe this man was even allowed to do this, but it's even better that people bought tickets, and it's even better than that. That one particular package, of course, cost $1 million. The only way that you buy this, I'm trying to think. Maybe there's two ways. If you are, one of the few crypto bros who made just unbelievable money, and you believe in all things pyramid shaped, anything that looks like a scam, you're into it so much that you're willing to pay $1 million for a ticket to something with proven track record of just trash. You know, you could have, a simple Google search would have told you this is a bad buy. This is a bad life decision.
There it is right there, the Prometheus ticket. They say they actually had sold one of those. So obviously there's a lot of people out there with tickets right now. They said that they had sold quite a few, more than half of the available 2,000 tickets at this point. And what they're saying is that they're having to change the location. Now, you just pointed out smartly, and we showed a screenshot of the website saying that it's postponed. What we're actually...
What do you figure it's got to be actually a pretty small number. It's probably Elon Musk, right? Like, it's got to be like a 1 in 500 chance that was Elon Musk who bought that ticket. He was like, "Oh, this actually sounds great. I hear he really got his shit together, and I hear a lot of good place for me to go hang out and bother people."
Hearing from Fyre, because they removed that and kind of couldn't get ahead of it before it had obviously been screenshotted and the world could see it. They're now saying that the date will be location dependent. So they're not officially saying that it's being postponed, but obviously if they're in the middle of looking for a new location, and this is supposed to be about 6 weeks away, it seems like a pretty good chance. But yes, they are moving the location, Hallie. But what we have and what's being shown to your viewers right now on the screen is that they're essentially saying that they have had a difficult time with the Mexican government. You might remember this has already moved once within Mexico, and this time around with Fire Festival 2. It started in an area called Isla Mujeres. They said that they were moving forward with that. All of a sudden, the government says, we've never heard of these people. They're not doing it here. They claim...
It's the exact same story as before. Oh my god, it's amazing. We could almost just rewatch Fire Fest 1. This is literally the same story. He charged people crazy prices for things he wasn't prepared to deliver, including the same sort of storyline, the same story arc with the government and or the people who would have looked over the land that they were going to use, having no idea, had never talked to the guy. It's the same thing. Remember they pretended to buy the island when they didn't buy the island? And now it's like literally, I mean, how did this get as far as it got?
That Playa del Carmen, where it was scheduled up until a couple of hours ago, approached them at that point and said, please bring your business here. We want Fire Festival here. And that even the government made introductions between them and a whole host of people who would have supported the festival, hotels, venues, things like that. And then a couple days after getting international attention, when they did a press conference, Playa del Carmen then said, we've never heard of these guys either. So they're coming out now with what they're calling receipts, saying we've had these issues with the Mexican government, but we had in fact
it's the same thing.
Paid partners. We had
it is the same fucking story. It was a press conference that got them kicked off the island in the first place. Remember? Or not the press. It wasn't the actual. It was like the viralness of the thing that got them. They were like, people were like, they heard about it because it went viral, and they're like, this is not. No, we do not actually consent to using the island for that. Goodbye. And then with Mexico, they're like, they do the press conference. It goes viral, and they're like, dude, who the fuck are you? Oh my god, it is amazing. My god. Hold on, we gotta watch this whole thing. I can't cut it short. We have to watch. I have to know more.
Partners. I will say, Hallie, I personally I shook hands with who they were saying was their festival operator, a company called Lost Nights out of Mexico. And they do put on big festivals with many more people than the tickets that they were selling for Fire Festival all over the country of Mexico. So it did seem that at least for a while they had some momentum. But now they're saying that the issue is this location and that they are currently looking for a new location. Importantly, they're offering refunds. So if you decided to even kind of go down this path,
oh boy, it's amazing. People still holding on with bated breath. It's gonna happen. They're just gonna move the location. They're gonna whip out the refugee tents again. It's gonna happen. Get ready, folks. Get ready. It is coming. We're gonna have a bunch of very angry Instagram influencers posting any day now. Near to them. Just hold on. You know, I know times have been tough, but we're gonna get that at least at some point. So that should be exciting for all of us. All right. Let's stay in this general region. Go down a little bit to Guatemala, where one Easter tradition is going strong. Something called the Cateadores, a unique Guatemalan tradition for Holy Week. Here's Reuters from yesterday. Guatemalans participate in a traditional Cateadores, or crawlers procession. This is kind of dark. A group of men crawl with their faces covered and 2 crowns of thorns tied to their bodies.
One also sympathizes with them, sympathizes because it is a great sacrifice they are making. The sacrifice we're talking about is half a mile to a mile, which hasn't been.
Here we go, a little Easter stuff, clearly intended to pay homage to Jesus' whole thing with the passions of the Christ and all that. With the crawling and the crosses and the rings of the ring of thorns. Let's go to a different situation. This isn't very fun, but I gotta get a few serious stories in here throughout the evening, or otherwise I feel like I've done nothing of importance. Let's talk about El Salvador. At least their president, Nayib Bukele, and his trip to Washington recently. Shout out to Jesus. Jesus.
We are back, and we are joined now by Roberto Lovato, a Salvadoran American writer, assistant professor of English at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. He's the author of the book Unforgetting, a memoir of family, migration, gangs, and revolution in the Americas. Roberto, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Oh, real pleasure to be with you, Emma.
Great to hear from you. We can hear him all right? All right, okay, awesome. My headphones are a little weird, so apologies, Roberto. But before we talk about Bukele and his visit today, I think it's helpful to give some people a sense of El Salvador's history with the United States, Bukele's place in it. You were born in the United States, but I know that your family's from El Salvador, and you've spent your life working in academia, journalism, but also nonprofits helping Salvadoran immigrants. So it seems to me that you've had a foot in both worlds. Can you tell us a little bit more about your background and how it informs your work?
Yeah, I was born in San Francisco's Mission District, home to Carlos Santana, and I kind of identify as a child of the 70s when Santana's music reflects the way that all these different currents of consciousness, Black power, brown power, gay power, women's power, and the power of social movements, especially in Central America, were kind of coming together. I grew up in that environment, and right in pre-Trump, in pre-Musk Silicon Valley. So I kind of saw the rise of techno-fascism in the Bay Area. And so as a kid, I was in a clique, a gang, and had to get out of that and joined a right-wing evangelical church that today would have made me an evangelical fascist. But I learned to be a militant in the church and left it, and then eventually ended up in El Salvador trying to find myself, and found myself in the middle of a war, which was affecting my family and friends of my family. And I started doing work with the refugee communities there. And first I started with refugee groups in San Francisco, and then I went to El Salvador and worked with refugee groups there and saw things that no human being should see done to children, elderly, and others. And I decided that just doing kind of liberal service work was insufficient to the moment, and made the difficult decision to join the FMLN guerrillas.
It is quite a trajectory from being almost a militant church. What do you call it? Almost like a militant Christian nationalist, and going all the way to being sort of like a leftist guerrilla. It's weird. It is quite a... It's really the other way to put it. It's quite an arc. Quite an arc.
And I'm still paying the price psychologically for that, and I've also learned a great deal. And so I then became a writer, journalist, and eventually professor now here at UNLV, and am astounded at how the circuits of violence and fascistic, neo-fascistic, and techno-fascistic kind of politics have turned El Salvador, this tiny country that people didn't even know when I was a kid, into a global center of neo-fascist theory and practice.
Right. And let's trace that history a little bit, and even we can start with your upbringing and how you say you were in a clique. And right now we're seeing the Trump administration attempt to justify its fascism by painting migrants as criminals. We hear a lot about Tren de Aragua, which is associated with Venezuela, and MS-13, which is associated with El Salvador. Can you speak a little bit about how you got, how you found connection in the clique as you describe it, and how gang ties, very loosely described, are being used against people from El Salvador to really demonize them, frankly?
Yeah, one of the things I do in my book is show the human conditions that create gangs and gang members. I was a part of a small clique in San Francisco, nothing like the really hardcore gangs, either here in the US, like the Mexican Mafia and other gangs, or Crips and Bloods, and MS-13 and 18th Street in El Salvador, which are structures based on US-style gangs. And so I found friendship and community in a little clique that was, not mostly nonviolent, except at different moments we were involved in drugs and other stuff, but we were not the hardened, heavy weapon-wielding gangs of today. And so I started working with gangs in the 90s in LA, where the gangs were born, MS-13 and 18th Street. And, 13, for example, is the letter M, is the number of the letter M, that the Salvadoran gangs who were being, before they were gangs, they were being bullied and beaten by larger, mostly Black gangs in South LA, and decided to start arming themselves with machetes. And then journalists like Lisa Ling started noticing that these gangs had machetes instead of guns, and started labeling them as extremely violent. And and then the gangs took on the more familiar tattooed faces, tattooed bodies, and more heavily armed gang structures and culture that we know today. And so I've watched as the US local and then federal governments have started taking interest in these gangs. And the project has been bipartisan, Democrat and Republican. They've both escalated and used the gangs to legitimate initially local policing of young people.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, Clinton's, the super
seeing
predator
it
stuff.
become this terrorist,
a lot of working together, a lot of bipartisanship on this issue, unfortunately. Paving the way for where we are right now.
Lisa Ling started calling MS-13 the most dangerous gang in the world, even though you never have any statistical basis to prove any gang is the most violent in the world. It's ridiculous. In fact, I mean, when you look at in 2019, when Trump started using the word terrorist as applied to Salvadoran gangs, and then as Bukele was elected that same year, he starts using the term aggressively, and you see how the terrorist word is being thrown around. I started interviewing cops, police in San Francisco and other cities, and found out, for example, that in 2019, you had 3 white men wielding semi-automatic weapons. These 3 white men killed more people in 2019 than the allegedly 10,000 MS-13 and 18th Street gang members in the U.S. combined. So let me repeat that. Three white men with semi-automatic weapons killed more people in 2019 than all of the 10,000 MS-13 and 18th Street gang members in the United States.
Yup. Those are the terrorists. The terrorists that this administration doesn't give a shit about. Alright, that was rough for a Sunday Funday. But it's true, it is a true fact, and, you know, they're just using racist talking points to otherize people that they don't like to the masses. Ginning up sentiment out of nothing, while they ignore problems that their own people create. Let's go to something more fun. Let's go to the UK. To Scotland. Where some sort of a strange puppy tournament was going on there. The Corgi Derby. My God. It's the cutest race I've ever seen. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, buddy. Really great job.
I'm sure she just wants more treats. But yeah, it feels good. She came 9th out of 12 last year.
Winning Corgi dog owner. Great job, buddy. Really great job. You did it. You did it. Champion. We could all be champions. Alright. Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday. It's a little Easter-themed animal story. Ferrets, penguins, and lemurs hunt for Easter-themed treats at Whipsnade Zoo. Aww. I don't think you can eat that. Oh, there is a fish. There we go. Zoo animals chowing down on some Easter treats. Let's go to France. More serious
Solidarity
story.
for the journalists killed in Gaza since 2023. Here, demonstrators wearing fake flak jackets. You can see them behind me, showing pictures of those journalists killed. Moments ago, they were lying on the ground. Again, of course, a symbolic action and moments. Some of the journalists here in the past were able to go into Gaza to report on various Israeli operations. They can no longer do so. The Israeli army preventing any journalists from going into the territory. France 24 had a handful of journalists who were able to go in, escorted by the Israeli army, taken to carefully selected locations for 20 minutes or so, and unable to talk to Palestinian civilians there. So clearly a situation of media blackout, impossible to report freely from inside Gaza on the war that's currently going on. There's recently been a report released by the Watson Institute for Public and International Affairs. It belongs to Brown University in the US, and it shows that when you take the number of journalists killed in the American Civil War, Yugoslavia, Vietnam, World War I and World War II, when you take all of those wars and the number of journalists killed put together, it doesn't amount to the number.
Yeah, that's a horrifying statistic. Being able to add up almost all of the modern day, biggest modern day conflicts, and have it still not be as many. It's a horrifying statistic, and that's certainly one, if not, you know, one of the more important reasons why these journalists in France are protesting and doing this solidarity rally for their colleagues in Palestine. We're living through very uncertain and dangerous times as journalists. Alright, we got more to talk about while we're in Paris, though. This is Sunday Fun Day after all, so we're going to try and keep it light for at least part of our coverage in France. Remember those Paris Olympics, people? I know it's been a long time since then, but the merch is on sale. You could get yourself a piece of Paris Olympics history here. That weird amorphous red blob. You could get into that. That'd be cool, I think. I found it to be not at all terrifying. Or maybe a dress, or one of these weird paper mache sort of what do you call it? No. There's another word for it. I forgot. God, I can't think of words right now. Anyway, I think a lot of these are costumes from Paris, from France's Olympic show, whatever you call it. Those are some of the costumes, if I recall correctly. You get the torch. It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. You're disappointed? The breakdancing. Is it that they disallow breakdancing for the next Olympics?
Illegal.
That's it? All we get is one? Get one shot? It's sad. It's very sad. I'm going to boycott the Olympics just because of that. That was the only reason I've ever watched the Olympics. I mean, it was okay. I feel like it's hard to actually judge. But I guess so is figure skating, technically. Sort of subjective-ish. Alright, now we got a bunch of news here in Italy. Let's start, though, in Rome. And there is some breaking news I've got on that situation. I'll do that at the very end. But on Thursday, Holy Thursday, the Pope was absent from services. Most likely due to his ailing health.
Holy Thursday Mass just wrapped up at the Vatican, and the Pope was not there.
He spent much of Holy Week on the sidelines after spending more than a month in the hospital. Elijah Westbrook joins us now from outside St. Patrick's Cathedral with the latest. What are we hearing, Elijah?
Well, Mary and Cindy, good morning. Well, as you mentioned, usually we would see the Pope attend today's services, but he was a no-show. But we can confirm that he was able to designate a number of cardinals to take his place today and throughout Easter weekend. Now, check out this new video as services got underway overnight.
Yeah, I don't think we need that. Thank you. But yeah, the Pope certainly wasn't feeling well enough to attend this part of the ceremonies during Easter week. Now, one man did make it to some Easter-related activities in Vatican City, J.D. Vance, and his family, Usha and the kids, all went to Rome for some reason. I'm not sure how this is related to his vice presidential duties. Feels sort of unnecessary for him to be here. But he's here, trying to pretend to be a regular person, normal human being, instead of being a weird guy.
Don't be creepy.
Whispering to his kids. Not sure what. Maybe threatening them with leaving them here in this horribly boring ceremony. We can deport you too if you don't stop moving. Yeah, JD hanging out in the Vatican. He even got to meet the Pope. Here's NBC Montana from 8 hours ago.
President J.D. Vance met with Pope Francis this Easter Sunday. In a statement, the Vatican said the meeting only lasted a few minutes and that it gave the two the opportunity to exchange Easter greetings. The brief encounter comes after Vance met with the Vatican's Secretary of State on Saturday. A Vatican readout describes the meeting as an exchange of opinions.
My God, I just thought of something. Is it possible? Is it possible that JD may have had something to do with this next story? Pope meets with JD, then dies hours later. Did JD Vance poison the Pope? Perhaps he had a problem with the woke Pope's woke ideologies. I don't know. But as of like an hour ago, the gray smoke seen above the Vatican. Pope Francis dead. Murdered by J.D. Vance? Who's to say? You don't have enough evidence to say conclusively one way or the other. Could be that he's incredibly old and has been sick a lot. Could be that JD had a problem with his wokeness. R.I.P. Pope. At least he made it through another Easter, buddy. Okay. While we're technically sort of in Italy, let's talk about Italy and what's going to be happening this week. That's right, Italy. Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni,
she is under a lot
coming to
of
America.
pressure at home. She is, of course, an ideological fellow traveler with Trump. She's long expressed admiration for him, particularly during his first term. But she was out of power during his first term. When she became prime minister in 2022, Joe Biden was president, and we had Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The circumstances were very particular, and upon taking office, she immediately tacked to the center. She really ingratiated herself with America and Europe's centrists. She fully supported Ukraine, even as Donald Trump criticized Western help to Ukraine. She majorly dialed back her criticism of the European Union. But then when Donald Trump was elected, the big question was, okay, is she now going to pivot over to the right in order to be consistent with Donald Trump? Because right now the glaring issue is that her
have to be consistent with the king.
Is very, very much at odds with the U.S. administration now. And so when she's going to Washington today, she faces a lot of risk, because if something goes wrong, she can mess up really how she has positioned herself. If she is too cozy with Trump today, she's going to jeopardize that relationship she's built with European leaders as less of an ideologue, less of a far-right person, more someone tacking toward the center. But if she distances herself from Trump in any way today, she is going to open herself up to political challenge from a far-right rival.
What a fine line Georgia Maloney is going to have to walk in this Trump meeting. Does she lean into her love of people's fascist tendencies? Or does she try and play it diplomatically? Keep Italy's relationship with the EU strong? Oh God, decisions. Yeah. I think there will be meetings. I think there may have been some over the weekend. Not sure. I didn't actually see anything come out about it, but I know she was heading to the United States just a couple of days ago. Probably meetings between her as well as Trump, perhaps. Certainly the foreign ministers, you would think, would meet up as well. Alright, let's go here. This is something that they might get, find some sort of kinship on. Because just like the United States, Italy's been sending its migrants to a foreign country, a gulag in Albania. Alright, here's some footage. Drone footage, it would seem, of this boat, a military vessel, being used to deport migrants on the Mediterranean. Italy, sending all of its unwanted brown people and Muslims and things like that. All its foreigners, maybe some of them are real. I mean, you know what? Maybe some of them are actually born in Italy. And just like the United States, you know, Italy is just doing some random deportations. I don't know. But I'm sure Trump will like this one. It's even got the same vibes, you know? Got like a courtyard in the center and then some detainment facilities on the outside. How fun. They can totally bond over that. It's great. Or maybe they can bond over Italy's love of Easter. Let's talk Italian bakeries. Gearing up for Easter celebrations. I guess they're already probably gearing down, I guess, but they were gearing up yesterday.
A mix of tradition, creativity, and sweet flavors. Every Easter, traditional dove-shaped colomba cakes take the center stage in pastry shops across Italy. Pastry chef Giovanni Colella has mastered the art of the colomba.
The classic colomba cake is made with candied orange pieces, vanilla or vanilla extract, egg yolks, butter, etc. People have created 1,000 variations, although
delicious.
I remain a bit more traditional when it comes to colomba.
Pastry chef Marta Bucanera's goal is to go beyond tradition.
Oh
Her
my
newest
God.
invention for Easter 2025 is this royal purple colomba.
È la colomba viola regale.
Jesus Christ.
She also sells another must-have for the Easter holidays, pastiera napoletana, a sweet ricotta pie.
Allora, la pastiera è un dolce.
This is
Pastiera
making
is an
me too
ancient
hungry.
dessert from Naples. According to
This is making me too hungry, chat.
legend, it was invented by the nuns of
Oh,
San
God.
Gregorio Armeno Street, who used orange blossoms as a symbol of Christ's resurrection.
Della risurrezione di Cristo.
It's a symbol
But
of
when it comes
my extreme hunger right now. Oh my God. I did not eat enough food today. This is just making me want to smash that cake into my face. Cake smash. Alright, we're going to move away from this Easter tradition to a different one. The ancient tradition of meerkat Easter egg hunts. That's right. Alright, it's not an ancient tradition. I lied. But it is a tradition for this German zoo. Aww. Oh, they got like little mealworms inside. I see. Very cute, very cute. Little Easter egg hunt. These meerkats, a little Kuna Matata. Tastes like chicken. Let's go now to Sweden to witness one of nature's majestic events. The elk migration. The great elk migration. I think it's the greatest ever seen.
Elk have been walking this migration route for thousands of years. From northern Sweden, coastal forests through the Angerman River to warmer inland pastures, this 20-day annual spring event is captivating global audiences. That's after the Swedish broadcaster positioned 26 remote cameras, 7 night cameras, 20 kilometers of cable, and deployed a drone.
The slow TV concept and the meditative feeling of the program is actually what people like, because everyone is so stressed today with the social media and the way we produce everything we do in our life, and this is the total opposite of that.
The show, called Den Store Alvandringen, or The Great Elk Migration, was established the same year as the COVID-19 pandemic hit. Its audiences have grown to 9 million today. Many fans are enjoying an escape from the frenetic world of social media, and they're hooked.
We put up Den Stora Älgvandringen, the Great Moose Migration, on the big screen in my classroom and started watching it every day.
I make sure I have coffee, I have snacks, I have prepared food so I don't have to be in the kitchen too long.
Wow. People love their moose migration vids, apparently. This woman so much so that she's preparing snacks, coffee, and just going in on those moose. Mooses? Meese? Whatever it is. The majestic moose. I'm gonna have to do some research into that moose cam. Sounds fun. Alright, alright. How are we doing on time? 5 hours and 45 minutes in. How much do we have left? Should we break now? I think this is a perfect spot. We'll switch to the Middle East after this. And Asia. A little Africa in there too. Definitely have to talk Africa on Easter. Yeah, but I'm gonna do a few galactic messages before we get back to the space content. Don't worry though, we will be back. Do not fret. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. Got a whole bunch of great ways for you to do just that, of course. We got YouTube with the super chats, the super stickers, the memberships. The more memberships we get, the more emotes we get. And yesterday we achieved 18, so that's awesome. Thanks to you, this spacecast will hopefully be able to continue on into the future. We also have Twitch, of course, bits, subscriptions, Cash App and PayPal if you'd rather every single cent goes to us and producing the stream, rather than to Jeffy Bezos. But of course the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. So many great benefits, but I think the best one is getting an avatar on this stream. Sitting poolside or perhaps at the bar. Maybe you want a little yacht on the space lake. You can hang out and invite all your friends on. But of course, it's really up to you where you contribute, so you make your decision. And really, liking and subscribing is the bare minimum, and it's completely free. So just, do it. Not that hard. Little click with your thumb. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. Sorry for the slight delay, but we are about to get back to the show. I need to finish making food. I really didn't eat at all today, and I should have. With all the food-related videos we've seen up till now, I got weak. Got weak. I needed the food. Alright. Let's start the stream back up in the Middle East. Talk about what Israel recently said, which is horrifying. Here's France 24 English from 4 days ago. Israel says troops to remain indefinitely in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria.
The day after visiting Israeli troops in Gaza with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's defense minister said that forces would remain in the buffer zones they've created in the Strip, even after any ceasefire to end the war.
Unlike in the past, the IDF is not evacuating areas that have been cleared and seized. The IDF will remain in the security zones as a buffer between the enemy and the communities in any temporary or permanent situation in Gaza.
Israel went back on the offensive in the enclave on March 18th. Since then, it has captured more than half of Gaza, widening the buffer zone encircling the Strip, further expanding the no man's land in the north, and once again taking control of the vast Netzarim corridor in the center, cutting off Gaza City from the rest of the territory. In southern Gaza, Israeli forces have taken control of the border city of Rafah and are pushing inland up to the so-called Morak corridor. The plan is to permanently empty the zone, which represents around 20% of the entire territory, and cut Gaza off from its border with Egypt.
I mean, can anybody be surprised by this? I mean, with Donald Trump in office, giving them the green light for literal ethnic cleansing, that may have U.S. involvement in beyond the supplying of weapons. But that's all that Israel needed, was for us to give them the green light. That's basically what's happened. It's horrifying. It really is. So they're just taking whatever land they want, Lebanon or Syria too.
Last week, Israeli NGO Breaking the Silence published a report based on testimonies from Israeli soldiers who'd fought in Gaza.
The State of Israel claims that the goals for this war is to demilitarize Hamas, to defeat Hamas, and to bring back Israeli hostages from the Gaza Strip. But in reality, soldiers get different orders and different missions, specifically regarding the buffer zone. The idea is to take land from Palestinians. This is both a security issue.
Yep, they're just stealing the land. Same thing's happening in the West Bank. Here's the Associated Press from earlier this week.
I'm standing in a youth sports center in Tulkarm in the West Bank, where about 60 people are sheltering here after Israel launched a widespread crackdown on West Bank militants at the end of January in what Palestinians say was the largest displacement in decades, displacing tens of thousands of people. But now people in this center, as well as these other community schools and collective centers, say that they need to start thinking about leaving. Some people have already been kicked out. Wedding season has started. People have been in wedding venues. They've been told to leave. People in this youth center say they've been told to start thinking about where to go next. But Palestinians say that they have nowhere to go. A lot of them don't have money. They can't afford rent. The aid groups say that they're strapped and struggling to help people. The
The way that they frame this is a little fucked up. You know? Suggesting that all Israel is doing is going after militants is complete bullshit. AP knows that. Everyone knows that. Alright, let's go to something that's definitely not happening. Definitely not happening for Palestine, for people in Bethlehem. That's Easter. No tourists are coming to this area with everything going on. That's putting local businesses in jeopardy.
طبعا هذا العام استثنائي والعام اللي قبله بسبب الأوضاع اللي صارت 7 أكتوبر يعني ما في سياحة انقطاع السياحة طبعا هذا العام استثنائي والعام اللي قبله بسبب الأوضاع اللي صارت 7 أكتوبر يعني ما في سياحة انقطاع السياحة عن الأراضي المقدسة فما في عمل يعني المصنع تقريبا متوقف يعني بشكل جزئي بيشتغل ببعض العمال قبل طبعا كان الوضع تمام بشكل كامل الشغل وعمال كامل الطاقم كامل حاليا الشغل يعني ما في شغل
Irish marriage.
Oh no, why am I muted? Oh god damn it. I didn't even notice I was muted.
Tommy Vitor of
Son of a
Wikimedia,
bitch.
of Pod Save America, did this video talking about Miss Rachel, who is a, like, wonderful children's content creator. And a lot of parents, I know some young parents who swear by her and how much she helps their kids and teaches them and allows them to learn. And she's recently been creating videos for the children in Gaza, and you see them smiling as they watch her videos surrounded by rubble. It's like an objectively beautiful thing. Not for the Israel lobby. They have been putting her on a list and targeting her with harassment for daring to care about the children in Gaza and making videos for them to cheer them up. Here's Tommy explaining what happened.
Nearly every parent with young kids has heard of Miss Rachel. She's a former teacher who makes adorable educational content for kids on YouTube. Her videos have gotten over 10 billion views, many of which were streamed to my house, by the way. But things haven't been so happy for Miss Rachel lately. Last week, a group called Stop Anti-Semitism, which is known for doxing students it perceives to be anti-Israel and then asking people to report them to ICE, they called on Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate whether Miss Rachel is getting paid to, quote, disseminate Hamas-aligned propaganda to her millions of followers, as this may violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Allow me to unpack the many layers of bullshit in that sentence. First of all, Miss Rachel has never posted pro-Hamas propaganda, not even close. She's posted images of traumatized children in the Gaza Strip. She's raised over $50,000 for kids in conflict zones. That includes Sudan, Ukraine, and yes, Gaza. And she's posted about Israeli children who are being held hostage by Hamas. Do you see a through line there? She cares deeply about the well-being of children. Second, if Miss Rachel or anyone else was taking money from Hamas, they wouldn't be violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act or FARA. They would be working with a designated foreign terrorist organization. You have to register under FARA to lobby for a foreign country. DOJ wouldn't greenlight you doing PR for a terrorist organization, you morons. Third, this letter, which just happened to be leaked to the New York Post, how convenient, it suggests that Miss Rachel's social media posts were intended to inspire pro-Hamas sympathies among young kids. But these were Instagram posts. This was not her YouTube content for kids. I don't know about you, but I don't know a lot of 3-year-olds with Instagram accounts or opinions about the Middle East for that matter. This is nothing more than an attempt to silence someone who's trying to talk about the humanity of those suffering in Gaza and the need to protect all children. It's an outgrowth of the weaponization of social media that is being used to target critics of Israeli government policies and to have those individuals deported or otherwise punished by the Trump administration. Anti-Semitism is a real problem in this world, and it has been for centuries. It is absolutely critical that we call it out and we support Jews around the world who feel threatened or intimidated. But this attack on Miss Rachel is a cynical weaponization of a real problem for political purposes, and it will ultimately make the problem worse, not better. So to everybody out there, leave Miss Rachel the hell alone, or you will awaken an army of pissed off toddlers and exhausted parents.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And she posted this on her social media in reaction to this crazy harassment that Tommy did a good job of recapping there. Children have human rights. These rights are not just for some children. They are for all children. Standing up for children, especially those who are most vulnerable, is the right thing to do. And you know what I hear when I hear that? I hear her say, Jews be gone.
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
I mean, come on.
This is it though. This is emblematic. This is not like a sort of unexpected thing. This is what groups like Stop Anti-Semitism, the Anti-Defamation League, a lot of these groups, they will claim anti-Semitism. What they really mean is sometimes not even criticism of Israel. Sometimes it's just recognizing Palestinian humanity, because frankly, that young kids in Palestine, in Gaza, Zionists in particular, see that as a demographic threat. And when you're just saying you belong in this world, children, here's some content for you to watch among the rubble, that gives them illegal. That inspires life, and that is something that Israel can't abide.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that something just to sit with and ponder for a second? That it's actually a threat to the Israeli project for kids in Gaza to have joy and to feel hope.
To not be terrorized.
And then they conflate that with hatred. Because these folks are completely disinterested in eradicating anti-Semitism. When you take these kinds of stances and you set up doxing campaigns to target somebody who is providing joy for little children who may be amputees or who are starving in the Gaza Strip. It's been weeks.
Plus dozens of family.
Since aid has been allowed in. Food, we have no idea what the conditions are really like there. And I saw some images out of the Washington Post that show children who are just skeletons. Like, there could be kids right now wasting away. It's hard for us to even discern because Israel has killed so many journalists and media workers to make it impossible for us to understand the true death toll, the true totality of the brutality. We know it's hundreds of thousands. There's folks still using this 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 figure. I think even using that is misinformation because we had
yeah. Well, here you go. People coming after Miss Rachel. Just horrible. Now this majority report actually went on to something. They saw the same video I did, which we watched part of yesterday. We would rewatch some of it again today. That's of Mohsen Madawi, who did a very prescient interview with CBS before he got picked up by ICE, something that he basically called, predicted to a T.
On like the lists of all those hardcore Zionist organizations saying,
and this is a separate CBS interview.
Yes, this was a previous interview that was like a few weeks prior to when this interview was recorded.
So here he is explaining in his own words what his activism means.
Democracy are much more tied. The American people are realizing now that there is strong correlation between the injustice that's happening in Palestine and the injustice that's happening here and the attack on free speech.
There's an appointment that you're showing up to.
Correct.
What is this appointment for, and when did it come in?
This appointment is for my citizenship application, the M400 application, which is a naturalization process. It was scheduled on March, I believe, 27th.
After your name has been out there?
Yes. And during my time sheltering in place.
Is this an appointment you've been waiting for years?
I've been waiting for this appointment since February of 2024.
Okay.
It was expected to be the window for it between November and January.
When you got the appointment, what were your thoughts?
My mind went, mixed feelings, right? It's the first feeling of like, I've been waiting for this for more than a year. Mm. And the other feeling is like, wait a minute, is this a honey trap? Will I get detained there?
You think they could be calling you in to detain you?
Correct.
If that's the case, why was it important for you to speak with us before showing up there?
Because I believe that this story is very important for the American people.
Mm-hmm. This guy called it his own deportation. Well, he was not deported yet, but he's detained. Who knows where he even is? Probably Louisiana. Oh, we got 70 likes now? Okay. Alright, I'll get you another support character. Alright, let's just go to this. You know, those people are so concerned about anti-Semitism. People like John Kennedy. Or whatever his first name is. Senator Kennedy. Hold on, we don't need to listen to this whole thing. I just want to go up here.
This anti-systemic rot
What's that?
This anti-systemic this anti-systemic
Anti-Semitic, anti-systemic, anti-Semitogen. This is disgusting. Only they could just pronounce it right. Can't even pronounce it right. It doesn't seem like you care that much about it. Seems like you're just sort of pearl clutching. You don't even know what the word is. Anti-systemic, anti-Semitogen. It's illegal, and it's terrorism.
Illegal.
All right. Goddamn anti-systemicism, anti-disestablishmentarianism. It's ruining our country.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Fatma Hassona was a 25-year-old photographer and artist from Gaza who documented the devastating impacts on Israel's war on Gaza. She's also the subject of a new documentary called Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. On Wednesday morning, Fatma was killed, along with at least 9 members of her family, in an Israeli airstrike on her home in northern Gaza. Fatma was killed a day after the documentary was accepted at the Cannes Film Festival. This is part of the trailer of the film.
Where are you now?
I'm in North Gaza. This is my neighborhood. No one live here, or there, or there. There's no one.
When the war started on October 7th, I was traveling around the world, presenting my last film that talks about a war I've personally experienced as a teenager in Iran. I decided to go to Cairo in order to cross through Rafah, but I couldn't because all the roads to Gaza were blocked. Instead, I started filming Palestinian refugees who were just arriving from Gaza. Through one of them, I came to know Fatem.
I'm a photographer.
Yes, I saw your photos.
Meeting her was like a mirror held in front of me that made me realize how much both our lives are conditioned by walls and wars.
Part of the trailer of the new documentary, Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. We're joined now by the film's director, Sepida Farsi, award-winning...
Yeah, if you didn't figure out what's going on with this story, that woman, that photographer from Gaza, whose documentary photography had gotten their film a nomination for a Cannes, whatever you call it, for the Cannes Film Festival, and she died the next day. Day after that film was selected, she was killed.
Illegal.
Iranian filmmaker who's speaking to us from Paris. Sepida, welcome to Democracy Now! Our deepest condolences on the death of Fatma Hassona, who you were introducing the world to even further in this new documentary. Can you tell us who she was, what she did, and how she died?
Hi, Amy. I'm so devastated. It's really hard to... I can't believe she's gone. I don't know how to talk. I met her a year ago, as you heard in the trailer. Sorry. And
Take your time. I know how unbelievably, horrifyingly difficult this is. As I watched your documentary, I mean, the time you have spent with her on over Zoom, trying to talk, reconnect, the fear every single time you reached out to her that this might be the last conversation is just, that is the feeling you have throughout this documentary as will Sepideh reach her again. And what an unbelievably radiant smile, Fatma, in describing the most difficult situations that her family was in and the number of people that have died around her.
Easter week, and tragedy after tragedy is happening. Huh. Let's go here to Al Jazeera. Talk about just that. Easter in Palestine.
For 1,200 years, Christians have gathered in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in occupied East Jerusalem for a visually stunning ceremony where candles are lit one by one to light up the 12th century building. In recent years, however, Israel has moved to restrict the tradition, citing safety concerns. This year, those restrictions are now tougher than ever. Entry to the Old City, where the church is located, is severely restricted, and at times scuffles broke out between Israeli police and the faithful. But at least Palestinians from the Old City were allowed to visit. It's a very different story for Christians who live in the occupied West Bank. They have to get permits to visit, and Israel has severely limited the permits again this year, issuing only 6,000. Israel has made it almost impossible to travel the 20 kilometers to Jerusalem through its army checkpoints, occupation infrastructure, and severe rules for Palestinians. In Ramallah, at the Greek Orthodox Church, they gather to celebrate Easter.
We couldn't get to Jerusalem because not everyone is getting Israeli military permits. We believe that the Holy Sepulchre Church is a core foundation, if not the place that ignited Christianity. We can't even get there because of the checkpoints.
Because of the current Israeli checkpoints, restrictions, closures, and difficult conditions, a large number of Christians were not able to get to Jerusalem. We hope that they will be able to do so next year.
As part of the tradition of the Holy Fire, it travels from occupied East Jerusalem to the occupied West Bank. Even the fire, though, has to go through checkpoints, and Israel has killed at least 50 people in Gaza.
Yeah. Huh. Israel continuing to make it impossible for people to live their lives freely. Shocking. In occupied East Jerusalem, you say? Huh. Never would have guessed that one. Alright, now over the Easter weekend, there has been negotiations ongoing between the United States and Iran. Those negotiations supposedly over nuclear weapons. Let's start this France 24 English.
Iran is not far from possessing a nuclear bomb. Now, that's the warning from the UN's nuclear watchdog chief, Rafael Grossi, as he's travelled to Tehran for talks to be held today. Grossi's saying it's like a puzzle. They have the pieces, and one day they could eventually put them together. The UN watchdog tasked with overseeing Iran's nuclear program and its compliance with the 2015 nuclear deal, which, though collapsed, of course, 3 years later when the United States withdrew from it during President Donald Trump's first term. Western countries, including the US, have long accused Iran of seeking to acquire nuclear weapons, an allegation Tehran has consistently denied, insisting its program is for peaceful civilian purposes. We're going to cross live then to our correspondent, Sayed Azimi, who joins us now from Tehran. Sayed, Grossi then warning once again, really, of just how close Iran could be to developing a nuclear bomb.
Well, yes, Stuart, that was the message that we received from Rafael Grossi loud and clear. Last night when he arrived in Tehran, he met Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in a meeting that he described as timely and important. Rafael Grossi is in Tehran for 2 days. So due to the busy schedule that the Iranian foreign minister had, because the Iranian foreign minister is right now en route to Moscow to meet Russia's Vladimir Putin. So the IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi met the Iranian foreign minister last night upon his arrival in Tehran to make sure that the sense of diplomacy in Tehran is urgent and credible assurances, according to Rafael Grossi in his post on X, is given to him to ensure the peaceful nature of the Iranian nuclear program.
All right. Yeah, the Iranians have been producing nuclear material of a high concentrated nature. They are not far from having weapons-grade uranium, supposedly, but continue to claim it's for peaceful reasons. However, you know, if we had wanted them to not do that, could have stayed in that old nuclear agreement that was done during the Obama days. But I've been saying it for a while now, but Donald Trump specifically had a problem with that deal because it was Obama's, and he thinks that if he gets it back, if he basically gets the same deal back with the Iranians, that he too will get the Nobel Peace Prize, which I find highly unlikely. Undoing something and then redoing it usually doesn't get you the Peace Prize, but hey, crazier things have happened, I guess. Now, Senator Marco Rubio, I'm sorry, Secretary.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Secretary Marco Rubio has asked some questions.
Any discussion yesterday with your European counterparts on any of the Iran negotiations? Are they also sharing the president's vision of Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon?
Well, for the Europeans, they have an important decision to make very soon on snapback. On the snapback of sanctions, because Iran is clearly out of compliance with the current deal. As you saw, the IAEA was in Tehran yesterday, issued public statements saying Iran is as close as it's ever been to nuclear weapons. The president's made clear Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. That is not going to happen. We're hoping that talks continue and that they're fruitful and that that they can lead to something. We would all prefer a peaceful resolution and a lasting one. It has to be something that actually not just prevents Iran from having a nuclear weapon now, but in the future as well, not just in 10 years with some sort of sunset provision or the like. So we discussed that, obviously, because the Europeans, the E3, have a decision to make on snapback, because I believe we should...
Wow. Okay, Marco. Yeah, I would just sort of reiterate my previous point. No, they're closer than ever. They're violating the agreement that they're not in anymore because we pulled us out of the deal. So they have no... There's not really a lot of stuff keeping them from doing that right now. But his boss is the one who got them out of that deal, so it's kind of, it's uncomfortable. It's awkward.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
All right, now, while it is Easter, well, was Easter when we started this stream, although I think Easter's officially technically over. I figure we should talk about something that is, being certainly it's related to Easter and perhaps being contributed to by those who create all of this Easter stuff for
the
us.
world's leading chocolate manufacturers pledged in
That's right. We're going to talk about the horrifying business of the cocoa industry. Let's go here.
2001 to eliminate the worst forms of child labor in the growing and processing of cocoa beans and their derivative products. But many NGOs say this goal has yet to be achieved, and that to this day, child labor remains an integral part of making chocolate.
Sorry, chat, we had to talk about it. You know, it's Easter. It's the Easter stream. And without chocolate, no chocolate bunnies. But those chocolate bunnies may be made using slave labor.
Illegal. Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We're not going to watch the whole documentary. It's like 45 minutes long. But it does seem to be a pervasive practice. Not much is being done about it. Here's something to perhaps cleanse your palate of that horrifying documentary. Let's go talk about sustainable fine dining in South Africa's Cape Town. Sorry for the food puns, that's all I got.
The food style at Fane is a mix of South African ingredients that's true to the area, whether it's our seafood, our game, our vegetables, that we cook and execute with a Japanese twist, using techniques that Japanese cuisine will use.
So it's basically what, South African Japanese fusion? Interesting.
So now if I pick these like this, they literally shoot.
What is that?
Indigens are, you know, they're water-wise, they're delicious, they grow like mad in this environment, and that they're not eaten by pests and like baboons and pests and like insects and even humans. They're a great source of vitamins and nutrients, and it's kind of a no-brainer to also to be cooking, in particular as a restaurateur and a chef, to be cooking with something unique, unique to the region, and something I've never cooked with before is incredible.
There we go. Rather than having ingredients shipped in, South Africans looking to use their own natural resources in cooking. Alright, now let's go and talk about some more Easter news that was going on over the last day. President Vladimir Putin announced an Easter truce in Ukraine on Saturday evening, I guess it was. I don't know exactly what time it was. Might have actually been Sunday morning.
Breaking news this hour. President Putin's announced an Easter truce in Ukraine. A statement from the Kremlin said all Russian forces would cease hostilities from 3 p.m. GMT today, that's 4 p.m. BST, and that the pause would last until the end of Sunday. Now, at the moment, we don't have a response from Ukraine. Well, joining me in the studio is our World Affairs correspondent, Joe.
Well, that ceasefire didn't really happen, and Ukraine responded pretty quickly. Here's France 24.
Just hours before Putin's Easter truce was set to end, the US State Department said it would welcome a possible extension of his 30-hour weekend ceasefire that ended at midnight.
As we assess their seriousness in this instance, we would welcome it extending beyond Sunday.
That, however, was not forthcoming from the Kremlin. As the deadline passed, there was no sign of an extension. Both Ukraine and Russia accused each other of violating the truce announced by Moscow on Saturday. Ukraine said Russia continued shelling on frontline positions and launching assaults, while Russia blamed Kiev for drone attacks. Ukrainian soldiers just...
Oh, there we go. That ceasefire didn't last at all. Sorry, Easter. Alright, now let's go to Asia. Got plenty to talk about there. Let's start in India. This is a Sunday Funday rarity. Talk about a very rare blue diamond, which was once owned by the Maharaja. Apparently, if you got enough money, you could buy it. Hey! I'm sure it's totally affordable.
This is the Golconda Blue Diamond, which will be offered for sale at Christie's in Geneva on May 14th.
Jesus Christ.
It's the most important blue diamond that's ever come up for sale at auction. Used to belong to the Maharaja of Indore. So it's coming up for sale for the first time. It's a 23 carat Golconda vivid blue diamond, estimated between $35 and $50 million.
Jesus Christ.
What's unique is that the stone has not changed in over 100 years. The weight...
50 and $100 million. Sounds like Mr. Dr. Evil when he says that.
Remained the same, 23.24 carats. And it's not changed shape, it's not changed weight, it's not changed size. And so that already is quite special.
Yeah,
the fact
sure.
that it belonged to such an important and noble provenance makes it that much more special for the new owner to own.
How many people out there can even consider buying something like that? Like a couple thousand people? Jesus Christ. Wow. Unbelievable.
The part of history. Because it comes from the Golconda mines, which is a mine in south central India, which produced some of the most famous diamonds in the world, including the Hope Diamond, which is at the Smithsonian, including the Kohinoor, which is in the Queen Mother's crown, and this...
Jesus Christ, get it away from me. That shit is out of control. You sure could afford it if you just quit drinking coffee and eating all that avocado toast. Totally affordable. Alright, we're not going to go too far. Let's go to Pakistan. Because cricket season, I suppose you might call it, has begun for 2025.
At a local cricket club, young players honing their skills. They have dreams to play for Pakistan one day. Pakistan is a cricket-crazy nation. The PSL has taken cricket fever to the next level.
I'm very excited and I'm very happy that international players are in Pakistan. I really feel inspired by watching these players. One day, God willing, I will become an international cricketer.
I love cricket. I'm so crazy about this game. That was the reason I joined the club, so that I could work hard and become a cricketer. Many big names came from this club.
The PSL was launched in 2015. The first season was held in the UAE as the volatile security situation prevented Pakistan from hosting international sporting events.
You can't believe that, can you?
2 years later, the PSL final was held in Lahore with 8 international players visiting Pakistan.
Since this is the 10th edition of the PSL, we want to turn it into a celebratory event. We will highlight the successes of the PSL. Throughout the PSL journey, the trajectory is in front of us. Facts don't lie. The trajectory has always been upwards.
The brand value of the PSL is estimated at $330 million. The broadcast deal for the league is worth over $30 million across 2 seasons. The league has brought many good things to Pakistan. Fans were able to see their heroes back in action on their home soil. And it has given a boost to the local economy.
There you go, people. Cricket season back in action in Pakistan with the Super League getting started. They bowl a mean ball in cricket. Haha. Cricket jokes. Alright, let's go a bit south. Down to Myanmar, where the water festival celebrations have been ongoing, even with the earthquake having decimated many areas in Myanmar. It's also happening in Thailand too, I think. I don't have a video for Thailand, I'm sorry. I should have. I don't know why. I woke up really late today, okay, people? I slept for like 15 hours last night, okay? I slept literally the whole day. I went to bed early and woke up just wildly late. I'm not sure what the significance of this part is. Here we go, kids and adults having fun, getting a little wet here in Myanmar with the water festival happening. Now let's go right next door to Cambodia, where one tiny creature has been helping to save lives.
This African giant pouched rat named Ronin claimed the Guinness World Record for most landmines detected by a rat. Over a span of almost 4 years, Ronin detected 109 landmines and 15 other pieces of unexploded ordnance in Cambodia. This work is critical. Landmines are a major issue in former conflict zones. The province in Cambodia where Ronin was deployed has one of the highest landmine densities in the world following decades of conflict in the 20th century. In the country, landmines have caused more than 65,000 deaths and injuries since 1979. Rats' high intelligence, speed, and a keen sense of smell make them pros at identifying explosives. They're also too light to trigger landmines. Ronin is one of more than 100 rats trained by landmine detection nonprofit APOPO. The group estimates that 110 million landmines are still buried in over 60 countries around the world.
Who's a good rat? There you go. That rat making history for itself. Saving people by going out there and finding landmines rather than using human beings. That rat. Getting it done. Okay, we are getting through these faster than I thought I would. Had over 120 videos to get through today, but we've really breezed through them. What do we got left here? Let's go to China.
I have to have my China.
Here's quite a story. A race was held, a half marathon in Beijing, where humans weren't the only competitors.
Humanoid robots raced against humans for the first time in a half marathon in China's Beijing on Saturday. The robots were accompanied by human trainers who sometimes had to physically support the machines during the race.
Cheating.
One of the robots fell over at the starting line and lay flat on the ground. Another crashed into a railing after running a short distance, causing its human operator to fall over. The winning robot, Tiangong Ultra, finished in 2 hours and 40 minutes. A long way to go before it can surpass the men's winner, who finished in 1 hour and 2 minutes. The race drew crowds of spectators, including He Xishu, who works in the field of artificial intelligence.
There's a kind of sportsmanship, whether it's humans or robots. They are all exercising. It feels like I'm watching the development of machines, the development of AI.
Although humanoid robots have made appearances at marathons in China over the past year, this was the first time they were competing alongside humans. The robots from Chinese manufacturers such as Droid UP and Noetics Robotics came in different shapes and sizes. Some were shorter than 4 feet, while some were nearly 6 feet tall. Beijing.
Well, it doesn't seem like robots are quite ready to take over the world, but they are certainly putting in the work. Putting in the steps. Alright. Stay talking about China. And technology, actually. Because you know what you need to build robots? You need computer chips. Computer chips maker NVIDIA's CEO visited Beijing recently amidst the US trade war and upscaled bans on AI chips. Here's South China Morning Post from 3 days ago.
The increased restriction has impacted our company significantly. And so we're going to continue to make significant effort to optimize our products that are compliant with the regulations and continue to serve the Chinese market.
So how do you assess the consequences of your sales?
We've grown up in China.
Is always the effort from the government to foster the market-oriented and low-cost environment here.
The extra.
What I find fascinating about this is I think we could have all seen this coming. You know, NVIDIA, sort of been scorned by Donald Trump after suggesting that after promising that they were going to invest $500 billion, or was it 500 billion? It was a lot of money. How much? I can't remember now. It's like $500 billion or something. They promised Donald Trump they were going to invest a whole bunch of money in the United States, building factories and stuff. They didn't get an exemption on those tariffs. So now they're looking to cozy up to China.
have to have my China.
Have to have my China, you say? It's true. Let's all ask the question for a little bit. Why are we in this trade war? Honestly, I don't know. Is it because we have a psychopath in charge of the country? So many possibilities. Stupidity, perhaps?
Citizens of the world, we are at war. I know. And it's the most brutal kind of war. Money war. That's right, folks. Over the past few weeks, financial markets have been in a tornado of turbulence after the US of A fired off hot new rules from our trade policy cannons that have completely turned the globe upside down. And if you're wondering why it was absolutely necessary for us to unleash this economic hellfire onto the world, the answer is, I do not know.
Huh?
What now? Before 2 weeks ago, I thought tariff was nothing more than the name of my estranged Mormon son. You can come home anytime, buddy. We still love you. But nope. According to Investopedia, a tariff is a tax that one country imposes on goods and services that it imports from another country. By making imports more expensive, countries can use tariffs to achieve certain strategic goals, like getting a trade partner to behave in a certain way, creating a competitive economic advantage for yourself, or balancing your budget. Perhaps most importantly, though, a tariff is something that makes my president and commander-in-chief Donald J. Trump absolutely sprung.
I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one, religion number two, love, I don't know. We got to put that number three,
Number
I guess,
seven,
right?
I guess. I don't know.
And then it's tariff.
Up until this Trump administration,
Have you met
tariffs
my
between
daughter,
the U.S. and
Tiffany?
other nations were pretty low. I mean, you know as well as me, the effective average tariff on imports coming into the U.S. was 2.5% as of last year. But this year, after a couple of months of foreplay, President Trump's love for tariffs climaxed in a 53-minute orgasm he called Liberation Day, which, if nothing else, is a pretty sick thing to call your orgasm. On Lib Day, Trump proudly held up a poster, Scholastic Book Fair style, that announced massive tariffs on every country in the world, including China, our closest allies, and those freeloading motherfuckers over on Christmas Island. These were some of the highest U.S. tariffs we've ever seen, and after they were announced, the stock market made like a heavy rock and plummeted. Heavy rock. Are you guys fucking kidding me with this script? This was followed by a drop in global stock markets, then the US bond market, forcing Trump to back off and announce a 90-day pause on a lot of his beloved tariffs, which for a minute looked like it made the economy happy, but then everyone realized that tariffs were still really high, was still to back off again and say, hey, maybe let's exempt the big stuff, like smartphones and electronics from the China tariffs, which made the economy a little bit happy again. But then Trump's Commerce Secretary said that the exemption would only be temporary. Trade war! It's a lot to digest, it's a lot to follow. Every day we're gonna keep getting bombarded with news, and you're gonna wanna move to a beach hut in Central America where you'll spend the rest of your days drinking homemade rum and gambling on scorpion fights.
Illegal.
Sounds pretty sweet. The point is, this is all very confusing. But if one thing is clear, is that this Trump administration seems pretty bent on upending the old world order of trade.
There's this whole theory of like international trade and everyone gets richer if everyone kind of knows what they're best at. The administration is kind of holding a gun up to that model. This is a potential massive like reordering of the global trade system that's been in place.
Why are we being repressed by Lodi Circle?
Help! I'm being repressed!
I don't understand. Why? What have we done? We've done nothing. Bring valuetainment to the universe. This is very rude. Oh God. Black screen. Oh, we're back. We're back. There we go.
for about 8 decades.
The order that we now have is one based around broadly free trade, although there are obviously a lot of exceptions to that, relatively low tariffs, and relatively free capital flows between different countries.
Paul Kiernan reports on the U.S. economy for the Wall Street Journal. Meanwhile, Stephen Kamen is the former director of international finance at the Federal Reserve. And listen, I got a whole stable of nerdy men out back ready to help us out in our time of confusion. So why don't you kick back and relax and let me roll these dogs across your screen, all right?
It's pretty murky exactly what President Trump and his colleagues want to replace that with. But it's pretty clear that President Trump feels that the United States has been ill-served by the system that's developed, since World War II of free trade and free capital flows. And he'd basically like to do his level best to try to bring as much production, and particularly...
Some people say freedom is good. Other people say, actually, too much freedom is very bad. And that's why we're unfreeing the economy immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Manufacturing back to the United States through tariffs and whatever other means it takes in order to accomplish that with or without the cooperation of our trading partners.
Hey folks, check out some of these photos of me on a vacation.
Now, I don't feel like I know why we're on this trade war. It does feel like it's because Donald Trump fundamentally doesn't understand how economics works, or how long it takes to build a factory, or whether or not after you're done building that factory, whether or not it would be financially viable after all the tariffs, reciprocal tariffs that get put on across the world, or whether or not we'd have the necessary rare earth minerals to make those products at those factories, or even the factories themselves, after China bans the export of their majority supply of those darn rare earths. Or whether or not you can fill those jobs in the time necessary to avoid plummeting the economy into oblivion. But hey, I'm just being pessimistic, I guess.
Meanwhile, the vibes inside of the U.S. right now are, frankly, suboptimal. Consumer sentiment is plunging, with Americans' uncertainty about the country's economic future eclipsing levels last seen during the COVID pandemic. Both market and anecdotal evidence suggests that the U.S. is not seen as a safe haven for investment that it's been for decades. A role that lets us do fun stuff, like run an enormous budget deficit and build military bases wherever we want. And while some small business owners are celebrating the opportunity that tariffs provide them, others that rely on Chinese manufacturing are starting to panic. Some are even starting to sue. All this for a potentially devastating trade war with a country that's not just going to roll over on this one.
Where does it end? China's not actually this little kid that could be punched around anymore. They've been diverting away from the US as much as humanly possible into third country markets. They dominate in green tech sectors. I mean, in the sense of, like, bring it, bitch. Let's see who's actually got the cojones here.
Is it almost an impossible task to try and predict where we're going to go from here?
Yeah, it's nearly impossible to try to get in ahead of Donald Trump and people around him to anticipate where things are going. Things could turn on a dime. They could cut some trade deals and reassure markets, and we get back to maybe some semblance of normalcy pretty quickly. And yet the average kind of sophisticated investor taking a step back, or economist and such, realizes that we're in a new world and it's uncharted territory. We haven't really experienced this before, where the United States is taking a step back globally, no longer perhaps the leader when it comes to free markets. I mean, I work at the Wall Street Journal. Our motto is free markets and free people. Well, free markets are under assault right now. So how do we think about the world? It's an interesting time. It's a stimulating time intellectually, but it's also disturbing and even scary.
Interesting. Stimulating. disturbing, and even scary. Normally, that's a quatrain that gets me going, folks. But right now, as our country sets sail into uncharted trade waters, guided by a cats-loving, hip-firing captain of chaos, I gotta admit, I'm feeling a little queasy. It's a choppy economic sea we're setting sail into. But all I know is that you and me, throwing up over the bow of this rusty old sloop, CNBC ringing from the loudspeakers on the bridge, seagulls cawing into the air, and the spray of salt penetrating our nostrils? Well, no matter what, I'll be there holding your hair back for every step this ship takes. And that's a promise.
Do ships take steps?
All right. For good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Don't the ships just they float, don't they? They don't take. I don't think they take steps.
You deserve a getaway. You deserve to see the rich history of Rome and the beautiful Italian countryside.
Ships aren't known for
You deserve to do it from the four-wheeled comfort of a 2025 Ford F-150. At F-150 truck tours, you can rip through the rolling hills of Tuscany, drown out the sounds of the historic Tiber River with the blare of your 5-liter V8 engine, and barrel down those sweet old Nonas shuffling through the plazas of Venice while jamming out the Leonard Skinner. And if you act now, you can get the special Vatican package, which includes a free drag race with the Pope Mobile to fight for his spot in heaven. The Ford F-150 experience. Come see the true meaning of Italian American.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure Rome would love that. More F-150s on their very, very tiny, thin streets. Let's go to Hong Kong for some more Sunday Funday action. This news report is like a Rickroll.
Good evening, ladies and
well, just because
the
purveyor of that news is a redhead.
We ask all our guests to be seated and welcome
I do
our
see
honorable
that. I do
guests
see the
tonight.
similarities.
欢迎大家来临我们今晚的颁奖典礼，我们即将开始，有请各
Big,
位可以
big
尽
stuff.
快就座。
Sports.
谢谢你们，我哋轉頭
People
見。
getting
Thank you.
awards for their sports.
分享下感受。
Great job, buddy. You did it. Everybody did it.
好啦，嚟到我哋今晚嘅最後一位榮獲。
Great job with your sportsing.
澤林連續3屆獲獎。恭喜晒 Coleman！ 咁啊，由於 Coleman 咧今日要海外出賽咧，所以今日未能出席頒獎典禮，但係咧都錄製咗一啲得獎感言嘅。
Super great ball hitting. Let's take a look.
Hello， 大家好，我係 Coleman 黃澤林啊，多謝大家。好遺憾，我今年因為喺外國比賽嚟唔到現場同大家見證所有運動員。
What do these awards look like exactly?
可以表揚一班一直都好付出嘅所有運動員，亦都喺度好想多謝。
Everyone doing the sports. Doing the sports very good. Good sports, everyone. Great sports. You sportsing a lot.
有請國博士為我哋。
係空手道劉武常。
恭喜晒劉武常！我哋一齊睇睇介紹片段。
劉武常2024年初首度登上女子個人形世一，喺4站世界一級空手道超級聯賽晉身3甲，當中3月土耳其安塔利亞站贏冠軍，6年嚟首次封后，9月喺杭州舉行嘅亞洲錦標賽擊敗日本。
Oh, what happened to the sweet backing track? That heavy metal was really bringing the... It was honestly perfect for this montage. I'm very sad that we lost it. It was making it seem even more badass. Great job, everyone, with your sports. There you go, a little Hong Kong sporting action. I really don't feel like I understood what happened, but apparently people won awards for things that they did in sports. Yeah, that's at least what I understand. Too bad we lost that montage music at the end. It's really helping it. All right. Let's go to North Korea. Place where we don't get that much news from. We talked about this project earlier. The first unveiling was pretty good. Let's see what the second unveiling of this latest construction project was like Kim Jong-un and daughter Jong-un.
환호성이 하늘 땅을 증감했습니다. 건국일에 있어보지 못한 거창한 창조 대전으로 공식에 참가했습니다.
This is epic. Apartments. The fanfare. The celebrations.
새로운 요정을
The
멈춤없이
great Kim
거꾸로
Jong-un
이어나가는 위대한 조선
waving
노동당의 투쟁사의 불멸할
with his
역사적
weirdly
앞으로
shaped
또다시 펼쳐진
hair.
중동식장에 경축의 축포탄들이
Why is he the only one with that haircut?
풍선들이 날아올라.
You ever ask yourself that question? Why is Kim Jong-un the only guy with that haircut in North Korea? Whenever I see video or pictures from North Korea, he's the only guy. Is it like a law? Only Kim Jong-un gets that haircut?
It's been.
That was the unveiling of a North Korean building project which has been going on for some time. Finally unveiled in a secondary unveiling ceremony. Fireworks, parades, appearance by Kim Jong-un himself. Crazy. Alright, chat, we have 2 more to go. And then we're going to be done. But here's a little applause for you having made it this far. Truly impressive stuff from all of you. Let's go here to South Korea. This is from during this week. There was a big ceremony held at the Unification Church in South Korea. This one's actually not Easter related at all. It's a mass wedding.
It's been pretty relaxing, but going right now, being on this event itself has been pretty exciting for me. Yes, it's scary because I'm going on a new adventure with my match right now. So I'm very excited and very scared to see what the future has in store for me.
It feels like for me, it's like a dream come true. So I'm really excited. I'm really happy that I'm here, and also I can be with my friends. And yeah, this is like a big moment for me.
Yay! You did it. Now there was apparently 1,000, I think? No, 5,000 couples. My God. 5,000 couples all got married same day. Pretty incredible. Hope it all goes well. Hope it all goes well. Alright, final one. This one's more serious. Let's talk about the relationship between Japan and the United States. With these tariff talks going on, Japan is trying to woo Donald Trump into taking those tariffs down. Because in like 75 days. Whoa. Hey. You just watched that one. What are you doing? Illegal.
Illegal.
You're
killing me. You are killing me. There we go. Okay. So yeah. Let's go and talk about all of that. Sorry, I got totally thrown off by that. Alright, here we go.
U.S. President Donald Trump touted big progress in tariff talks with Japan on Wednesday, after one of the first face-to-face negotiations since he imposed sweeping global duties earlier this month, most of which he later paused for 90 days. Japan had not expected the president to get involved in Wednesday's talks, which it had been hoping to limit to trade and investment matters. But when Trump announced his involvement early in the day, he said the discussion agenda included the amount Japan pays towards hosting U.S. troops. Afterwards, Trump said on social media that meeting the Japanese delegation had been a, quote, great honor, and that big progress had been made
Great
without
honor
giving details.
to The guy from Star Trek. That's a great guy. What? He's the foreign minister of Japan. I don't know. It's how they all look alike to me.
Illegal.
But yeah. I'm just kidding. I just feel like that's something Donald Trump would say. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about this. And I can't remember because I'm trying to do Trump jokes. That's what I get for trying to do Trump jokes at 7 in the morning. There was a thing. Oh, right. That's right. The fact that Donald Trump wants Japan to pay for U.S. Army bases. I love that. I love that. I will laugh my ass off if any country that has a U.S. Army base starts paying the U.S. for those army bases, as if we aren't directly benefiting from having them. Theoretically. It's not in the U.S.'s interest to have all these army bases everywhere. It's bad for national security. Look how much we're helping Japan and the Philippines.
Opposite Trump
and
in the
everybody
meeting
else.
was Ryosei Akazawa, a close
Everybody
confidant
wants
of
these
Japanese
bases.
Prime Minister Shigeru
Nobody pays for
Ishiba.
them.
He spoke to reporters after the talks.
Meetings with Japan are a priority. When Trump says that there are 70 or 100 countries in line, there's no way the president can attend all of them, so the talks with Japan are a priority. I think his presence is a clear sign of that.
Ishiba sounded a more cautious tone speaking to reporters later in Tokyo, saying that negotiations going forward, quote, will not be easy. Trump earlier this...
Yeah, because you're negotiating with a complete idiot / psychopath. Hard to negotiate with somebody who's not really playing by the rules, or even knows what the rules would or theoretically be. Well, that's the last story of the evening, if my list is correct here. It's good to have all of you throughout this Sunday Funday stream. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and a little bit difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That is gonna be it for me today. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanob, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Lipping, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. All right. Little super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Action beginning in 3, 2, 1.
Two youths were shot dead by unknown assailants in Kingston.
My Wen was disappointed that nobody could experience the diva's videos in London.